Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Alexandria High School for the fifth annual Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships, as we're excited to be here for you today with yourliveevent.com, bringing you the full matches of the day. We'll have a lot of content coming your way with interviews, talking with the team members, talking with some special guests in the arena as well today too. And we're joined right away to start things off with Jesse Frost, the president of the conference. Jesse, first of all, thanks for having us here today. We're excited. There's a lot of excitement going on here with matches about to start here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for Alexandria for hosting us this weekend. It's going to be an action-packed 2 days, Friday, Saturday. Come on down and watch if you're interested in learning what this high school robotics thing is all about. It's free and open to the public.
All right, let's talk about robotics here. The conference here, the fifth annual championship here. So the last 5 years, what's been going into it to build this event, get it going, the teams, the participation, everything about it?
Yeah, back in 2017, there was a bunch of northern Minnesota teams that kind of felt that they didn't have a whole lot of support. And we'd go down to events in the cities, and we didn't know anybody, so we got together up here and started this nonprofit conference, and now we all are able to lean on each other and support each other. And along with that, we're hosting this event to give our students at our schools more opportunities to compete and have some more playtime.
22 teams in attendance for today, correct?
Correct.
All right, take us through just the range, the area geographically that this conference covers.
Sure. Yeah, the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference covers about 35,000 square miles. Are all the way up to the Canadian border, Lake Superior, into North Dakota, and all the way down to St. Cloud area. So we have a lot of teams that are part and all pull in the same direction to make this stuff work.
The conference team members we should talk to, because last May, going to nationals, I believe we had 6 teams that went down to nationals and really represented very well for Minnesota.
Yeah, we did. That was a huge boost for our conference to see those teams be successful. A couple of those teams were down there for the first time ever. We also had a couple of teams that went to state out of our conference for the first time ever. So competing with the best in the world.
Yeah, and it's something that, as the president, being around, being a coach, a mentor yourself, you've seen that progression year in, year out for a lot of the teams.
Oh, yeah. I also coach 2 teams myself, and the conference has been vital to our success that we've had lately. But I'm sure every other team here can echo that sentiment. You get more people working in the same direction. Everybody has their own skills, and they're all able to help each other out.
You said that 5 years ago there was not the support that the sport deserved. How has that changed in the last handful of years?
Well, there's so many rural communities up here in northern Minnesota, and not everybody has a software engineer person in their town that's going to work with their robotics team, and not everybody has a mechanical person that's going to work with their robotics team. So if we have different coaches from different teams that are able to lend advice or parts or extra helping hand or two, that's really brought our group together and made us special.
The sport, the things that the students can learn too, it goes beyond just the mechanical or the software side. There's a variety of avenues that it can lead into, not only during but after high school as well.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Seeing the growth in these kids, and like you said, it's not all the engineering type or software type skills. It's kids that are having to communicate with each other and talk to people from different teams and develop strategies, and it's all those soft skills that these kids learn in addition to the other career skills like engineering and software stuff that really makes this sport unique and really prepares these kids extremely well for a career path for them.
With Jesse Frost, president of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, here for the championships today. Jesse, what are we going to see today? Take us through here. What's, I guess, just the program or the schedule?
Sure. So we're going to start our first matches here at 9. If you're just listening on the radio and you're not able to make it down, we're playing this event on a 70-foot by 30-foot field, about the size of a volleyball court, and it's 6 different teams from 6 different high schools competing all at once. They go out and compete for about 3 minutes per match, and then they go back and fix or adjust anything that they might have broken or want changed. Then they come back out and do it again. The teams will be seeded throughout the day, and then this afternoon we'll have our finals matches, and we'll be wrapping up about 5 o'clock this afternoon with our award ceremony, and then we're going to start all over again tomorrow for our open event, which is open to all the teams in the state and not just our conference members.
Yeah, and very cool about that. We got three states represented tomorrow at that open.
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so to pull people into that's awesome. Great to have the teams here. Jesse, I know you got a couple team members hanging around. You got to go talk to them. So we appreciate you taking the time, joining us, and best of luck to yourself and all the teams that are here today.
Sounds good. I hope everybody gets to come down and watch, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Frost, the president of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, joining us on yourliveevent.com here today, as we will be started with the matches in about 5 minutes. As you're getting a great shot of the arena right now, you can see the goal in the middle, kind of there off to the right side of the goal. You see the hanger there. You see the hanger down in the left corner as well too for this arena, as we'll get the teams in and out. Should be an exciting day here today with the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, and just the teams here. We're looking at team 876 Thunder Robotics out of Northwood, North Dakota. Here also team 2503 Warrior Robotics of Brainerd, team 2883 Fred Robotics out of Warroad, 3102 the Techno Tigers from Nevis, 3134 the Accelerators from Cass Lake, and 3275 the Regulators from Cass Lake, as they both have a male and a female team there. Always good competition between the two Cass Lake teams as well. Team 3277 Prodigi out of Thief River Falls, team 3293 the Otterbots of Fergus Falls, 3294 the Backwoods Engineers out of Pine River. Team 3297 is Full Metal Jackets out of Perham, 3313 the Mechatronics of Alexandria, kind of the host team here today, as again at Alexandria High School for today and tomorrow. Team 4181 Quack Attack out of Black Duck, 4238 Resistance Robotics of Belgrade, 4480 UC Botics out of Uppsala, 4539 Chaotic out of Frazee, 4623 Flyer Robotics from Little Falls, 4674 the Robojacks out of Bemidji, 5172 GMR Robotics out of Greenbush, 5253 Backwoods Bots out of Big Fork, 5653 is the Iron Mosquitoes out of Babbitt, 5658 Stormbots out of Stephen, 5913 is Patriotics out of Pequot Lakes, 6132 is the Ranger Robotics team out of Crosby, 6453 is the Bogbots from Kellier, 7048 is the Red River Rage out of Fargo, 7235 Red Lake Ogeechee Dog out of Red Lake, 7677 the Bodacious Bulldogs out of Swanville, along with 8188 Grand Force out of Grand Forks, 8372 HCN Storm Robotics out of Reamer, 8422 the Husky Howlers out of Pillager, and 8878 Aerobot out of Ashby, members of the conference. As we got 22 teams going today. You can see the teams loading in right now as we prepare to get started in our first match of the day. As yeah, you should yep, go. There we go. Little on-air, off-air production meeting there, as we get all set up to go here with matches starting up in just 2 minutes. So we will begin here with our first match of the day. Here, as we have team 4623, 8878, and 3294 on the red side. Blue team is 2503, 876, and 3277, as they load in for the first match of the day too. And And we also want to welcome in Ryan Swanson here today, as he'll be assisting us, a veteran of the robotics circuit, a mentor, a coach himself, and excited to be here for this. I know your team's going to be competing tomorrow, but what are we looking forward here to do as a former participant, still kind of with the coach and mentor, but what's the excitement level? What are you looking forward to here today?
For sure, yeah. No, I'm very excited to see the teams compete today. I've mentored actually quite a few of them here, one way or another. I was a student in the program for 2 years. I've been a mentor now for 8. Just looking forward to seeing how the action plays out.
So I guess with the number of teams you mentored, you kind of have an idea of the strengths of each individual team, because I don't know, it's kind of like you use that sports analogy of, this team always has good running backs or a good point guard here, and it kind of runs that way, that some just have that strength of whether it's the coding or the mechanical or whatever it is.
Absolutely. I would say there are teams out here that are known for being a defensive team. There are teams out here that are known for effective offense each year. Teams that are great and autonomous, like you said, great with programming. I could name a few out here, but we'll see when they get out here. Sometimes with these off-season events, you've got new students driving, you've got new students in different roles that they're trying out for, getting ready for the future season. Teams perform differently in the off-season events than they do in season events. But we'll see how things go. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, with the end of the off season now kind of here, because everything kind of gets formulated in November, game announced then in January, and I guess how much is done from those championships in May through here today?
It varies team by team. I would say the active teams are meeting still regularly. They're probably meeting once, twice a week in the off season. A lot of teams, they don't meet at all. They'll meet, they'll take a break in May, and they'll pick it back up in October, right around this time. And some of these teams might have only been meeting for a week before they come in today.
All right. Well, again, the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships today on your live event. Real quick, I want to say thank you, first of all, to the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, allowing us to be here with our coverage today. We're excited to bring it to you both today and tomorrow with the open event tomorrow. Thanks as well to the sponsors you'll see throughout our broadcast as well, helping to make it possible for us to be here. As Ryan Swanson assisting us, myself, Jake Berkmeyer, Jack Elby, Jeremy Stouter, and Mac Robinson joining us as well here too for the Your Live event side to help produce this event. As we're still getting the robots loaded in. In this one, we'll be turning it over here to the ring announcer shortly as we get that first match underway for the introductions of the teams and everything else too. And I guess we're just ready to go. Yeah,
itching to see the action. I'm excited.
Yeah, and a nice early morning too on a school day. See some fans you can kind of see there on the screen there as they're filing in here in the auxiliary gym at Alexandria too. And again, just the distance that these teams travel to, not only for this event but for a lot of events. More so around that Minneapolis. There's the Duluth, there's the Grand Forks there, but a lot of miles put on by these teams too to go in and compete.
Definitely, yeah. So Minnesota's interesting. We've got roughly 50% of our teams in the Minneapolis area and 50% of our teams in greater Minnesota. The NMRC does a great job of taking those northern Minnesota teams and kind of getting them to work together in a way that, in previous years before the NMRC existed, that just never happened. So it's cool to see the collaboration between teams. I've seen teams regularly drive 3 hours for their closest event. So teams are committed. I know there are teams that have been around for upwards of 20 years here. Plenty of teams have been around for over a decade. It's a growing program. It's interesting because the first robotics competition actually has more high school teams than there are Minnesota high school boys hockey teams, which you think Minnesota State of Hockey,
yeah,
right? It's crazy.
It speaks to the interest in the sport and the different aspects of it. And you talk about the collaboration as well too. And I think that is one of the coolest things to see when you come to these events is it's competition, but I believe Matt always says it's that friendly competition. You know, it's kind of like fighting with your family. You're going to battle, but you always want everyone to succeed. And whether, you know, if you snap a belt or something, you go to the pit next door, they're happy to help you out.
One of the core tenets of the program is called cooperation, and it's exactly that. It's you're competing against each other, but you're also cooperating, and you're striving to, you know, a rising tide raises all ships. We're all here to, you know, promote STEM education, promote students to pursue careers that are going to lead our society into a better future. And while we're competing against each other, we want to win. We also want to make sure the students have a good time and are happy to be here and having fun.
Yeah, and a lot of fun here today. Again, 22 teams are, I believe we have 23 or 24 coming tomorrow. There's a couple
22 today, yep, 23 tomorrow. My team will be here tomorrow. I'm excited to have them. I'm a first-year head coach. While I've been a mentor for 8 years, it'll be my first time actually leading a team. They'll be up here tomorrow, and it'll be a new experience for all of us.
So getting a little advanced scouting then today as well too.
Oh yeah. I'm a strategy guy, so we'll see. I know most of these teams already from in season, but it'll be fun to watch them today.
All right. Yeah, we'll talk about that strategy a little bit more here too as we look out at the arena again. Take us through right now we see the big goal. Take us through the game here and the objectives and the scoring and everything else that we need to know here for the event.
Yeah, so this is the 2022 game. It's Rapid React. It was released in early January of 2022. What we're looking at now is the center hub. The top portion is the upper hub. If a team scores a cargo into the upper hub, they get 2 points. And if a team scores a cargo into the lower hub, they get 1 point. There's also points for climbing. So in the very left of the screen, you'll see the hanger zone. On the hanger zone, there are 4 different bars. The lower bar, mid bar, high bar, and then the very top one is called the traversal bar. And you get 4, 6, 10, and 15 points depending on how high you climb.
We'll just cargo too. That's the balls you see around the arena, the red and the blue balls. You want to, of course, score your own ball. You get penalties if you're keeping the other team's ball, so you can't play keep away like that. But the other great thing too is just seeing how every team approaches the same challenge, essentially, just a little bit different.
Definitely, yeah. No, there's some games within the FRC program where you see a lot of design convergence, where a lot of the robots, they look like they're pretty much the same thing. And that's just natural based off of the strategy that teams come up with the game. Rapid React, I feel like, did a great job with providing different incentives. So you've got teams out here that they'll specialize in climbing and low goal scoring. And you have other teams here that they specialize in shooting in the upper hub, and maybe they only climb to the mid rung.
Yeah, the difference is there too, and you mentioned the 2022 game again last year. We'll have the new game coming out here in January for this coming season. Again, the build season going then January through into the competition season, into the state championships in May, national event as well too in May. And did you have a chance to head down to Houston last year?
Oh, yeah. So it's actually, I get corrected all the time. You say nationals. It's actually a worldwide event.
Worlds. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, we call it Worlds. It's an international event. I mean, there are plenty of teams from Israel, from China, from all over Australia. It's truly a worldwide organization. It's super cool to be involved with. I was down in Houston this year, and I believe there were 400 teams. I was competing with the Becker team, 4607 down there. And yeah, no, the level of competition that you get to at that level of play it's exciting.
And the international, there's trips in and out too, where Minnesota teams have gone overseas. Overseas teams have come into Minnesota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, wherever they're at too. And again, that collaboration not only amongst conference, but again worldwide. And really, yeah, that's one of those main core tenets you talked about.
Definitely. No, the cooperation within the program makes it it's exciting. There's a team competing in Canada for Minnesota in 2023. They're signed up. That's not an unregular thing to happen. Minnesota teams, there are, I think, 180 of them, give or take, this year. We've got 4 events that are actually in Minnesota. There's one in North Dakota, couple in Wisconsin, a couple in Iowa that Minnesota teams regularly attend. First Robotics is one of the only programs I'm aware of that you're regularly traveling out of state for a high school competition and competing against not only teams from adjacent states but different countries.
Let's talk about the teams too. The makeup of the teams real quick, as we got the promo video going here just ahead of our first set of matches too. But the different roles that whether you got 5 or 50 on the team, everyone's got their job.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of teams are structured somewhat similarly. You've got build students, you've got programming students, marketing, business, oriented students. It takes a village to build a robot. It's critical that you've got people that are of different interests. If you've got a bunch of programmers on your team but nobody wants to build a robot, well then there's nothing to program. Likewise, if you've got a bunch of builders but no programmers, well the robot's not going to move. So you really need that diversity of interests within the program. With programs that I've been involved with in the past, we like to run it a little bit like a small business, where you've got people who do a little bit of everything, and you've got people who are specialists in different areas.
There we go here, as I think we're going to turn it over here to our in-ring announcer here to get us going for this first match.
Natalie Sparkles.
Good morning, Minnesota. How are we doing today? All right. Welcome to the 2022. Welcome to the 2022 Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. Can you hear me? Yes? Perfect. We are here to not only embody the core values of FIRST, but to come together as a community of teams. Before we start the event, I'd like to take this time to go over some accomplishments of the 2022 NMRC. This year alone, the NMRC has a student body population of over 10,000 people covering over 35,000 miles. Isn't that crazy? Right? Of the teams participating, we have competed in 31 state championships and 34 world championships. Dang, Minnesota, I didn't know you guys were the state to be scared of. This event is all about coming together and celebrating all of your accomplishments. This is why we will have an award ceremony each night to recognize the greatness of our students. Let's go ahead and recognize the greatness of our mentors, coaches, teachers, and parents today with a round of applause. Thank you all so much for your time, dedication, and inspiration you've given to our students. Now, let's go ahead and take this time to stand for the national anthem. I am so fortunate to have gotten the opportunity to fly all the way from the Oregon State to here to see you guys compete. With that, let's get these matches started, huh? Starting us off on the Red Alliance, let's make some noise for 46-23.
High school, it's Flyer Robotics.
Joining them is going to be 88-78.
Out of Ashby, it is Ashby Aerobots.
And rounding off this alliance, let's make some noise for 32-94.
Out of Pine River Bacchus High School, it's Backwoods Engineers.
Over here on the blue side of the field, let's meet 2503.
Wario Robotics from Brainerd, Minnesota.
Next to them is going to be 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, it's Thunder Robotics.
And rounding off this match, it's the one, the only 3277.
From Thief River Falls, Minnesota, Prodigy.
Up here, I was wondering if you almost want to go stand on that side, because then you can look at the screen, or you can kind of see it right here. I don't know if they have a timer up there.
Our first match is about ready to get underway here today for this Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships, as just getting the gate sealed there in the end. That's the hang up there. So we get ready to go in this one. Everyone's loaded up. Our officials are in place, and we should start here any second. Here with the extra cameras, though, giving you a better view of what Ryan was talking about earlier with the hanger there in the upper left, upper right, as far as the bars to climb, though, too, and then the scoreboard in the middle with the upper and lower goal totals there will give you the scoreboard. That's what the scoreboard does. It gives you the score there.
The display this year is pretty good. It'll do a good job showing you who's winning, where they're
All
scoring.
right, drivers behind the
Here we go.
lines in a moment.
I think they're just making sure that the cargo is set there. If one goes out, there's one that can be tossed back in there from both corners.
Yep, nope, there's one missing preloaded cargo. They just got to go grab that. And actually, one thing I would point out is take a look at 876, their autonomous mode. More than likely what they're doing is they're going to end up grabbing multiple balls and scoring them in the upper hub. So keep an eye on them.
It'd be the Thunder Robotics out of Haddon Northwood in North Dakota. Their oldest team in North Dakota there, the Thunder Robotics.
Oh, yeah. Yep. They've been a staple of FIRST Robotics in the upper Midwest for as long as anybody.
Yeah. All right. And again, that autonomous mode, it's the first 15 seconds of each match, and it's just hands off the controls for the drivers, can't step up till that goes, and it's just this goes to the coding and the how the teams can develop that.
Yep, it's all pre-programmed. So for 15 seconds, the drivers won't be doing a thing. The robots will be doing it all on their own. And so I would say a good autonomous mode is a robot that can shoot a ball into the upper hub and then back out of their tarmac, which is the taped lines on the field. They get points for both of those actions. There are teams out there that can do 4 or even 5 balls in the autonomous mode. And it's a huge advantage because you get so many points. You get double points during the autonomous mode for any of the balls scored in the upper or lower hub.
All right.
All right, drivers behind the lines, let's try this one again. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And in autoplay, all robots are loading up the cargo. Here we go. And Team 876 shooting a couple of cargo up to the upper hub. And hard to see 'em. And 876 getting 2 in the upper hub. And all teams trying to load up that cargo to shoot in the upper hub. Let's get some points. Good. And we've got 1 in the lower hub. And 876 shoots a couple more.
1 minute left.
We've 1 minute left in play. 1 minute. Seconds left. And 876 over, getting up on the rungs. And 3294 in the corner. And here comes 2503. And 876 up. Trying to get on that traversal hug. And we'll have the winners in 1 second.
All right, so our first match in the books there, as teams will wait for the scoring to get calculated, and then they'll head out. We'll grab our teams here for our post-match interviews coming up, brought to you by Enbridge Energy. And Ryan, I will start with you right away here too. Our first match of the day. Your thoughts on what you saw?
Typical, first robotics match. We got the scores coming in. Maybe. All right, 43-6. So yeah, what I was going to say is I think Thunder Robotics. I counted 15 shots that they put up. That was very impressive for first match.
And the Blue Lions wins that round.
They made, I think, 8 out of 15. I think they're going to get that dialed in throughout the event today. That's a great first match for them. I think everyone else just getting the jitters out, maybe new drivers. They're going to have more opportunities to show what they can do.
Yeah, we talk about the off season too, but one thing we maybe didn't talk about was maybe some of last year's drivers have graduated. So first, big competition for some new faces.
Definitely, yeah. No, every team treats off-season events a little bit differently. If you had a freshman driver the year before, more than likely you'll have that driver driving today, and that's a huge advantage. If you had a senior driver the year before, you're maybe testing out a bunch of different drivers to find out, how each of them performs under pressure. So it's really, it's different for everybody. I would say typically towards the end of the event, teams have gotten a little bit more experience and they've got their drivers figured out, and the level of play goes up significantly.
Yeah, take us through the score system a little bit too here, some of the bonus points they can earn and how they affect the rankings.
Yeah, so you see every time you score a cargo ball into the upper hub, you get 2 points. Every time you score a cargo ball into the lower hub, you get 1 point. But in addition to that, there's also a count on the number that you score in both the upper and lower hub. And if that count reaches 20 or more, you actually get what they call a ranking point. And so ranking points are actually how we rank the teams at the end of the event. So you get 2 ranking points for a win, 1 ranking point for a tie, and then 0 ranking points for a loss. But you can also get 1 ranking point for having 20 or more cargo and having 21 or more hangar points.
Yeah, able to get those ranking points then, well, obviously rank there, get everyone into the standings there for Alliance selection later on today.
Definitely, yep.
All right, here is, let's see if we got a couple post-match interviews being set out here, or what will go on there is we'll take a quick break, get that finalized here, and come back here for our next round of matches.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on yourliveevent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on yourliveevent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships here today from Alexandria High School. Thanks again for joining us on yourliveevent.com. Ryan Swanson with us, Jake Berkmeyer, Mac Robinson, Jeremy Stouter, Jack Elby, all with us here today too, as you've seen the load in, load out for match number 2 here today, as first match of the day, trying to get everything ironed out. Someone walks away before we get the interview there, so you gotta remember where to go. But we'll get that taken care of here later throughout the day too. As we look out here too, positioning as far as where you're at, whether you're the 1, 2, 3 team, left, right, middle there. How much does that affect the strategy or what you want to do out there?
Definitely, no, that's a great point. So the driver stations 1 through 3 from left to right from the perspective of the drivers, if you're in that driver station 1 directly behind the hangar zone, it can be a huge pain if you've got a robot climbing right in your face and you're still out trying to score. So as alliances are going into their match, they're looking at where they're positioned, and they're actually using that to dictate their strategy. For example, maybe the team who's lined up directly in front of the hangar zone will be the one to climb earlier rather than trying to go score while others are climbing in front of them.
Yeah, also too, just you get to that far side of the field too, and part of it is, who can crane the neck, but some of them, get the webcams or anything with the direct feedback to the driver station there to find the cargo there and get everything, get the shots up.
Yeah, no, that goes back again to programming. So a lot of teams, they'll utilize a camera. So you'll notice the hub, it's big and it's opaque, right? And when you're on the back side of that hub, even the best teams in the world sometimes struggle driving when they're on the far side of the field. And so teams will use a camera to help offset that. And there's plenty of automation within the robot as well. You'll see flashing lights when they've accumulated the balls. You'll see other visual indicators that help the driver when they're driving on the far side of the field.
All right, looking down here, we're good. Okay, good. All right, let's go to our Enbridge Energy interviews here as we flip there. Mac Robinson join us here. Who do you got with you, Mac?
All right, thanks, Jake. And joining me now, we got joining me from Aerobot. Just what's your name, and thank you for joining me.
My name is Cordelia Shane.
All right, well, thank you for joining me. And so for you guys, obviously, what's it been like in the pit, at least for today as well? I know you guys got the first match of the day off here, but what's it been like with the group of people that you guys have had with your team?
nervous the first time we did it, but I think we can do better, and if we continue trying, I think we can improve significantly. So.
And hey, that's all you're looking for. That's all you're looking for. But do you think it gives you guys a little bit of an advantage here too, having that be the first match of the day, kind of see where you guys can improve and kind of go from there?
Yeah, I think it was an advantage. We can see what we can re-add. We can see what parts we need to put back on, and that was basically just like a really good practice round to see what's happening.
And then, on top of it too, it seemed like you guys were really aggressive out there as well. Obviously attacking the middle there as well. But what strategy did you guys kind of have going into it, and what was your thought on how it kind of worked out for you guys there?
Our strategy was to just mostly get all the balls around this area, around the front area, and shoot them as best as we can into the lower goal. And then after in the last couple seconds, we were planning to hang and just get a couple points from that. So.
All right, perfect. And then, what got you into, robotics, and, how long have you been kind of going along with this?
I've been doing this for a very long time.
Qualification match
When I
number
was
2.
like maybe 7, I would go to this camp a little bit far away, and they had a program where we were able to make Lego robotics. And from this program, I learned that I really like to code and I really like to build robots. So I joined this when I could, and I really like it.
That's perfect. Hey, congratulations, and hopefully you guys have a good rest of your day here as well. Thanks for joining me.
Yep, thank you too.
Jake, back to you.
All right, thanks, Mac. And we're actually going to go right to here to our in-ring announcer.
Make some noise for 33-13.
From Alexandria, our host, the Mechatronics.
Joining them, we have 59-13.
From Pequot Lakes, Minnesota, the Patriotics.
And rounding them off is going to be 70-48.
Red River Rage from Fargo, North Dakota.
And here at the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships today, with our second match getting underway, our load in being finalized, all our drivers getting set here. And yeah, we Ryan here will ask you real quick while we're waiting to get going to talk there at the end of that last match. Mac's interview there just talked about kind of a feeling out process maybe early in these matches. Each team gets 8, so how does that play into the strategy or how you want to approach the competition?
So for me, as previously a drive coach and like a strategy guy going into the matches, you almost throw out like the first 3 matches a team does as, working out the kinks, getting into a groove. You go into a match, you formulate a strategy, and 9 times out of 10 for early matches, you throw it out the window because somebody's not working the way that they thought they would. So yeah, I mean, you just take everything with a grain of salt from a strategy perspective on these early matches. And the robots that are working, that are, out of the gate quickly, are typically the robots that are going to be doing, well at the end of the competition.
Yeah, as we get set here too, oh, no, not quite yet, but yeah, we'll get going too. We mentioned driver coach. Were you a driver then when you were participating, or what was your role on the team?
Yeah, no, I was never a driver. I didn't have the hand-eye coordination for that. I'm 6'8", and I get the question all the time, oh, did you play basketball? Well, no, because I can't dribble, shoot, or rebound. So, nope, I didn't have the hand-eye coordination to be a driver, but I was a drive coach, which effectively is the person telling the driver, the strategy for the match and dictating like, hey, go left, go right, pick up that ball, score that ball here, go climb. And personally, for me, that's a lot more enjoyable than driving. It's interesting because the drive coach role can be held by either a student or a mentor. And there's no issue either way. It's just, team preference. And some teams, they've historically done students, and some have historically had mentors.
All right, as we're getting thumbs up here, getting ready
All
to
right,
go
drivers
for
behind
our
the
second
lines
match.
in 3, 2, 1, go!
And autonomous play, we have some cargo already making points out there. And 5913 shoots into the upper hub. And drivers now in control. And 5913 shoots a couple of cargo in the upper hub. All teams tried to load up with that cargo to get some points on the board. 5913 is shooting a lot of cargo up there. And 7677 shoots a couple into the lower hub. And 7048 shooting a couple points into the lower hub, as well as 7677. And 7235 shoots some points into the lower hub. Lots of blue cargo flying. And
Teams, we have 1 minute remaining in this match.
7235 in the upper hub. 5913, 2 right up in the upper hub. 7677 in the lower. And 5913 with a couple more in the upper hub. And
30 seconds.
7048 already on the rungs. 5913 heading over to climb. And 7235 trying to get up on those rungs.
3,
4238
2,
as well.
1.
That is the end of match number 2. Scores will be up shortly.
All right, so our second match complete there, and yeah, a lot of shooting on that one too. The Pequot Lakes team are really coming out and firing those shots off.
59-13 is an elite team in Minnesota, one of the best in the state without a doubt. I counted, well, we'll see the scores here.
Winner of match 2 is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 45-30. Blue Alliance will be taking home 2 ranking points.
You notice the 33 cargo points. I counted 10 shots that 59-13 got up during teleop, and they had 2 in during auto. So the majority of those were 59-13 just balling out. That's very impressive. I think they got up 12 shots in total. You compare that to the 15 that Thunder put up in the first match, and we've got some high volume scorers here. And typically those are the types of robots that you see teaming up toward the end of in the playoffs. And I'd say we've got the potential here for some high scoring matches.
Oh, certainly. There's there's some that can put up some shots here too, and it's not uncommon for after the first couple times out, once they get out for the third, fourth time, that you'll see those scores get up, into the 80s, 90s, even the hundreds.
Oh yeah. No, another thing I'd like to point out too is 72-35. They've got a really cool, basically it's an every-bot climber mechanism. So it's a passive mechanism that runs into the lower bar and it flips up, and they can actually climb to the mid-rung with no active mechanisms on the robot.
All right, here let's head back over to Mac here for more of our Enbridge post-match interviews, as we'll get that video fixed, Mac, but we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Thanks, man, and thanks, Jake. So joining me now, we got Ethan, and Ethan, joining me from the Bodacious Bulldogs, and it really seemed like you guys were able to get aggressive out there and, be able to go after some of those points there, getting the one-pointers there early on.
Yeah, we really try and get 1 point. We can only score 1 point, and we get out there, try and do our best.
And then, on top of it too, obviously early on, do you think that it's an advantage for you guys, especially given the fact that you guys were in the second match here, kind of get some of the jitters out there from early on and kind of fix your strategy as you kind of goes along throughout the day?
Yeah, it does. We can see we can see how other teams are doing. We can see how the event plays out. Because this is my first year driving, it's really nice to see how the event actually goes before you actually start driving.
And then, on top of it too, you mentioned it's your first year driving with it as well. What's been something that you've been trying to focus on and trying to get that under control for you as well, kind of getting that feel for it as well?
Really just kind of keeping the robot under control, and our lift arm is kind of a weak point. If we go back too far, we can actually break the robot. So getting the arm up in one motion instead of just tapping it and jittering it up. Just knowing where to be, because in practice our last practice I kind of crashed into the goal a few times. Okay. So try not to break the robot by crashing into stuff.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I say that every day when I go out for a drive. But, Ethan, at the same time, too, what made you get into robotics as well, and how long have you been doing this?
Well, really, I was just interested in the programming aspect. I was thinking of going into computer stuff for college after school. And actually, I was at the event for Infinite Recharge in Grand Forks, and I stepped out the next year. I kind of lost my train of thought there.
No, you're good. It happens to me all the time. Ethan, great job out there, and again, looking forward to seeing your next match.
Yeah, thanks. I hope to talk to you sometime later.
All right, sounds good. Jake, back to you.
All right there, Mac. Thank you there for your Enbridge Energy interviews. Remember, life takes energy. Learn more, enbridge.com. Ooh, we don't want that view of Mac and Jack there talking there, as we'll swap that out and bring it out here. Here we got 6 more coming out to the arena here for match number 3. We'll take a quick break while they get set up here and come back for our next event.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community, making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. PRBschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Welcome back to the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships. Back here, down to Mac with more of our post-match interviews here with Patriotics.
Yeah, Patriotics own Cole. Cole, thank you for joining me. And, what was your mindset kind of going into, your strategy going into that first contest here?
This first one, we were just we were going to try and get traversal for our climb, but that didn't end up working. But just kind of trying to get we have new drivers this year, as our last year's drivers were seniors, and just trying to get them kind of used to it and in the swing of things. We were just trying to get. We weren't trying to play any defense at all. I don't think we didn't have anybody on our alliance playing defense. It was just score as many balls as you can and hope for the best.
Yeah, you might as well just fire them up at that point. And, for you guys especially, like you said, with the new drivers, do you think it gives you guys a little bit of an advantage to kind of give them a little bit of that experience early on and, be able to kind of take from that as the day goes on?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And we have 3 sets of drivers that we're kind of rotating out, just trying to get a feel for how this season's going to go. And we're just, trying to get them all as ready as possible.
All right, let's get ready to meet the teams for match number 3. Starting us off on the Red Alliance.
Hopefully that we'll do all right and to qualify for Worlds again this year.
Yeah, hey, we're hoping that you guys do well. And again, thank you for joining me, Cole. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Jake.
Them on this side is going to be 52-53.
From Big Fork, Minnesota, it is Backwood Bots.
And rounding off the Red Alliance is going to be 46-74.
From Bemidji, it is Robotics.
Over here on the blue side of the field, make some noise. It's 32-75.
It's the Regulators from Cass Lake Pina High School.
Next to them, it's going to be 44-80.
From Uppsala, Minnesota, it's the UC Robotics.
And last but certainly not least on the field, it's going to be 56-53.
All the way from Babbitt, Minnesota, it's the Iron Mosquitoes.
There's our Master of Ceremonies, Natalie Sparkles, giving us the teams out here for this third match of the day. 33 matches, right?
I believe so, yep.
Yeah, I think so. I double checked.
I
thought that's what I saw.
It's 30. They reran the schedule. I think it's 30 total.
Okay, yeah. 33 was, but then we had a couple last-minute cancellations.
Correct,
there, so.
yep.
Which will happen in any event.
Oh, yeah, nope, that's fairly common for an off-season event, especially when you've got teams from traveling, from 2 hours away. Things come up, and, part of the game.
Something else that we see out, too, during the announcements, lineups there. Words escape me sometimes. Teams with the flags, and if you come here, you'll see the buttons and everything else too. And what can you tell us about that, Ryan, here as that part of the competition?
Definitely, yeah. So when we talked about team roles, right, you've got kids who do mechanical, electrical, programming. A lot of teams and a lot of the best teams, they have a business department or a marketing department on their team. And the marketing and business department, they're in charge of things like branding and team swag, we call it. So buttons, flags, handouts basically that teams will give out in their pit area to passersby.
And that business part, a lot of these teams, robotics is expensive.
Oh, yeah.
It is, with the travel being a huge one. And obviously you got to buy the parts for the robot, but doing all that, a lot of fundraising goes involved, and learning how to do that marketing or going and talking to groups too is another part of what these kids learn.
Absolutely, and yeah, I'm a first-year head coach, like I mentioned, so fundraising has been my life for the last 3 weeks. It is expensive to run these programs, minimum of $10,000 a year. The registration fee for your event is $6,000, and then a bare bones budget is $4,000 on top of that. So yeah, I mean it's a lot of fundraising. The top teams in the world, some teams in FRC have a $250,000 a year budget.
It's
insane. Some of them. It's rare, but
bigger than some small businesses. As far as their marketing and everything too.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No. There's some teams out there that are just insane.
Yeah. As we look here, right, for this third match here, first time out for these two, are we seeing some similarities between match 1 and 2 here as we get ready for number 3?
Definitely, yep. Everyone's still getting into a groove. All the robots on the field are in their first match, so it'll be, until teams get into their second, third, fourth match, it'll be similar, feeling it out level of play.
All right.
All right, drivers behind the lines.
Let's go.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
And all bots loading up with the cargo, and here we go, drivers to line. And 56-53 with a couple shots of cargo. 4480 getting ready to shoot. And 64-53 lines up and shoots. And 44-80 and 56-53 getting ready to shoot. Everybody trying to fill up with that cargo.
One minute remaining in match number 3.
And 64-53 and 46-74 getting on the run.
That whistle signifies 30 seconds left in the round.
And 2 blue and 2 red hanging. And 32-75 trying to add. $52-53.
3, 2, 1.
And that's the end of the match. We'll have the winner shortly.
All right, as that third match in the books and just kind of looking out, looks like it could be a close one here.
Is the Red Alliance.
Wow, you weren't kidding.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I'd like to point out there is you didn't have a high goal scorer there. There were no like elite top tier upper hub scoring robots, but there were a ton of robots that were designed to shoot a couple of balls, play defense, and then were very effective at climbing. I believe these are the first traversal climbers we've had today. I think that all of the robots that are out there on the field, they have a place on a playoff alliance. Typically, you want to pair an elite high goal scorer with a team like the ones we saw that are super reliable at climbing and can play defense and can score in the low goal. I think that we've seen a little bit of everything so far, and it'll be fun to see it come together. And as the alliances change throughout the day, how teams work together.
Yeah, as they do that, and can't quite see here, but just as we look. Individuals in that top row of the bleachers, they got the pen, they got the paper, they are tracking who is shooting well, who is climbing, whose automation is on point here early on.
Oh, yep, they're all scouting. I'm actually doing it from here because I just can't help it. I'm counting the number of makes and misses that each team has, and it's once you're a scout, you're always a scout. You can't watch a match the same way.
Yeah. Okay, well, here as we got some interviews coming your way here. Mac, take it away.
All right, thanks, Jake. And joining me now, again, finishing up your match here. Great stuff out there. It really seemed like you guys were pretty comfortable out there when it came to the climbing at the end of there.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've done it. We focused on our climbing to build the robot, so that's the thing we're most confident in.
And then, when it came to your strategy, obviously you mentioned that you guys focus on the climbing aspect of it. But, for you, how long have you been kind of going with robotics, and how long have you been, doing this, and what got you into it?
So, what got me into it was Iron Man was my favorite superhero, and that was kind of like a robot, so I wanted to do this. I joined in 6th grade out of a technicality because I did a programming camp that year, and then I was driver for about 3-4 years now because our last guy left and I was always the one that expressed that I wanted to do it.
Okay. And I would say this, I'm a Spider-Man guy, so I appreciate the Iron Man side of it, but the other side of this too is that for your group as a whole, what's it kind of been like in your pit and being able to have fun like this with some of your teammates there?
It's really fun. We have sort of a special situation. We only had 4 guys for around 2 years, and now we're back up to 8, so we got more work going on, and we'll have a easier time getting our stuff fixed.
And then, do you feel like it's an advantage for you guys kind of getting a chance to get in there early on, early on in the day here and be able to kind of take a look at what went well for you guys, where you guys can improve and kind of adjust from there?
Yeah, that's a huge advantage. We'll be able to change some stuff around, maybe make our cargo shooter work a little better.
All right, well, hey, good luck to you, and looking forward to seeing how you guys do the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Jake.
All right, thank you, Mac, there. As we wrap up our Enbridge interviews there, we'll take a moment here just to kind of pan around. Mac, we'll let you stay there in the view as we just kind of look at the arena, look at the pits a little bit, and talking about going on there, some of the things, Ryan, there, what have you seen here? What else do you want to let people know here, too? We talked about you as a coach, and kind of being the scouter and that thing. So what are things to look for during those matches?
Yeah, so one thing I would say is right now as we speak, teams are talking with their future alliance partners, and they're formulating a strategy. We talked about the scouts. The scouts are figuring out who can play the game, who's effective, what are they effective at, and the scouts are feeding information back to other members of the team. And the other members of the team, they're figuring out, okay, well, we can do this, you can do that, our third alliance partner can do that. How do we all fit together, and what do we have to do to beat the alliance of the other 3 teams that can all do, their own thing? So they're formulating a way to play the game that might be different from match to match and depending on their teammates and who they're against. My team tomorrow, we're fully intending to play defense in some matches, and we'll be scoring in other matches, just depending on who we're playing against.
Yeah, and again, you get to get. Okay, so that's for the Alliance. When you have each match, you have a few minutes in between, but how quickly or how much time do you get to say, all right, hey, you do this, I'll do this here, just for our regular matches?
Yeah, with in-season events, you've got like 60 teams at the event, and you've probably got, a half hour to an hour to figure all that out. With 22 teams at an event like what we have here today, you're talking about, like, you'll finish a match, and then you've got to go get back in line for your next match. You've got, 10 minutes max to figure things out at some times. So it's a lot of, sometimes it'll be negotiating, sometimes 3 teams will all want to climb, and there's really only room for 2 teams up there. So there could be negotiations, and that's where data and scouts come into play, because you can say, hey, my data has you doing this. And you can use that to kind of figure out your plan.
All right, we'll turn it back over to our Master of Ceremonies, Natalie Sparkles.
Out of Frazee Burgess High School, it is Chaotic Robotics.
Joining them is going to be none other than 8422.
Hailing from Pillager, it is the Husky Howlers.
And next to them, I'd like to welcome 3313.
Our host team from Alexandria, Minnesota, it is Mechatronics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 3102.
From Nevis, Minnesota, it's the Techno Tigers.
Joining them on the field is going to be 3134.
It's the Accelerators from Cass Lake, Minnesota.
And last but not least, please welcome 4623.
From Little Falls High School in Little Falls, Minnesota, Flyer Robotics.
I can't have you wandering like that. Sorry. Stay here. Yep. With a quick break here before we start, too, once again, just want to say thank you to all the sponsors here that you see throughout our broadcast coverage today, making it possible for us to be here as we head to our next match.
Go!
And in autonomous play, we've got cargo loaded up and shots fired. And 3102 gets in the upper rung. And here we go, drivers. And 4539 up to the upper rung. Upper hub, excuse me. 4539 with another shot. 3102. And 3313 is loaded up. And 3102, another shot in the upper hub. And 3134 with a shot in the lower hub. And all teams trying to...
1 minute remaining in match number 4.
And 8422 already in the rung. Trying to get up on that traversal rung. And 3134 also in the hangar.
that whistle, we have now entered the last 30 seconds of the match, which is the end game. Robots will start to climb to score extra points for their alliance.
And 33-13 and 84-22 already in the rungs. And 3102 is trying to get up as well.
3, 2, 1. That is it for match number 4.
There, the fourth match in the books too, and yeah, as we see again, getting the hangers going for both teams. See what the scores say.
That wins match number 4 is the Blue Alliance with a score of 50-33. Blue Alliance will take 3 ranking points. The red team is not walking away empty-handed with 1 ranking point.
Yeah, a little advantage in the cargo. The taxi there, the maybe the bigger difference there in that match.
Well, yeah. Well, one thing I'd like to point out is that 84-22, they were up on the traversal rung with about 32 seconds left. And so the reason that they would have done that is it's critically important that you get that 1 ranking point that they got. They got that because they went early and they made sure they were up there. They didn't have to rush it. However, being up there for 30 seconds, they left a little bit of meat on the bone. They could have been playing defense or scoring for at least another 15 to 20 seconds. And that's just a first match thing. They don't know how long it's going to take them to climb. New drivers, they're figuring it out. And so what I would say is look for them to climb a little bit later and contribute more during teleop prior to climbing.
All right, let's head back over. Mac Robinson here with more of our Enbridge Energy post-match interviews.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate that. And now I'm joined by Ethan from the Mechatronics. And Ethan, what was your game plan here going into this first match here initially?
So, because we were a low goal shooter, we were planning to try to cycle balls. Unfortunately, our shooter broke, so we had to instead change our plan to do defense. That worked out pretty well. We didn't get the chance to climb, but we're hoping we can show that asset later on.
And then, when it comes to your group overall, do you have anybody in new positions, at least new drivers, anything like that for you guys?
Yeah, we're trying to test out new drivers, seeing who's good for the next season. I myself am trying to be the drive coach. That's interesting. Yeah, but our team is fairly new this year because a lot of our older members graduated.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And so, Ethan, for you then at that point, as that new driver coach, how has that been for you, at least as a new experience there for yourself then?
It's interesting because I have had some training and years as a driver. It's a little bit easier to direct other people on it, but it's definitely a new experience that I have to learn.
And then, for you guys too, you guys have one of the earlier matches. Do you think that gives you a little bit of an advantage to kind of see your strategy, see where you guys can adjust and go from there for the rest of the day?
It kind of does, because other teams can also see it earlier, which is a benefit, but at the same time, we still have the same number of matches, so we have the same number of times to improve.
Okay, well, Ethan, congratulations, and hey, looking forward to seeing how you guys do the rest of the day.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Jake, back to you.
There we go. Thanks, Mac, there, as a little video
job,
interference there that time, but that'll happen,
Just like robotics,
Yeah.
I mean, you got to troubleshoot. We'll work through the issues. It'll get smoothed out throughout the day, just like the teams will on the field.
Yeah. Okay, so mentioned the automation there earlier, and you mentioned you get the double points, for your score, but even just being able to back over the hanger, yeah.
It's the tarmac.
The tarmac, that's what I was thinking.
There's so many terms within this program, and they change from year to year. So it's really, I'll say a term, and it'll be a term from, 2016. If you're around the program long enough, that just happens to you.
All right, well, I'm going to want to ask another question about that, but to focus on that, get the points you can, and also you talked about just going up on the hanger early that last match, too, and giving yourself that extra time to do it. It is hard to practice because I don't think any school really has an arena where they can go out on a Tuesday and truly practice a match.
So yeah, the field we're on right now, not all the field elements, but the perimeter and then both ends, it's like a $25,000 purchase for a team. The one we're using is actually 3102 Nevis, Minnesota. They purchased the field like, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago now. It's been a while, but they don't use it every day. Just like you said, you can't go out on a random Tuesday and use a full-fledged field and get used to it, right? Some teams operate out of a broom closet. Some teams have, a nicer facility, more room. It varies school to school, but yeah, everyone's got their own practice set up at home, and none of them are going to do a perfect job of simulating an on-field real experience. It's not like a football team where you go, you find a patch of grass, and you're good to go.
Yeah, the space requirements for it here is you see it taking up a good portion of this gymnasium and able to do that. But I do know that there are some events, some scrimmages where teams work together where they do get those opportunities on the full arena.
Yeah, and the NMRC group itself is a great example of that. Nevis shares their field with others, and they enable other teams to use a lifelike field. Those teams contribute field elements to the field to make it all more realistic. So collaboration really is the name of the game.
All right, as we get our teams announced for match number 4.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 32-75.
From Cass Lake, Minnesota, it is the Regulators.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 42-38.
From Belgrade, Minnesota, Resistance Robotics.
Joining them, we have 88-78.
It's the Ashby Aerobots from Ashby, Minnesota.
And last but not least, we have 25-03.
From Brainerd High School, it's the Warrior Robotics.
Here's we get set for our next match. Just flash over here to the pits. So you can see a little bit there too. Still a little bit of pixelation there with our camera there. As there we get the good view of our pit area. You can see the teams working on their robots in between matches, making sure everything gets ready and able to make sure everything can get going for the next time out in the arena.
Yep, just like NASCAR, you got to have a good pit crew.
It don't got to do it in 13 seconds, though.
Not quite. Nope,
no.
You got 10 minutes, probably.
Okay,
give or take.
All right. Now we're getting to the part here where we're seeing more teams that are on here for the second time out.
Every team now is connected to the field one time. This should be everyone's second match, and I would expect the level of play to start, going up.
Yeah. Yeah, they have that sense of what other teams want to do, what they were able to do, and able to go through here. So we're going to see if we get the thumbs up coming our way here shortly, or if we got another second. Looks like we're good to go.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And with an early shot, it's 25-03 into the lower hub. And here we go, drivers. All bots trying to load up with that cargo. And 3294 lines up. And 8878 with a couple of shots into the upper hub. 2503 in the lower. And 3294 into the lower hub. 4238 and 2503 both with shots.
One minute remaining in match 5.
And 3275 with a shot. 3294 also with a shot into the lower hub. And 2503 already on the upper rung. 4238 heading over to the rung.
30 seconds.
3294 with a shot on the upper hub. 5253 is already on the high rung. All three Blue Alliance robots trying to get on the upper rung.
Three, two, one. That is it for match number 5.
And 3 of the blue teams up on the rungs, 1 on the red.
Here come the scores.
Match number 5 goes to the Blue Alliance. With a final score of 43-22, the Blue Alliance is taking home all 3 ranking points.
There as they come out, and we should just point out that in these matches here, Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, that's just the side you're on. It's not, hey, the blue wins them all, red wins them all, any extra points or anything for that.
Correct. Yep. Teams are going to be blue and red throughout the 8 qualification matches today. One thing I'd point out from that match is you saw over 60% of the total points come from the hangar zone for the Blue Alliance in that match, and they came away with the win. So you're gonna find repeatedly that the climb is going to be the most important element for a lot of the teams out here.
Yeah, certainly you're seeing that the last couple matches, especially where at least one team has gone out there, got early, get all the way up to that top bar.
Yeah, for me, like when I'm scouting teams and thinking about alliance construction, I classify them into different archetypes. And the archetype we're seeing really commonly out here today is that of a climb specialist. They're a team that they don't do a ton with cargo necessarily, but you know that they're locked in for that 15 points at the end of the game. And that's a huge boost for an alliance.
Here, as you see the team standings come out in front of us here, Accelerators, Techno Tigers, and the RoboJacks, as well as the Bogbots, all with 3 ranking points. Warrior Robotics picked up that 5 ranking points now, so they'll actually bump up to that top spot as of right now. See, kind of just with the new ones getting in, getting out there. So
yeah, So the ranking points, the standings will shift dramatically throughout the day. So we'll see that.
All right, and now we'll hear from Mac Robinson here with more of our post-match interviews.
All right, thanks, Jake. Appreciate it. I'm here with Dalton of the Backwoods Bots, and Dalton, obviously, we were talking before. This is relatively new for you. Only a couple years in with this, right?
Yep.
And so, for you, how's the experience been when it comes to the overall entire experience throughout all of this going on for you?
Well, it was a brand new thing when I joined, and then it kind of just became like basically a lifestyle for me, because I just it got me super into electronics and everything. So it's been really fun, especially with meeting new people and everything.
And then on top of it as well, it's been one of those things that interesting to watch, at least from my perspective. And so for me, at least, kind of getting a chance to see the electronic side of it, everything like that. What really got you into this overall?
Well, one of my good friends, his name's Scott. He's our driver, and he was like, you should come out and try it one time. It's pretty fun. I was like, I'll give it a shot, and then just stuck with it.
Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. And, for you mentioned that your friend a driver, what's it been like, with that whole group of friends that you guys have, on your team as well?
Well, there's been a couple of times that it's been a bit stressful, but other than that, he finally got it figured out on how to drive the robot well. And ever since he was in 9th grade, he's been driving, so it's been pretty fun.
That's been good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. And Dalton, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Jake.
Thank you there, Mac, as we look out again at the full arena. And, yeah, the party atmosphere here with the lights and everything going here, getting set up for our next match here, match number 6 on the day. They will have a intermission. It was scheduled for 10:45. I don't know if they're going to stick with that time or not, because I know Alexandria still has school today, so that's part of the reason that they're taking maybe an earlier intermission, or if because we are a little bit behind, if that gets pushed back. But
if you've ever been to a robotics competition before, the schedules are very fluid. So matches,
more like suggestions.
Suggestions, yeah. I mean, like if you're in the pit and you're looking at your schedule and it says you play at 10:45, plus or minus an hour, and it really can be. Currently, the event is running 40 minutes late. That's super normal for the beginning of an event. Every team connecting for the first time, there's more trouble. We're going to get into a rhythm here where matches are going to start happening every 7 or 8 minutes. Barring, you'll have issues here and there, but we'll get into a rhythm, and I think the event is going to go pretty smoothly from here on out.
Talk about connecting too. We should just talk about in that driver's box too, how they set up, how they get connected, so that the radio frequencies that they use to control the robot.
Yeah. So first, Robotics, they've got a thing called the Field Management System. It's the FMS. It's kind of the black box, the magic that makes all the robots connect without interfering with each other. Teams each have their own driver station with their laptop, their controllers, in a self-contained package that they set up within their area. There's a shelf on the driver station area. They plug it in via Ethernet, and they've got outlets there if they need to charge their laptop. And yeah, I mean, the FMS works its magic, and teams, once they've been up one time, typically it's a pretty automatic process for them to reconnect. If we find that they've got a wiring problem, we've got Rory here, who's our great FTA, and he can help diagnose a lot of things. Just he can look at a robot and he'll know within 5 seconds, oh, you've got to plug in X wire.
And we should mention too, Rory, Ben, everyone else here yesterday, taking the time to set everything up. We'll talk about that here after team introductions.
It's going to be 72-35.
From Red Lake, Minnesota, it is Red Lake Ogeechee Dog.
Joining them, we have 876.
Our only team from North Dakota, from Northwood, North Dakota, it is Thunder Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance is going to be 70-48.
From Fargo, North Dakota, it is Red River Rage.
Over here on the blue alliance, make some noise for 31-34.
The Accelerators from Cass Lake, Minnesota.
And joining them is going to be 59.
It's the Patriotics from Pequot Lakes.
And last but not least on the field, it's going to be 44-80.
From Uppsala, Minnesota, the UC Botics.
There's teams announced, as we were saying, everyone yesterday with the great job to get everything set up. I think it was like a total of like 12, 13 hours from the time they arrived to the time they got to head out there just to get everything in place for today.
No, it's a volunteer-driven program, and the NMRC has some of the best volunteers in the program that I've met. A lot of great people.
Certainly, and a lot of help too, and we see a little test on the robots too. As far as the start, we're seeing where some robots have that preloaded ball there, trying to get those points right away. Take us through what the rules were here for that and how you can do that.
Yeah, so all robots need to have their bumpers fully contained within the tarmac zone. What was interesting there is you saw the 876 robot rocking it back and forth. He's making sure it's perfectly positioned that their autonomous mode will function properly.
And it really is, it's got to be precise. It's a computer program.
1 inch off in some cases could throw
All right,
off your whole
drivers
auto.
behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And 72-35 with an early score in the lower hub. A lot of cargo flying into the upper hub. And drivers are now in control as all bots try to load up with some more cargo. And 876 with 2 shots in the upper hub. 2 more shots in the upper hub. And 876 with 2 more. 876s really got those shots coming in the upper hub. And 59-13 with a couple of shots in the upper hub. And 70-48 and 876 with shots in the upper hub. 59-13 shoots to the upper hub.
We have 1 minute in match 6.
And 59-13 with a shot in the upper hub. And 876 with a couple more shots in the upper hub. 72-35 trying to load up with some more cargo. 59-13 with a shot on the upper hub. 31-34 already on the high rung. 59-13 making their way up. And 70-48 already on the, almost to the traversal rung. Two Blue Alliance hanging. 44-80 also hanging. 3 upper. And 2 Red Alliance hanging on the rungs.
2-1. That is it for match number 6.
There's, we see everyone trying to get on the hangers there, just abandoning the cargo at the end of that match, too. And I think the red one's going to take it if I counted right, but.
It'll be close. It'll be really close. Thunder was balling out in that match. They put up a ton of cargo.
And here are the scores for match 6.
Oh,
it goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 70-69. That is a 1-point difference between the two alliances.
You'll notice
Blue will be
that
taking 3 ranking points. Red will be taking 2.
Despite the loss, they come out with 2 ranking points, and that's because they scored that 20 cargo threshold required for the cargo ranking point. They also got greater than 21 hanger points. So they, even though they lost, they're coming away with 2 ranking points, and really, that's just like a win.
Yeah, because again, the ranking points determine the order of that with those team standings here. As I don't know, you got those pulled up here. You want to go over those real quick?
Yeah,
see what you have.
The standings. So the live updated standings, the rankings are 31-34 is on top, 31-02 is number 2, 64-53 is number 3. And these are going to change dramatically throughout the day. A couple of teams I'd like to highlight. 59-13 is in 5th currently, and 876 is down at 9. And I would expect them to climb through the rankings as we keep playing. They balled out in that match. You don't put up 20 cargo without playing extremely well.
Yeah, and that's why we get multiple matches, multiple different team members there, so that it kind of averages out in that one. Here, as we'll have our post-match interviews. Just waiting for everyone to clear the arena there, take out the bots and do. I mean, they are heavy too. We got the carts. What were the weight specs and everything for this season?
So the maximum allowable weight for a robot in 2022 is 125 pounds for the robot, but that doesn't actually include the bumpers or the battery. When you add it all up, the bumpers, I think, can be up to 15 pounds. It might be 14, but in that range. And the battery is about 12 pounds. So when you add it all up, you're right around 150 pounds for the robot.
Yeah, which that's why we see a couple. And it can do some damage, too. If we've seen whether it's in competitions or not, where even it just falls off during the hanger run, too, and it's a lot of weight crashing down.
If you've mentored long enough, you've been run over by a robot. I've been run over by a robot. I've been speared by a robot. It's you prioritize safety in this program, but what you're doing is they're big, heavy machines, and you got to be careful with them.
All right, let's check back in here with Mac Robinson here with our post-match interviews.
All right, thanks, Jake. Appreciate it. And I'm joined here by Eli of Thunder Robotics. And Eli, what was the strategy for you guys kind of coming into today here?
I don't know. We just decided to do what we usually do in the season. I don't know. We didn't change up any plans at all. So we just score as much as we can and try to get climb as high as we can, I guess. So.
Well, I mean, hey, keep it simple. That's what you got to aim for at that point. But, Eli, the other part of it too, how long have you been doing this at this point, and what kind of got you into it?
I've been doing it about 4 years now. My brother and sister were in it before me, so they kind of told me to go in. So I was like, okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, all right. And, hey, you love to see it as well. And, you guys did a great job out there as well. What's it been like, being around your teammates and everything and kind of being able to, have you guys go out and compete like this and be able to participate in this together?
Yeah, it's a blast, man. We're all pretty good friends, so we always just have fun when we're doing anything, dude. Yeah, it's just always a good time.
All right, well, hey, thanks, Eli. I appreciate the time, and good luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Anytime.
Back to you, Jake.
All right, thank you, Mac, there with our Enbridge Energy post-match interviews. Remember, life takes energy. Find out more, including career opportunities with Enbridge Energy at enbridge.com. Here, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back more, ready for our next matches upcoming from the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
Yeah, I know. Here, I'll go on the other side. No, I guess we're
Okay. Oh, yeah. So just to let you know a little bit about the Gene Haas Foundation. Gene Haas is a machine tool builder in California, and he decided to put his own money away to give scholarships for manufacturing and competition teams. Recently, the Gene Haas Foundation has become a sponsor, a major sponsor and partner with FIRST. So I'm excited to be here today on behalf of the Gene Haas Foundation to present some big checks to some of you awesome schools, and which, by the way, it's a 5 or 10 minute, I would say, application. So come see me if you have a chance, or during lunch I give you a card, and it's real easy application, and you can also earn money for your team. So on behalf of the Gene Haas Foundation, I'd like to present a check for $5,000 sponsorship for the NMRC. All right, thank you. We'll be back with more presentations later. Okay. Yes, thank you. Congrats. Yes, all right, congrats.
There is the awards given out here. We'll have some awards coming up later today as well, too. Part of today's program. There will be the conference coach mentor of the year, team member award too as well. So we'll have that for you later today. Of course, that will be after the competitions, because that's when those things usually happen.
Starting us off on the Red Alliance, make some noise for 45-39.
From Frazee, Minnesota, it is Chaotic Robotics.
Joining them on the Red Alliance is going to be 46-74.
From Bemidji, Minnesota, Robo-Jacks.
And last but not least, make some noise for 56-53.
From Babbitt, Minnesota, it's the Iron Mosquitoes.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 76-77.
The Bodacious Bulldogs.
Joining them on this side of the field is going to be 32-77.
That's Prodigy.
And last but not least, please make some noise. It's going to be 84-22.
The Husky Howlers.
All right, as we continue on with our matches here, looking out at this one, both blue and red teams getting set, and thumbs up, waiting for one more. There we go.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And with a shot on the upper hub, it's 32.77. And now the drivers are up, and all bots are trying to load up with that cargo. And 56.53 with a shot in the upper hub. And here comes 76.77 with 2 shots. 56.53 with a shot on the upper hub. 76.77 and 84.22, both with shots. Ooh. 32.77 with a shot in the upper hub. 84.22 also with a shot in the upper hub. 45.39 tries for 2 and gets 1 in the upper hub. Whoa, 56.53 with a little overshot. 45.39 with an upper hub. And 56.53 as 32.77, a little defensive there. And 46.74 already in the rungs. Making the way to the high rung. 84.22 also in the rung area. On the mid-rise, trying to go for the high rung. 56.53 also making their way to the rungs.
That whistle signifies 30 seconds left in the round. Both teams will begin to start their end game climbing process. On the Blue Alliance, we have 84.22 already on the mid-rung. Red Alliance, we have 1 on the traverse rung. 56.53 falls off the middle rung.
And
meanwhile, 32.77 is going to try and climb the low rung. We have 5 seconds left in the round. 2, 1, that is it.
A lot happening in that match there is, ooh, yeah.
You see 56.53 took a tumble there. A lot of robots by this point in the season would have already fallen by now. It's not an uncommon thing. Obviously, when you're a driver and you tip your robot over and it falls from 7 feet in the air, you get a little bit nervous. So 56.53 right now, they're getting their pit crew ready to go, and I'm sure they've done this before. They'll check all their climbing systems to make sure they're functional for the next match.
Scores are in. Let's see which alliance will take it. It goes to the Red Alliance. With a score of 45-29, Red Alliance will take home 2 ranking points.
So you see Red Alliance walking away there with 15 hanger points. Obviously 56.53 falling took away their additional ranking point, which is unfortunate. That can sometimes be a difficult decision for a driver, is finding out when to stop, when to keep climbing and when to stop and take what you've got and bank your ranking point. Can be a difficult decision, and typically you're under a lot of pressure when you're making it. So it's a challenge for the teams out there.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of time to think about it because obviously you're rushing because only 2 minutes, and that 2 minutes goes quick.
Yeah, another thing I'd point out there is 76.77. You may have noticed that they stopped moving about halfway through the match, and the blinking light, the blinking orange light on their robot, it was solid. That's an indication of either a Wi-Fi break, the robot being disconnected from the field, which can happen for a number of reasons. One of the common ones is either a bad battery or the radio getting disconnected.
All right, well, we're going to connect here with Mac Robinson here for more of our Enbridge post-match interviews.
Here again by a member of the RoboJacks. What's your name, and thank you for joining me.
I'm Alia, and I'm on the RoboJacks. I am a control systems sub-team lead.
Okay, and how long have you been doing this, and what kind of got you into it?
I started my freshman year because I'm really interested in programming, and so I thought this was the best place to do like hands-on programming. So yeah.
Yeah, I can say it might be the most fun place to do the hands-on programming as well. But at this point as well, what's been a focus for your group as well, and kind of the strategy kind of going into today?
We have been really focused on getting to the traversal bar with our climber. So we actually, last year, we didn't even have a shooter, and we were only going for a traversal bar. So hopefully getting the rank point, the 15 points for traversal, 2 points for getting off of the mat. And now we have a shooter that we just shoot in autonomous. So we get a total of 19 points total if we achieve what we're hoping to achieve. So.
And then the other side of it too, I always love seeing the team dynamics and seeing how everybody kind of interacts with each other. What's it been like for you guys in your pit?
I think it's pretty fun. I think sometimes we get stressed out, so we have to just remember that we're here to have fun, that we're here to learn, and that actually when we are more relaxed, we perform better and we have a better time. So that's kind of what we've been working on.
All right, perfect. Well, hey, thank you for the time and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Jake.
All right, thank you there, Mac. As we continue on there, again, our interview is brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Remember, life takes energy. Maybe talked about it a little bit with the design last year, only the shooter getting the climber this year too. Ryan, let's break down design a little bit here. Some of the different things that everything is a different thing when you go robot to robot here for these teams.
Totally, yeah. So when you get into the year, you get the new game. It's a ton of information thrown at you at one time. It's a 70-page long manual. You've got the game animation, which is a 2.5-minute animation or summary of how the game is played. When you get that as a team, you've got to diagnose how do you want to play the game in order to contribute to an alliance and achieve your objective. Teams all have different objectives. Some want to go to the World Championship and win it. Some want to just get drafted at their local event. But I thought it was really cool. I love hearing from teams that they have a goal in mind. Their team knew they wanted to climb. At the beginning of the year, they set that out as an objective. They said, no, we're not going to do cargo, because if we try to do cargo and climb, we might not accomplish either. We're going to build within our means, and we're going to build a climber. And you know what? They've got a good climber. They're going to get drafted to play in the playoffs for their climbing ability. I also think it's really cool that they added the ability to do an autonomous shot. Most likely during the season, they identified that as a weakness, as, hey, we're leaving 4 points on the table. We need to find some way for the off-season and team development, team training, to add to our robot, add to our capabilities, and give ourselves an even better chance to come out and perform well.
Yeah, and when you're able to build it and just be that consistent that this is where we're at here, that's a good thing too, and especially because not everyone has a climber. So someone in the alliance selection above you says, hey, I need a climber. There you go.
I'll take the team that climbs to the traversal rung 10 times out of 10 over the team that can climb to the traversal rung 5 times out of 10 and score 10 points in cargo.
All right, let's head back down here to Mac Robinson with more of our Enbridge interviews.
All right, and thank you very much, Jake. Appreciate it. And I'm joined by one of the volunteers here today, Ryan. And, Ryan, we were talking a little bit before, but, you've had a lot of experience going from, competing in these events to now volunteering at this point.
Yeah, I started as a team member back in 2012. Did that for 4 years throughout high school. Graduated, went to college, came back as a mentor back and forth while I was going to college, and now I work in private industry, and I'm still kind of here volunteering at the bigger events. So not with just one team, but multiple teams now.
Well, and that's always great to see you kind of giving back as well. Obviously, it's something that you cared about doing and going through and, obviously competing. And so for you, what was it that got you into it to start at that point?
It was just the building. I liked being in the shops. I like creating things that have never been built before. And, it's wide open. You can do whatever you want to try and make this problem work for you. And that's always been really interesting to me.
And then what's something that, you've seen now as a volunteer that, you might not have really realized when you were competing back in the day?
Just the amount of work that goes into the events, the volunteers that you need, the field that's got to get set up, all the organizing of it. You used to just show up and it's like, here it is. let's go play. But there's a ton of work that happens in the background to make this happen, and that's the biggest difference that I've seen.
And then is it almost kind of similar to, having your team, having, your members in the pit, with your fellow volunteers at that point as well to kind of work together?
Yeah, it's like the family just got a little bit bigger, It's like you go from 5 people to a community of 100, so.
All right, Ryan. Well, hey, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it, and thanks for volunteering here today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, sending it back to you, Jake. Take it away.
From Brainerd, Minnesota, it is the Warrior Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have 72-35.
Hailing from Red Lake, Minnesota, it is Red Lake Ogeechee Dog.
Over here on the blue side of the field, make some noise for 64-53.
From Kelliher, Minnesota, the Bogbots.
Joining them on the blue lines is 44-80.
It's the UC Botics from Uppsala High School.
And make some noise for 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, the Thunder Robotics.
There, maybe heard there after the introductions a little bit too. The team chants coming in here. Another aspect of it here. There's all these little things that you don't always notice right away until they happen.
No, you hang around the program long enough, it all becomes normal.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots are off in autonomous mode, running off of pre-programmed instructions. We have a human player trying to toss one in from the human player station. 876 is up and in up the upper hub for 2 points. Human players step up and take control of their robots. 876 shoots one in the upper hub but misses the second. 876 again up with 2 and 2 are in. 2503 is going to put one into the lower hub for 1 point. 876 from downtown, they shoot 2, miss 2. Robots scrambling to gather cargo and shoot it into their upper and lower hubs again. 876 up with 2 and in. Eight, 7, 6 again, loaded up with 2 cargo. They shoot from way downtown. They miss both. 64-53, 1 into the lower hub. 8-7-6 again, up with 2 and in with 2. 25-03 is going to begin climbing in their hangar.
1 minute left in the round. 1 minute remaining.
8-7-6 up with 2, in with 2. 64-53 going to begin climbing in the blue hangar. Meanwhile, 25-03 is safely on the lower rung. 64-53 has traversed from the middle rung to the high rung.
30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining in the match.
8-7-6 again up with 2 cargo in the upper hub. 31-02 going to try and score some last second points in the lower hub. They back away from that. 8-64-53 is on the traverse rung for 15 total points. 44-80 going to try and get up there as well.
So really quick, you saw Thunder rush over at the very end to try to get a last second hang. They should have scored a cargo to get to the cargo ranking point. They were sitting at 19, and 20 is the extra ranking point, and they already had the hangar ranking point in the bank with their other 2 alliance partners. That's something that they're going to fix going forward, I'm sure.
Yeah, just Little things to iron out.
Little things, and it's one ranking point. And when I'm going through an event with my teams, I always count the number of ranking points we leave on the table, and each of them are painful. But at the end of the day, they're just going to keep use that to improve, essentially.
Yeah. So we'll have the scores coming in after this match. We'll have to break for lunch and everything for the participants there, just the way it's working here today with the time frame of Alexandria Schools. We'll talk about that here in a sec.
And we have the Blue Alliance 62-30.
There, so picking up the victory, 2 ranking points there
and
for
just
Blue.
a note also, we have the Industry Expo in the gym right next door. So if you want to head over there and check it out, please feel free to do so.
There we are. So as I was saying there, the intermission coming up now here for these teams, so that kids can go get the lunch, get everything there, maybe even just a little extra time to work on the robots as well here. So we'll break away here shortly, or we'll just take a pause as well too for our stuff. So first handful and a half of matches, Ryan, here. We've seen some really good stuff. What's your impression so far?
I mean, you can already tell the level of play is increasing as teams have gotten out on the field. We're 8 out of 30. We're almost a third of the way done with qualification matches. Certain teams are definitely standing out from the pack. I mean, you've got 59-13 and 876 who are, my terms, balling out. I think they're absolutely dominant out there. When I'm looking forward to the playoff matches, you've got Alliance captains. Currently, I don't believe either of them are. Well, so 59-13 is sitting at second, and Thunder 876 is sitting at sixth. If one of them doesn't end up as the 1 seed, things will get really interesting for the playoffs, because you'll get those two split up. If either of those teams ends up as the 1 seed, I would expect one to pick the other, and then the rest of the teams in the field are going to have an uphill battle to try to beat them.
Yeah, we'll certainly be interested to see how that breaks out, or how they match up come the ranking or alliance times. Yeah, so we'll see what the afternoon. Still 8 in, still got about 22
left.
Yes.
Yep.
And I think again.
And I'd like to point out 31-34 at the top of the pack. They've got among the higher hanger scores in the entire field, which is indication that their alliances have been climbing effectively. Now that could be a function of strategy, or that could be a function of them being effective with their own climber, essentially.
All right, before we hit intermission, let's go back here to Mac Robinson here with our Enbridge post-match interviews.
All right, thank you very much, Jake. Appreciate it. I'm joined by Kayana of the Techno Tigers, and it really seemed like you guys were able to get aggressive out there on there as well. What was the kind of strategy that you guys had kind of going into this?
So we were just planning on shooting as many balls as we can, and then we didn't focus on the monkey bars. We were planning on just climbing mid so that we could cycle as many balls as we could and then get a few extra points for climbing. Now,
I just got to point out, too, I know you can't necessarily see it on the camera, but again, fantastic shoe choice. Fantastic light-up shoe choice. There we go. Love to see it. Again, just love to see it. For you... Yeah, right. But, what was something that, really kind of brought you to robotics especially, and what kind of got you into it?
Yeah, so all of my siblings were in it, and so then that kind of made me, and then the mentors bugged me every single day, like, hey, are you joining this year? Are you joining this year? So there's that, and then once I was in, I was like, I'm hooked.
And then, what's it been like, too? Obviously, everybody talks about different teams, everything like that, but, for you in the pit, what's it been like for you guys?
Oh, it's so nice. Like, I love how everybody's just like, you can ask for anything, and they're like, here's this, here's that. If you ask for help on anything, somebody in the pit is going to know, and yeah.
All right, well, and the other part of it, too, is that obviously we're so early on here today. Do you think it kind of gives you guys like a good look to be able to, adjust and kind of adjust your strategy throughout the day?
Yeah, for sure. And it's also, I really like this because new members get a little taste on what an actual regional is like.
All right, well, hey, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it, and again, love the shoes.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, Jake.
All right, thank you, Mac. Here, as again, our interview is brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Well, Ryan, anything else to add before we go to intermission?
No, I think it's a great opportunity for the teams to kind of re-gear. They've learned what they've learned at the beginning of the day, and they're going to get their robots working, go eat lunch, and we'll come back and have some more great matches.
All right, so about 40 minutes from now is when we will resume here, so we will take the break. Let them do their stuff, and we'll be back. So thanks for joining us here on yourliveevent.com. Stay tuned, more to come here in about 40 minutes.
Alrighty. Welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. I am Jack. I am here at the Northern Minnesota Robotics. It does feel like a fight sometimes, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah, it's not quite BattleBots, but it's not too far off.
Yeah, but we are at the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships here in Alexandria. We just got back from lunch. It was delicious, I will say that. The pasta is sitting heavy in my tummy right now.
Do my best not to fall into a food coma over here.
I was going to say, I was like, oh, this is a little dangerous, but it was delicious. I don't regret it whatsoever.
I'm with you.
So we're actually just getting into it, so we're actually just going to toss it, or maybe not.
Within about 30 seconds, we'll be kicking off the first match after lunch, which will be qualification match number 9 out of 30 today. We probably got about 2 hours of qualification matches left, and we'll get into the rest of it after that.
Alrighty. Well, I'll say this. Before we get started, anything that stood out, I don't want to call it the first half, but in the morning, anything that had stood out in the morning.
Yeah, man, I was saying earlier, I think that the biggest thing is teams are working the kinks out. They're getting new drivers involved. I think we're going to keep seeing teams changing their drive teams, but we'll see it kicking off now.
All right.
Round 9 is underway, and robots are running off of pre-programmed instructions. The human player on the Red Alliance drains it, but it bounces out. The drivers step up to operate their robots. 56-53 launching 2 cargo up for the upper hub. 1 misses, 1 goes in. Again, 56-53 shooting 1, scoring 1. 33-13 Mechatronics. They pick up a cargo, drop it into the lower hub for 1 point. 42-38. Shoot 2 cargo, 1 goes in, 1 slightly misses the target. 32-94, shoots 2, 1 goes in. 2 robots on the Blue Alliance scoring. Oh, Blue Alliance goes in and out of the upper hub. 52-53 trying to get some cargo from their human player. Meanwhile, 56-53 is on the attack again, scoring 1 in the upper hub. 33-13 scores down low.
1 minute left in the match. 1 minute.
52-53 beginning their climb in their hangar, gonna start from the middle rung. 32-94, 56-53, both trying to score in the upper hub. They both miss. We have 84-22 on the Blue Alliance beginning to climb over in the Blue Alliance hangar. They are on the middle rung trying to grab onto that high rung. They just barely miss. Enough time to try
30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds.
52-53 is traversed from the middle rung to the high rung. We have 2 robots hanging on the Blue Alliance. 84-22 all the way up to the traversal rung for a high score of 15 points. 56-53 joins 84-22 on the high rung. Mechatronics trying to climb there up on the... All 3 blue robots hanging. We have 1 hanging on the red.
You see 84-22 there with the reliable traversal climb. Blue Alliance pulling off a double traversal. And I think all 3 robots are actually up in the air, so that's a pretty good showing.
No, and I'll say this, I was lucky, I'm not going to lie. I love that I'm here for the second half of this because I was able to kind of just walk around and actually watch everything.
Right.
And excuse my just ignorance of not knowing what it's called, but I call it the getting dunked on segment, right? Because I'm like, oh, cool. They're basically shooting basketball hoops and everything else, and like this is like hanging on the rim after you dunk, right? I love this, and I've noticed there's so many different like hooking systems.
Definitely.
There.
So I mean, yeah, every team comes up with their own design. They're ultimately trying to solve the same challenge.
Right.
They take a million different ways to get there, though. But what I would say is the Blue Alliance there, that was a show of force, getting 3 robots up off the ground, 2 on the traversal. At this event, that's going to win you. That alone would win you half the matches at this event.
So, I guess, and again, just being the everyman, just kind of watching this for the first time, I mean, is it more important, because ever so often you do see, even before the 30-second whistle blows, like you have somebody trying to climb early. Is that something that is there where it's like, hey, you can do that from second 1?
Yeah, oh yeah, you could go climb right after autonomous mode if you wanted to. Most teams at this point of the season, they have a number that they've written down that they know, like, hey, we have to go climb at 45 seconds to be able to guarantee those points. For most teams, it times out to be between 30 and 45 seconds. You know, some teams in the world can do a 7-second traversal climb.
Alrighty. Well, we actually have Mac Robinson standing by here with a interview. We're going to toss to him right now.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm here with Resistance Robotics, and guys, for you guys, it seemed like you guys were really attacking that 2-point goal there in the middle there. What really was your guys' strategy, coming into the match here?
For trying to get to the rung, or for the 2-point on top?
Just kind of overall strategy going in and as it kind of went on.
Yep. Well, we had a lot of troubles with getting the distance right, so we worked on that, and we got it down so that as long as we're kind of in that tape line, we should be able to get it. Sometimes it bounces around and bounces out, but it seems the closer we get, it usually will stake in better. But yeah, we shoot for the top one.
And then, for all of you guys too, how long have you guys been in robotics at this point? Kind of what got you guys interested in it?
I'm a junior, and I've been in it since 7th grade. Yep. So I think what got me interested in it was learning more about just how to build stuff, working with machinery. I didn't have much exposure to that, so I wanted to learn those life skills of being able to build and work with electronics.
Perfect. What about you?
I'm a senior, and it's my first year in robotics. I went to a couple practices last year and saw how cool the robot looked, and I was like, that'd be a fun thing to join. Why not? Looked pretty neat.
What about you?
I've been in it for 3 years, and it was the same reason as him.
Okay. Yeah, and that's always it's always great. And the other side of it as well is the fact that you guys it's always a team dynamic, and for you guys in your pit, what's it been like for you guys to be able to kind of work alongside each other, and what's the overall kind of feel been like with you guys throughout this year?
It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of camaraderie on the team. We're a fairly small team. When I joined, I think we had 10, 13 people. Now we're up to close to 20, I believe.
I think we're at 20.
Yeah, and for a school of 300-400 kids, it's been a lot. We've gone through, we had a little bit of, we switched coaches at one point, so that was a lot. Yeah, it's a really good atmosphere. The practices are really fun. Yeah, you guys got more to add?
Not really.
All right, well, hey, thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate it, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Right back to you, Jack.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Mac. Now, I will say this. With everything we just heard there, it is amazing how young they're starting.
Yeah, I mean, 7th grade is abnormally young to begin an FRC program. That's some of the youngest. Usually the FRC program is 9th through 12th grade. But really, getting those extra 2 years, that's huge for team development.
Right.
If you get a 7th grader who's then a senior, you've got a student with 5+ years of experience in the program. That senior might as well be a mentor,
Right, okay. And before the tournament started, you actually were going through like mentor versus coach.
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, there are different terminologies. So, the head coach is like the lead mentor of the team. Different teams have different, names for it. But then mentors are a huge part of the program. So, beyond the head coach, like within football, you've got an offensive coordinator, a defensive coordinator. Within robotics, we call that mentors.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, we're getting set up here for the next match. Now, I will say this, and another thing I've noticed is there seem to be a lot of different, like, design is the word I'm looking for, of these robots. And again, like, I see kind of like an L shape, a almost guillotine looking thing out there as well. But, like, is there any regulation on, like, what you can and can't do when it comes to the design of the robot?
Yeah, there's a 70 roughly page manual that defines all the rules and the limitations. That I can go into more detail on that after this upcoming match, because it looks like we're ready to go.
Alrighty. And you are 100% right.
Red Alliance's human player throws one in. It bounces out, though. 59-13 scoring in the upper hub for double points. Teleoperated period is underway. Human players step up to control their bots. 45-39 Chaotic Robotics is lining up a shot. One is up, just short. Second shot is up for Chaotic. That one tumbles in for 2 points. Meanwhile, 76-77 gonna go for some down low. Cargo scoring, they get both of those in. Chaotic Robotics, again, 2 shots up, 2 shots in. 76-77 again, going for the low goal. It bounces off the chains and out. (64-53) gets one into the lower hub. Chaotic Robotics again, 2 up, 2 in. Red Alliance tries to match, but they only get one of them to drop. Heavy defense going on the playing field, trying to stop robots from gathering cargo and scoring. Again, Chaotic Robotics shoots 2, scores 2 in the upper hub. 76-77 going for 1 low hub score. They get that in. 64-53 just off target.
And 1 minute left in the match. 1 minute.
64-53 going to begin traversing in the hangar. Going to start off that middle rung. Chaotic shoots 1 up, 1 in. 46-23 tries to match. 46-74 is up hanging. They're trying to go from the middle rung to the high rung. They get that done. 64-53 from the middle rung to the high rung.
30 seconds left.
Gonna go for the traversal rung. They get that done. Is there enough time for 64-53 to try to go for the traversal rung? We have 2 robots hanging on the Red Alliance, 2 hanging on the Blue Alliance. 64-53 is on the traversal rung, so is 59-13.
3, 2, 1.
That is it for match number 9.
Alrighty. We are back. Now, during the match itself, I actually did hear you bring up the spin on the ball and the design and how difficult that is actually to tweak. Could you go a little bit deeper into that?
For sure, yeah. No, so it was difficult. So the upper hub is a fairly complicated mechanism as the scores come in here. Red Alliance taking it away. So the upper hub was difficult to replicate for teams in their own shops. So what they would find is they would shoot a ball with like a ton of backspin, let's say, and at their home goal, it was no problem. It went in, they scored, they thought they'd be good. They get to their first event, and they find that all that backspin or front spin on the ball causes it to jump out. You've probably seen that a number of times today.
Yes, absolutely. Now, so you're saying home court as in like, let's just call it a testing lab or something like that?
Back at their school, at their shop, right.
Okay, so even like, if it's good in the one spot, in the school, in the home court, and wherever, right, in the backyard, whatever.
Yep.
Just what is tweaking it to a point where, like, all of a sudden, yeah, no, it's completely going off?
Yeah, no. So teams would get here, they'd find out, oh crap, we've got way too much spin on our ball, and it's just shooting out of the goal. When you normally you'd score it at your home goal, right? But you get here and it doesn't work. So what they would have to do is some teams added like a second roller, so they would actually launch up like a knuckleball, and when the ball doesn't have any spin on it, it just sets in there and it scores more often than not. But that really does speak to the design challenges. There are these little small challenges built into the bigger challenge of the game.
And that, again, it is the most interesting thing because to somebody who is just coming in, seeing this for the first time and saying, oh, it's a robot shooting into a basket, everything else. But yeah, that's only such a small part of it.
Right. No, there's so many little things that coming in blind, it's like, oh, cool, robots doing cool things. Students can do it, so it must not be that hard. There's so many small details that do make it a significant challenge.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is just absolutely amazing, and just thinking like Mac had just talked with a competitor and everything else, like. And we talked about it, how young they start and everything else, where I'm sitting here going like, where was this? Like, I remember having like a little Connects thing like this, and that was my robotics class.
Right,
It was a Connects toy.
I'm very fortunate. There was a robotics program that started the junior year of my high school career, and I was on the team for 2 years, my junior and senior year. And that was enough to leave me sucked into the program that after that I became a mentor. And yeah, the program truly is addictive. I mean, you get into it, you're working with students. The purpose of it is to get them to pursue STEM careers when they're done with high school, and really just generally to prepare them for life after high school. A lot of teams, they operate kind of like a small business, and there's roles for people of all different kinds of interests within the program.
Absolutely, and it is crazy because I do, talking and saying like, hey, I'm going to do this. I'm covering the robotics competition, and obviously some people are like, God, dude, doesn't that like kind of freak you out a little bit with like how much robots can go in? And it's just, I always tell them like, it's not. I don't think it's scary at all. And again, a lot of those folks are like, oh, if you listen to Elon Musk and all that, with like, oh, AI, like, it's not that. It just isn't. This is amazing.
The goal of the program is to find the next Elon Musk and to inspire the next Elon Musk, the next innovators, the people that are going to solve the future medical challenges that we have, the other global challenges. We're trying to create the next innovators for the next generation.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hopefully we are talking to some of the next innovators here with Mac Robinson. We're going to toss it to him real quick.
All right, thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm here with the Patriotics, and guys, just when it comes to an event like this, what's it like for you guys to be able to kind of compete in an event like this here today?
Well, since it's my first time ever driving, it's pretty awesome, and we have a great robot from last year, so it's fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's a little nerve-wracking for being my first year driving, but it's still a lot of fun, and we've been doing pretty good on the climb, so.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I noticed with you guys, especially, the aggressiveness and especially going out and making sure you guys had your climbing there in order. Was that a strategy that you guys had going in?
It was a strategy, yes. We do try to get more balls. We didn't do too great last time, but we did get the climb, so.
Yeah, what he said, I don't know what else to say, so.
Well, and what got you guys interested in robotics especially here?
Well, this guy, since his brother was in robotics, so he said I should join, and I'm not doing anything like basketball or anything like that, so why not? And it was really fun. So
yeah, my brother was the driver for 2 years, and he got me really interested in this, and I'd gone to a couple events with him, and it was a lot of fun watching, so I thought I might as well join. It'd be a lot of fun to build the robot and continue watching and eventually driving. So.
Yeah, and you guys did a great job out there. It's been a great event so far. Looking forward to seeing how you guys do the rest of the day here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Jack. Thank you.
And thank you, Mac. Now, with what he just got, bring in the different positions. Is it something that you climb the ladder, you start here, and then you work your way up to the driver, or is it, you know what, you're pretty mean driving, so go ahead, let's just put you in there?
In teams that I've been on, the best video game player usually, like honestly, the skills are really transferable. I don't consider the driver to be the pinnacle of the team. The driver is usually a very heavily involved student, but it's not like something where you work your way up to become the driver. It's more, if you're really good at driving, you find your way into that spot, and then you practice a lot, then you become the driver. But there's other roles that I would put in a higher level of importance on the team. Team leadership throughout the build season. You've got typically students are build leads or electrical leads or programming leads. And really the back end work, the work that goes into building the robot to make it function, that is the core foundation of the team. And a lot of times that will also be the driver. The driver's just naturally heavily involved.
Okay. So the driver just seems to be the almost.
Kind of like the quarterback.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a wee bit quarterbacky, and
they're in a highly visible position. They're under pressure, and there's typically two drivers, a driver and an operator. The operator will control the functions on the robot, and typically the driver will move the robot on the field, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you have a wheels operator, the directional, and then you have I don't want to call it the functions.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So you've really got two quarterbacks out there, and that's a fair way to put it, I think. But there's so many other important positions on the team that make it all work.
Okay. All righty. Well, and I'm pretty sure we're about to get started here, but I will say this. I'm very excited because one of these hook.
The climbers?
The climbers, thank you. It looks like a Batman grappling hook. So I'm really excited for it. Let's check it out.
Launches one, scores one in the upper hub for double points. They pick another one up, ready to shoot. 32-77, launches one, scores one as well. Tele-operated period begins, and drivers step up to drive their robots. All 6 robots scrounging for cargo to try and shoot and score. $32-77 lining up. They launch one, score one in the upper hub. $32-75, they match it. $32-77 launches the second one. They get that one in the upper hub as well for 2 points. $32-77 launches one for the upper hub. They just miss outside. $31-02, they try to get 2 in the upper hub but miss both. $32-77 going up high again, launch 2, score 2. $32-75, they try to answer with 1. $32-75 trying to go up top again. They just miss left. Meanwhile, $32-77, they launch one and get it on the upper hub. $31-34, one in the lower hub. 2 up for $70-48, they make both. $88-77, the Ashby Aerobots, they have started their climb. Meanwhile, over in the blue hangar, $70-48 is going to begin their climb on the middle rung. $31-34 is going to join them.
30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds.
$31-34, they traverse from the middle rung to the high rung, and we have $31-02 joining $88-78 on the middle rung. 2 robots hanging for the Blue Alliance, 2 hanging for the red. Meanwhile, $32-77 continues to score cargo in the upper hub. 2-1, that is it for this match.
3.
All righty. Now, Ryan, I will say this. Before we jumped into it and after I squealed like a little child realizing one of them had a Batman grappling hook on it, it was 32.77. Not only was I just keyed in on that nearly the entire time, I noticed it was moving a little bit different than majority of the other robots here. Why is that?
Yeah, so they have a cool, a different style drivetrain, and they have wheels, and they're called Mecanum wheels. Basically, they've got 45-degree rollers all the way around them, and when you've got 4 of them in a certain alignment, you can actually travel sideways. Looks like the Blue Alliance takes the win there. On the back of a bunch of hanger points, and they actually scored 33 cargo points in that match. That's one of the higher outputs of the day.
Now, and I definitely want to get back to the drivetrain because that's absolutely crazy. So there's definitely different drivetrains, but I do want to get your opinion on the tactic of, hey, 2 of us are going to go and do the
hanger zone?
The hangers, thank you.
Yep.
One is just going to sit out there and continue. Again, 32.77 is going to sit back and just continue to
fire shots off. Yeah. So the basis of that is that the hanger zone can fit roughly 2.5 robots wide. So unless you've got a very special design, you're not going to fit 3 robots up on the traversal rung. And so it really only makes sense to have 2 of them go up early, get to the traversal, and then have your 3rd one come in late and try to get either a mid or a high climb.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No. So that's, man. Even just the size of the field itself is now a huge part of it, which I didn't even think. You legitimately blew my mind.
Yeah. No. So this is like my 10th game. You start to pick up on those things earlier and earlier the more you do it. I have to say that. We with the team that I was with, we had a good strategy team. We had a lot of students that were really into it, that really dug into the strategy and the metagame, essentially. And you catch things like that, and it's like, well, maybe on an alliance you don't need 3 traversal climbers. You might only need 2 because of the way the field is constructed.
Okay. In your opinion, do you think it's better, like, if there is the more calculated team, like, just like you were saying with the Blue Alliance, that was here. Is there the opposite end where it's just go out there, bang it together, shoot the baskets, get to the thing?
I think I don't want to say the majority. I think a lot of teams out there say, hey, let's do the main objectives, let's do everything. So they see, the game animation. Oh, cool, let's shoot in the high goal. That looks fun. Oh, right. Let's try to climb. And they try to just do everything. And sometimes maybe there's less thought put into it than other times. I will say that the top teams in the region, they put a lot of thought into why their robot does what it does. There's a lot of back-end information into their design decisions. So, for example, 5913 out here, they've got a turret on their robot. And a turret is effectively, they can shoot at the goal no matter what direction their drivetrain is pointed, which is super cool. It can automatically sense the target and shoot. And so that wasn't a mistake. That wasn't by accident. They did that because they know that they're going to be a top scorer out here. And to score under defense, they need to be able to score with their drivetrain getting hit by defenders.
I cannot wait to dig into that turret again, but Mac has another competitor ready to roll, and we are going to toss it to Mac real quick here.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm here with the regulators, and, Michael, Drew, what was your guys' strategy kind of going out there here, obviously, with this past match here?
So basically, we kind of went along. We kind of figured everything out. Like, as we were going along, we kind of learned each other's rhythms, like how we do things and whatnot. That's kind of what we did.
Yeah, and, for both of you guys, Drew, I'll start with you. Obviously everybody has the love of robotics here at this event, but, what got you into this, and how long have you been doing it?
So I've been doing it since the end of last year's season, and I sort of got
like my coach is also like one of like the shop teacher, and so I was doing really good in his classes, so he decided to rope me along for this. And he just like invited me on this, and I stayed.
That's great. That's great. And Michael, what about for you?
I've been kind of interested in this for a couple of years actually, but this is actually my first event, so this is like a learning experience for me.
All right, perfect. And, for you guys, I always love like the team dynamics, and, everybody talks about what it's like to work with each other in the pit. For you guys, what's the team dynamic been like for you guys?
It's like we're just like two learners. We're still learning, and we're trying to get each other's like groove and everything, get like connected.
Okay. And then what about you? Getting a chance to work with all your friends and everything like that in the team dynamic?
Yeah, I'd say we're just figuring everything out as we go along. We're learning things like all the time. We're
Yeah, no, for sure. And guys, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations, and looking forward to seeing how you guys compete for the rest of the day. Back to you, Jack.
And thank you, Mac. Well, before we get started here, I definitely do want to touch back on I believe you said 33-13.
Are you talking about the Macadam drive?
Oh, absolutely.
3277.
3277.
And actually, 4480 has one as well. But yeah, no, it's a cool drivetrain. It allows you to strafe to effectively go sideways. And for certain games, that can be a huge advantage.
All right. Now, I will say this. You were able to just go, hey, this one has it too. None of them have moved yet.
Yeah. Yeah, so
how were you able to discern, just be like, yeah, that one does that?
A lot of robot watching. You could call it a passion. Some might call it an addiction. I like to justify it by saying, hey, it's not the worst addiction you can have.
So it's an addiction.
It's an addiction. First step is acknowledging it. But yeah, no, it's I get to know the teams. I can name like a lot of their coaches. I've hung out with them in the downtime when we're not at Robots, and you get to know everybody. You get to know their robots throughout the year. It's just exposure to it and having a passion for the program. I'm far from the only one who could rattle off team names, numbers like that.
Oh, I mean, it does not surprise me. I'm looking at a full gymnasium right now.
It's full of people who could also do that, I'm sure.
Oh, and that's just absolutely crazy to me. It is so cool. Now, real quick, we do have a huddle around a certain robot. It seems like it's 3313. Or possibly it's 3. It might be 3313, I guess it is. So what's going on?
So 3313, that's how they prefer their name to get said.
3313.
I always say 3313 as well, and they corrected me. So 3313, they were just getting connected to the field. It seems like they were struggling with there, but it looks like the huddle is breaking up. They're likely connected to the field and good to go for this match.
Alrighty. Now,
by the way, the people in the orange hats, they're what we call CSAs. We've also got an FTA named Rory here. FTA is first technical advisor. He's in charge of the event. He is running the event, making sure teams connect. The CSAs are control system advisors. If they're wearing an orange hat, it means they likely know how to program. They definitely know how to wire. And they're the people that you call if you're having trouble with some kind of either programming or electrical aspect of your robot.
Okay. All right. So awesome. Awesome. Now, before we get jumping straight in, when you say get connected to the field, what do you just connected to your robot?
Yeah, so I mean, all 6 robots are connected via Wi-Fi to the field. It's the FMS, or Field Management System. It's a special black box that First Robotics competition has, for the FRC events. And I mean, I'm far from an expert in it. I can tell you the basics, but basically it's making the robots talk to the field and the field talk to the driver stations.
Okay. Alrighty. And I believe we're about to get started here, so we are going
gates are getting pulled up, and yeah, looks like we're about ready to go.
Alrighty, so let's switch over real quick here and watch some robotics conference finals.
Qualification match number 12 is underway. We have a human player throwing in from the Red Alliance. We are now in teleoperated mode. Human players step up to control their robots. All 6 robots frantically trying to gather cargo to score. 59-13 with 2 up and 2 in. 33-13 stepping up to the low hub. They got 2 in. $59-13, 2 up, none drop. 33-13, Mechatronics again has 2 in their robot, getting ready to score in that lower hub if they can get through. Meanwhile, 59-13, they shoot 2 in the upper hub. $33-13 on the far side of the field, gathering cargo. Meanwhile, 72-35, they shoot 1 into the lower hub for 1 point. 56-53, shoot 1 up. It's nowhere close to anywhere going in. 33-13, down low, shoot 1, shoot 2. They both drop.
One minute left in the match. 1 minute left.
56-53, trying to score 1 in the upper hub. They're a little too close and it bounces off. 59-13, they're a little too far away and both of their shots miss short. $59-13, 1 up, 1 in. 56-53 again, 1 up, and they shoot it wide to the right.
30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds
We
left.
have 2 red robots going to begin their climb in the red hangar. Meanwhile, 33-13 and 72-35 both score 1 in the low. 59-13 is traversing from the middle rung to the high rung. Meanwhile, we have 33-13 climbing up to the middle rung. 59-13 traverses from the high rung to the traversal rung for a 15 points.
Alrighty, a lot of things have happened here that I have 100 questions about. And we actually can see it right here on the screen and just in front of us. We do have 2 just red
cargo.
Cargo,
Yeah.
that's what we call them. Okay,
Yep.
cargo. That it just seems to be stuck on the release mechanism or what have you. So what is going on there? And it seems like the red team is going to take that one.
Yeah, so despite 2 cargo remaining on the upper hub for the majority of the match, there looks like the Red Alliance pulled it out with 51-21. They didn't really come close to the cargo ranking point. So it's interesting because having the cargo stuck up there on the upper hub, in theory, could contribute to a field fault and a match replay. But because, number one, it didn't impact the final score, the winner, and it also didn't impact the cargo ranking point, there would be no reason to call it a field fault, effectively.
Okay, so it could. I mean,
if the score would have been, 51 blue to 49 red, I think this match would get replayed because you're short by 2 cargo for the majority of the match. In theory, that'll contribute to slowing you down on the number of cycles.
So we're never going to get, and I do see some referees and everything else. Obviously, there's referees. You're never going to see a referee blow a whistle, jump in there in the middle of a.
Never.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of the safety of the program. So once the match begins, the gates are locked and all the robots are out there and the people are off the field. There will be nobody going onto the field until either the match ends or there's a field fault and they cut the match off early. And if you hear that, typically there will be a foghorn sound.
Okay.
It'll be like a wah wah, and then they'll kill the match early and they'll either reset or they'll schedule that match for the end of the day.
Okay. Alrighty. And now, and again, just kind of going back to the designs of this, like you talked about a. Oh man, I forgot how.
The Macadam drive or
no, the
turret.
The turret,
yeah.
which I didn't know what you were talking about for the first minute, and then
you saw 5913.
Then I saw it. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And that thing was just spinning around on its axis. So, what is the? Because that seems like such a big advantage to be able to shoot wherever and whenever.
So it's a huge advantage, but it's a huge technical challenge. So I like to think of it as, so you've got a limited time in the build season to build your robot, right?
You do?
Yeah, well, so you've got from kickoff up until your first competition. You've got that much time to get things figured out.
So seriously, the only thing, we're seeing half of this, honestly.
So, yeah, I mean, like, there's an entire build season leading up to the competition season's, like, only half the season, effectively.
Wow. And you, like, I don't mean to jump in because what you were saying was brilliant, but this is just crazy because we're really only seeing half of this.
Back in the day, First used to advertise their program as, quote-unquote, 6 weeks and $5,000. Teams would have 6 weeks to build their robots with a budget of about $5,000. Now, anybody in the program will tell you it's more like year-round and $25,000, but but basically, yeah, you've got a limited amount of time, and how you spend your time in the build season is a critically important decision. So 5913 has great capabilities in the build season. They had the ability to make a turret and still have an effective robot at their first competition. If many other teams were to try to do a turret, it would derail their their build season, and they wouldn't be ready for their first event.
Okay, alrighty. And with that being said, we do have Mac Robinson here with another contender. Mac, we're going to throw it to you right now.
Thank you very much, Jack. And I'm joined by the Iron Mosquitoes. And first of all, I got to say, probably the coolest team name that I've heard in a while. So kudos to you on that. But what was your strategy here coming into the match here today?
I think we just kind of did what we did last year, a little bit of everything. We've played defense, climb, shoot. It's been an interesting season, to say the least.
And then it seemed like you guys, in the middle of the match there, obviously lost a little bit of motion there. One, how did you guys adjust to that and, keep your composure, throughout that as the match was going on there?
So, most of the problems we have on the field, they're kind of like easily diagnosable because we had this issue before in past like regional events. Our belts they shred. So it's easy to tell, like, yeah, this is shredded. This, we can tell which side is shredded too, because if we put the joystick forward, it'll veer to whichever side is, this.
Okay, all right. And then, for both of you guys, one, how long have you guys been doing it? And two, what really got you guys into this?
So I actually just joined last year. I kind of got into it last year when I joined the robotics class that's offered at my school. And I'm like, hey, if I can build a drivetrain in class, what makes me think that I can't do it on the actual team and be an important help to it?
Yeah, and how have you liked it so far?
I've really enjoyed it. It definitely is a new experience, and it's very fun.
And then what about you?
So I joined back in 8th grade. I'm a senior now, and how I got into it was when I was in 5th grade. The team came over to my elementary school, and they showed off, everything about robotics, and they did a little demonstration. It was pretty cool, and I was like, wow, that's awesome. I want to do that when I get into high school. So here I am.
Well, hey, congratulations. One, that sounds awesome, and I wish I had it growing up. I'll tell you that much. But congratulations. Looking forward to seeing how you guys do the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Jack.
You want to know what? Having my microphone in front of my face is probably a good start.
I'm with you there.
Yeah, I'm right. Now, kind of to get back where we kind of left off, where we really only see one half of this, and we see the competition, but there's a 6-week period of you have 6 weeks to, what is it 3? You have to build 3 robots in 6 weeks, or
you just build your one robot.
One robot.
Yeah, so you build your one robot in a 6-week period of time, and believe me, it's a grind. You got to be careful with your time as you're going. Otherwise, it'll run up on you quick.
Well, I mean, it's a robot in 6. I can hardly do anything in 6 weeks.
I've got a story about a robot in 3 days for you after this match.
No, I cannot wait.
Match 13 is underway. We are in autonomous mode. Robots are operating under pre-programmed instructions. 45-39 chaotic. They shoot 2 up. They miss both. Teleoperated period is underway. Human players step up and drive their robots manually. All 6 robots gathering cargo from around the field, getting ready to score it in the hub. 32-77, they shoot 1 up, they just miss long. Chaotic Robotics, 2 up, 2 drop. Chaotic again, 1 up and 1 in. 25-03, they're gonna try and score 1 in the lower hub. It bounces from rim to rim and out. Chaotic 1 up and just short of the upper hub. Big collision in the center of the field. I heard a lot of air pressure drop from one of the robots. 44-80 playing heavy defense on 32-77. Trying to stop them from scoring that cargo that they have in their robot. (42-38), 1 up and 1 in the upper hub for 2 points. 32-77 finally able to unload those 2 cargoes. 1 misses long, 1 drops in.
1 minute left in the match. 1 minute left.
46-74 going to begin climbing in the Red Alliance's hangar. Going to be starting from that middle rung. Making quick work of this climb. 46-74 is already up to the high rung. 32-77 lining up. 1 cargo up. It goes up and over the upper hub.
30 seconds left in the match.
We have 46-74 on the traversal rung for 15 points. 44-80 is trying to climb from the middle to the high rung. 44-80, they get hooked on that high rung. Can they get that climb completed? They do. We have 3 robots hanging on the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance trying to catch up. We got 45-39 chaotic on the middle rung.
3, 2, 1.
Alrighty. Now, I will say this. It got very interesting over here within like the last minute of this match because there was a nice congregation over here talking about something that possibly might have happened. Obviously, I could say and repeat, but I don't know what I'm saying. So, Ryan, what was going on?
Yeah, so 46-74 crashed into a member of the Blue Alliance, and the FTA Rory was over here. We were kind of talking like, oh, did they lose air? Because there was a big pop, and it sounded like an airline let loose on the robot. We were looking at it. It looks like they've got some large air cylinders for their traversal climb, but they were obviously able to get through it. I mean, whatever we heard must not have affected their climber.
So, because I'm now seeing what you were talking about. Is that black tank thing
Yep.
Okay. So, it not having air, was that something that we were worried that it wasn't going to be able to pop up the grabber?
Well, so essentially robots have 2 forms of power storage that they can, well, I guess 3. They've got stored energy in like springs or other, things under tension. They've got pneumatics with pressurized air, and then they've got the battery which you can use via motors, servos, stuff like that. And so when they lose air, typically they've got mechanisms that are reliant on the air, like for example an intake deployment or their traversal climb actuation. That would be, if they lost air, they would lose the functions of their robot that depend on it.
Okay. So, and like knocking in and playing I'm going to call it playing defense.
Oh, that's 100% what it is.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
A lot of first terminology is borrowed from sports.
Absolutely.
Like we talk about zone defense, man defense. Like, I mean, it's straight up sports with robots.
All right. No, and And that's perfect, and I need to ask you more about that zone defense. What are the schemes, everything else? But I need to go back even further. Before we got into the match, you dropped a nice little nugget of a 3-day robot that you built.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not just me. There's collegiate organizations around the country and the world that, as part of, like, outreach, they build a robot in 72 hours. So they... It's kind of a wild build. They'll stay up 24 hours a day, I mean, in shifts, and they'll build a robot and document it for the purpose of sharing that with high school teams to try to give them a leg up and get the high school teams to have a better product.
That is absolutely crazy. And before we get more into that, we are going to toss it over to Mac Robinson. He has another contender here. Mac, to you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm joined by Aiden of UC Robotics here. And Aiden, you have a unique perspective here today because it's only your second day, right?
Yeah.
So what's it been like for you to kind of take in an event like this here today?
It's pretty crazy, to be completely honest. This has been a lifelong dream. So to get to do this and like see how the robots work, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you there as well. I mean, this is my first experience with this as well, and it's been mind-blowing for me at least, so I can only imagine for you. What made you want to get into robotics? And, I know you mentioned it's a lifelong dream, but what really kind of fueled that dream there for you?
My dad's a mechanic, so like I mixed robots and mechanics because a lot of robots take a lot of mechanic type stuff. So that's when I thought maybe I should mix mechanics and robots together, and I just recently found out that my school actually does robots, so that's how I actually got into the feeling of joining robotics.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. And, with you, I know it's only your second day, but, what's it been like to be in that team atmosphere in the pit? And, how welcoming has it been to be able to do this with your friends?
It was very interesting. And the way that everybody was so like positive and heartwarming and welcoming just really set it off. Because like our pit is so positive, and I don't know how it could get any better.
That's awesome, Aiden. That's awesome. Well, hey, hopefully you enjoy the rest of the day here as well. Looking forward to seeing how you guys do out there.
Thank you very much.
Jack, back to you.
Well, thank you, Mac. Now, the 3-day robot that you built with a team, and it seems like I've done something very similar. It was the 48-hour film festival.
Oh, cool.
That drove me nuts. And that was me and a bunch of my friends just making a movie. I wanted to beat them at times.
Right.
So, like, doing something as tedious as, building some of these parts are tiny.
Oh yeah, when you're doing late night fabrication, it's a safety thing. I mean,
Right.
like there's certainly considerations there, but everyone who's doing it is over 18 years old. We're all most of the RI3D teams were college teams.
Okay.
And so it's a way for college kids to give back to the program that that they were likely a part of in high school.
All right. Now, you brought up how a lot of sports vernacular and things of that nature comes into the competition. Now, and we can see it now on screen if you look all the way in the back. There are pits, right?
Yep.
What is the atmosphere in one of those pits like?
Well, it depends on the team and the situation. So if a team is smooth sailing, the robot's working great, usually the pit area is a really fun place to be. It's, you're hanging out, robots going good, you talk to other teams, learn from them, they learn from you. When things aren't going so good, robots breaking, it can be a high-stress environment. Robot gets in there and it's like, all right, need the wrench, need the hammer. Like, sometimes with your turnaround too, with a 22-team event, can be pretty tight. So just like you see NASCAR pit crews, rapidly, taking the tires off, putting the tires on, it's not too different within FRC, except you've got high school students working with mentors, and you've got a slightly longer turnaround time.
Okay. Now, with the mentor and student or mentor and teammate or player dynamic, like you brought up with the I'm gonna call it the 3-day robot build with giving back and everything else. Like it seems like, and even in the pit, you were saying like, hey, yeah, people just talk to each other. Like a different pit is going to talk to a different pit, right? What is the atmosphere in competition and everything else? Like it seems very welcoming. It seems friendly.
Yeah. So one of the core tenets of FIRST is called gracious professionalism, and it was coined by Dr. Woody Flowers, who's one of the co-founders of the program. And gracious professionalism, I'm going to not get the perfect definition of it, but in short, it's basically, be nice to each other, be a gracious professional. You respond to people professionally, and then also cooperation. We're competing against each other, but we're also cooperating. The mentors here, we're all here for the same thing. We're here to get the students inspired to pursue STEM careers and just generally, to pursue something after high school that they're passionate in, whether it's STEM or not. There's some people who think, we should only push them into STEM. I'm one who thinks we should push them into their passion and give them guidance within this program that they can, accentuate what they want to do and do it well. So there's some of that. Also, I'd be curious to comment on, you mentioned mentor versus student, right?
Yes.
The dynamics between mentors and students it varies from team to team, right? So some teams, you've got mentors working hand in hand, like 50-50 student and mentor. They're all basically one unit, and there's no differentiation between, if a mentor is turning a wrench versus a student turning a wrench. And that's totally fine. That's the way that team wants to run. There are other teams that, their mentors are more hands-off, and the students are doing, 80, 90, 100% of the work. And that's also totally fine. There's a misconception out there within the FIRST community that mentors shouldn't touch the robot. My perspective is that it's a mentor-based program, and mentors should be training the students, working hand in hand with the students to enable them to go further than they can go on their own. You learn by mistakes, right? In football, you learn by throwing 100 passes, you're going to drop a bunch of them, right?
Right.
Within robotics, it's the same thing. You're going to make mistakes, and that's the best way to learn. For me, and my philosophy as a coach is effectively make a safety net so that they can fail, but it's not going to completely ruin the season.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes, and again, even failure, I'm going to guess with it there being a safety net that you provide, failure isn't the worst thing in the world.
Well, that's exactly what we strive for, right? We want to induce failure. We want to fail as quickly as possible so that we can iterate on our design and make it better.
Right.
Failure is a great thing, and it's a necessary thing. But for me, I want to make the failure a small failure that they can learn from and adapt to, not a failure that they come out here and they fail and then there's no way to recover.
Okay. Now, talking about no way to recover and failure, there is another huddle in the arena around.
Looks like they're working on Thunder 876. Yeah.
876. So, any idea on what they could be working on? Is it still just the connecting to Wi-Fi to the field, or is it?
Certainly, they're trying to connect to the field. They're probably diagnosing some sort of a wiring issue within the robot potentially. I don't have the FMS display up in front of me, but typically what it'll show, the FMS will have green dots or green rectangles or red rectangles next to each team number. A green rectangle means you're connected to the field, you're good to go. And if it's red, that means you're still trying to get that robot connected.
Okay.
It's the job of the field staff to try to get as many robots connected as possible so that we can have 3-on-3 matches.
Okay. And if worse comes to worse, 3-on-3 matches, can it go to a 3-on-2 match?
It can and it does.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And it's never ideal. Nobody on the field staff wants to see that happen. But there are times where you just can't solve a robot issue on the field.
Right.
It can't be done. You can't have everybody waiting an hour. So sometimes they'll either have a robot pulled off the field so they can diagnose that problem in the pit, or they'll leave it on the field and just bypass that robot, and they'll just sit where they are the entire match.
Okay. Oh, they did. I believe they did the my technique of turning it on and turning it off again.
Yeah,
I saw it.
Any IT expert will say, "Did you turn it off and back on again?"
Oh my goodness, my goodness. But now, one thing I've been itching to ask you, and it's right, and you'll probably see it at the start of the match, right? There is a station in front of us where there is a single cargo and I'm guessing a human team member that has the ability to either shoot the ball or not shoot the cargo.
Yeah, so there's a preloaded cargo behind. It's funny. I know this game. I don't even know the name of that station because it's so underutilized. I think it's the most underutilized game element that I've seen since I came into FIRST 10 years ago. The idea is that if a ball were to get pushed underneath of it, the human player could grab the ball and then feed it back onto the field.
Okay.
So if a robot, say, had a bucket, and they could push it under the field, and then the human player could load the bucket, and the robot wouldn't have to pick the ball up off the ground.
Okay, and that's why, and again, we're able to kind of see a little bit differently than what we got on the camera right now, but there's like little slots, so like you're supposed to put it in, but...
Yep, just rails for the ball, essentially.
Okay. Now, the first shot from here, is that any extra points, or is that just...
It's the same number of points as if a robot were to make it during autonomous. So you don't see a lot of them go in, but it's a fun element anyway.
I think it's nuts.
It's like a half-court shot.
I was going to say, that's like a three-point shot. That's like an NBA three-point shot.
Right.
And let's get right to the action.
The 876 Thunder Robotics, they shoot 2 up, 2 drop in the upper hub for 4 points. We've now entered the teleoperated period of the mode where drivers step up and take control of their robots manually. 876 is quick to draw, 2 up, 1 bounces off the rim and misses. Meanwhile, 3294 Backwoods Engineers, they shoot 1 up and make it. Thunder Robotics is quick back to scoring some points, 2 up, 2 drop in. 31-34, they're trying to put 2 in the bottom. They hit the upright and both bounce out. 876, once again, 2 in the air at the same time, 1 drops in. 31-34, the Accelerators, they drop 2 in the lower hub for 2 points. 1 shot up for Thunder Robotics, that drops in. Thunder Robotics, they have 2 cargo jammed in their infeed. They shoot 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. That last one makes it up and in the upper hub.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
64-53 for the Red Alliance. They have 1 cargo in their robot. They're trying to go for the low hub. They make that one in. 876 again, 2 up, 2 in. 31-34 the Accelerators. They've started their endgame climb. They have moved from the middle rung to the high rung. 64-53 joins them on the hanging process. We have robots holding on for dear life on the red hanger. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is still scoring cargo on the field.
30 seconds remaining in the match. 30 seconds.
876 Thunder Robotics, 1 up, 1 in the upper hub. They're going to head over and start to climb. 864-53 falls off that high rung. Meanwhile, 876 Thunder traverses from the middle to the high rung. They have 6 seconds. Can they make it to the top rung?
2,
They
1.
get there. We have 2 robots hanging for the blue, 2 for the red.
Alrighty. And, well...
Thunderballed out there, let's be honest. They played really well.
Yes, they did. They absolutely did. I am just more in awe of the entire the entire events that are going on. Now, I will say this. This is probably the first time I really have seen a robot. I call them robots, right? Like Okay. Yeah. I was like, do I call them? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So, first time at least I've seen it and witnessed that there was one that was just absolutely attacking the bottom.
We call it the fender.
The fender.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, again, the top one is how many points?
Well, sorry. The fender is the base of the lower hub. It's the flat part that you crash into when you're aligning your robot. The upper hub is worth 2 points, and that's the high goal. The low goal is called the lower hub, and it's worth 1 point.
Okay.
And it's super interesting. With this game, if you want to maximize your points, we've found that going into the high goal is the most efficient. But if you want to maximize your number of cargo, which is critical when it comes to the ranking point, going to the low goal can actually be more efficient for a team. Because the other interesting thing, too, is when you shoot it into the low goal, the processing time, quote unquote, is a lot quicker than if you shoot it into the high goal.
Right.
If you shoot it to the high goal, it's probably about 7 seconds until you get that ball back. If you shoot it to the low goal, it's more like 5 seconds. So you get the ball back quicker and you can score it more quickly.
That is diabolical. I love it. I love this scoring system. It's really nice.
It's a kind of a brilliant game design.
It really is.
First outdid themselves here. I think it's a fantastic game. It plays well at low levels. It plays well at high levels. Overall, very impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Looks like Thunder and the Blue Alliance took that one away.
Oof.
I think that might be a high score today. I don't know offhand.
I want to say that is. I think we've had one that was 66.
I mean, 47 cargo points, though. That's pretty good at this event.
So 47 cargo points just means 47 of the 74
were from cargo.
Cargo.
The cargo points include everything from cargo scored during autonomous, and then everything from cargo scored during teleop. Everything in the high goal and the low goal.
Okay. Alrighty. Now, there is a. Oh, shook. There is a point at the beginning. There is a time period at the beginning that is I'm going to call it the anonymous. That is
autonomous?
Autonomous.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the autonomous period, they basically award you double points for every action. The point scoring mechanics in the autonomous period are essentially drive out of the tarmac. You get, I think it's might be 5 points or 2 points for driving out of the tarmac. I don't remember offhand.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I am so sorry to cut you off. We will come back right to it. But with that being said, we do have Mac Robinson with a few interviews this time. So, Mac, it's all you, my man.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate that. I'm here with April and Marie of the American Indian Science and Engineering Society. And, both of you guys here, obviously, an event like this, it's phenomenal to see participation. What has it meant for you guys to be able to support this type of an event and, be able to have such a great opportunity for so many people?
Yeah, so it's actually my first time getting to see it in action. So I've only seen videos, and I've been in contact with these teams for almost a year now. So I was so excited to get to be here today and get to see everything, in action, and just, promoting Native students, right, to want to go into STEAM and STEM-based fields and see that, they can do these types of things. They can start as young as they want, and if this is a track they're interested in, they're more than welcome to, come to our conferences, our regional conferences, our national conferences, and just see all the different opportunities. And our 4 teams actually got to go to our national conference in Palm Springs a couple of weeks ago, and they were all blown away. It was an amazing, and we got to all see them on the career floor, and it was just a great experience.
Yeah, and what about for you, April? Being able to give an opportunity like this and be able to showcase just what, these people can do, especially when it comes to, again, for what you guys do and what your guys' society has done for all of these kids.
Yes, it's incredibly important, especially because the representation of Indigenous peoples in STEM fields is very low. And anytime that we can amplify presence in these fields, especially young students, And for other Indigenous young students to see them doing this, I think it's amazing, and it's a great opportunity just to see what representation looks like and how that impacts the future of our STEM industries.
Very lively, getting to see our teams that we've been just virtually supporting so far, and just getting to see them in action and their students, and seeing, you know, the pit and everything and in action. Like, it's just been amazing. And then we have our little booth over there next door, so that's been great, having students come talk to us and teachers and different people to be like, what are you guys? Because many people haven't heard about us. And I work in the PK-12 programming department, so I work with a lot of schools across the nation. So just trying to get the word out there that, like, they can do robotics too, you know, and that, you know, we have all these programs.
Yeah, and I think the experience, especially if you love technology or are just generally interested in anything digital and technology and electronics, you sort of feel like this is home, and you see so many people like you and who share that interest. It really is like a little homecoming to people who just love these types of things. So that's what I'm taking from it, is that experience of like, wow, there's so many kids who love robots, and that's awesome.
I mean, I would say this as somebody, I wish I had an opportunity like this growing up as well. And so, you know, for this to be an opportunity for so many kids to be able to do that, especially Indigenous kids as well, you know, being able to have that opportunity for them, I'm happy to see them be able to not only, you know, come out here and, you know, so be able to participate, but also really thrive, be able to, you know, participate well and have a great time out there.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that way too, especially since, you know, sports are really big in our schools, and we want to equate this to sports, right? It's a competition, there's coaches, like, you know, we have teams, everyone's so proud, and yet they don't get as much of a spotlight that, you know, regular sports that we're used to seeing get. Especially in our tribal communities, you know, they have certain sports that they go all out for, like basketball, you know, and to be like, you know, we want to see our robotics teams also get just as much press and headlines, you know, within communities.
All right, well, thank you both again for joining me. Again, April and Marie of the American Indian Science and Engineering Society. Thank you guys both so much for joining me, and thank you for the support of the event.
Yeah, thank you.
To learn more about the organization, you can visit asis.org.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Jack, I'll send it back to you.
Up in the upper hub. And 3102 scores at the upper hub. And all bots trying to load up with that cargo. 3102 flies it up into the upper hub. And nice shot from 7048 in the upper hub. And 3102 up in the upper hub. And 4623 shoots and scores in the upper hub. 8422 upper hub score. All teams trying to load up with that cargo to score. And 46-23.
1 minute remaining in
And
the round.
3102 with an upper hub score. And 46-74 already on the high rung. Trying to get to the traversal rung. And hanging. And 84-22 for the Red Alliance, making their way up the upper rung. Seconds left in the match. And 70-48 working their way up in the middle rung. And 32-75 making their way to the rungs.
3, 2, 1. That is it for match number 15.
Rough break for 70-48 there. Looks like their climber seems to have missed a hook, and it's not looking too pretty.
I mean, absolutely. Honestly, throughout the entire, the entire gymnasium, they were just a collective.
yeah. It's never good to see a robot arm like that. That's why you have a pit crew. I'm sure they've dealt with it before, and I bet more than likely within their next 2 matches, they're back up and climbing.
Oh, I mean, that'd be amazing, but like, it's still out there like that. I'm sitting there and thinking like, I'd be jumping through this like protective barrier where the pilots are. I'd be like, oh no, I did so much to this thing, and now it looks like it's conjoined and twisting and turning all over the place.
No, with my drive teams, I've always told them, drive it like you stole it. Don't worry about breaking it. Don't worry about breaking it. Just go for it. Let your pit crew do their job. And that's what they did out there.
Okay. No. Drive it like you stole it. That's classic. That is absolutely classic. Now, this grabbing mechanism, I'm very, very...
For 70-48?
For 748,
yeah.
What is that?
Well, let's see the scores come in.
All right.
Looks like, despite the fall, looks like Blue Alliance comes away with the win. Dominating in cargo, 33-16 over the Red Alliance. But yeah, no, so with 70-48's climber, it's a unique climber. You see a lot of them, they look like elevators. Theirs is more of a jointed arm type of climber. There's a team from Texas, 3847 Spectrum Robotics, and they have a very similar climber. And Spectrum, they put out tons of resources. So within the spirit of cooperation, there are teams that put out resources that other teams can look at. And they basically give away solutions to the game that they've come up with.
Really?
And to me, 70-48's climber looks just a little bit like the Spectrum climber.
Okay. Now, so like, they're, and again, it's the community. It's the sport. It's the sportsmanship of the sport.
Culture. It's the culture. Of the program.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm like sitting there using every other word besides culture. The culture of the sport. I mean, so a very successful team figured out a solution, an interesting solution, and they're like, you want to know what? Anybody can come check this out.
We'll share it with everybody else. They're raising the floor.
Wow.
Yep. And that's what a lot of the top teams do in this program. They're open books. They'll tell you how they solved a problem, and you can learn from them, and you know what? They'll learn from you too. But one cool thing is 70-48's going to walk off. I don't even know if it looked like their arm was fine when they left, but if it's not, they're going to get back to the pit area, and they'll have 3 teams there offering to help.
So not only is their pit going to help, other teams are going to help them.
Yeah, it's like, hey, do you need a bolt? Do you need a wrench? I mean, like, yeah, whatever they need, teams will be there to help them out.
Now that, again, just the culture is absolutely crazy. Yes, and now, thank you. Jake's still taking me to school every now and then. We're talking about the pits. Why not show the pits? Those are the areas we are talking about, where
the action happens.
Where a lot of the action happens. Again, it's so interesting where it's because how long is a typical match?
Or 15 seconds of autonomous, and then is it 2:15 for teleop? Yeah, 2:15
so
for
2:30 in total.
2:30 in total.
2:30 in total. We are watching 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this, but there's so much more happening in the pits. There's so much more happening in garages and classrooms
just
and
like
everything
you
else.
Don't see the build season. You don't see the pit area on the camera that often. This is a cool shot, but yeah, the real action gets done behind the scenes that makes the roboting possible.
No, I mean, again, it's just this entire thing has just opened my eyes. I'm very, very interested in everything. Now, I've noticed, and not to keep on kicking at the pit area, but I've noticed some are just more like high tech than others. I mean,
Yeah, okay. So some pits, they deck them out, right? They've got technology, they've got video screens posted in them, and some are fairly simple. They're just, you bring your tool cart in, you roll it in, you've got a white table that's provided by the field, and I mean, it varies significantly. The most important part of a pit area is the functionality of it. Can you find the tools? Do you have the right lighting available to, perform the jobs that you need to do? Do you have the right equipment, the right tools available? And if not, do you know how to get them? So for me, I'm always function over looks, but you can have both within this program. And I know like 3277, their pit is, somewhat visible on the stream here. They have an impressive pit area that I also know happens to be really functional.
I was going to say, I walked past it quite a lot, and they all, besides I don't want to say the fluff, right?
Sure.
Besides the fluff, besides the video screens, besides the cage or whatever is there, it's all the same stuff. It's a table. It's a whole bunch of tools.
Yep.
And then there's typically somebody just elbow deep in a robot.
Typically, yep. And my favorite pit areas are the pit areas where you can just set the robot on the table and it's looking beautiful and it's working great. But yeah, that's not the case most of the time. You've got someone elbow deep in a robot in most pits at most times.
Okay. Now, I do have I have another question, because getting back to the game itself, where you have multiple stages in it. You have the autonomous,
teleop, and endgame.
Endgame. So what came first? Was it it'd be really cool if we built these machines that could shoot it in this, I'm just going to call it a basket.
Sure, yep, the hub.
The hub, that it's going to shoot it in the hub, and then we're going to bring in the hanging and everything else? Or was it like, you know what, it'd be really cool if we did this?
So, interestingly, this game, the theory is that it was actually designed for the 2021 season before it got canceled due to COVID.
Oh, wow.
And so all of the game elements are differently named than they would have been for the 2021 theme, which would have been a different theme. I'll go into that more after this match, but it's kind of an interesting story.
Oh, absolutely. And we are just waiting here for the next match.
Minutes away, we got a thumbs up.
Absolutely. And here we go.
Go.
And 2 shots in the lower hub by 6453. A lot of cargo flying. 7235 scores in the upper. Drivers in control, everyone trying to load their cargo. 2 in the upper port by 5913. $32.77, 2 shots, 1 in. And 32.77, 1, 2 shots, 1 in. 59.13, 2 shots in the upper. And 64.53 scores with the lower hub. And 56.53. And 32.77 score in the upper hub.
1 minute remaining.
And 64.53 already on the mid hung. Oh! And knocked off. And 56.53 heads over to the rungs. Starts off on the middle rung. 64.53 back up on the middle rung, reaching for the high rung. 30 seconds left. 56-53, hanging by one hook. 32-77, trying to get on that middle rung. And 2 Red Alliance spots, 64-53 and 59-13, both on the rungs. And that's the end of the match.
That'll be a close one. I think we might have a 3-point red win here, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, lots of climbing points over there.
I was going to say, well, again, someone must have buttered the rungs over here. And even over here,
it's been a
one straight up fell.
times. Right.
Whoa, it was just crazy. But
scores are in, and the match goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 55-28.
Okay, I was way off on my math. Wow. So, an interesting thing, we haven't had many fouls called today. You'll notice by the red hanger zone, there were some fouls called. And that was because 56-53 was playing man-on-man defense against 59-13, which as we get into the later part of the event, I think we're going to see more of that.
Okay.
There's some obvious offensive threats out here. And if I'm on an alliance, I'm saying one of us 3 needs to stop them, basically.
Right.
So we saw man-on-man defense, and I think it was pretty effective overall.
I was going to say, it looked good on my end.
Yeah, when you're driving on the far side of the field like they were, it's a lot easier to draw penalties, so it really takes a smart, careful driver when you're playing defense.
Okay, and I have a few questions. I want to know what a penalty, like,
what does it look like?
What is it? What do you like? What is the negative effects of it?
Yeah.
But also, I did notice it was the first time I've seen the. So it's been a very clean.
It's been very
match
clean.
or just tournament thus far. I saw the ref use the flag, and I noticed that they have 2 color flags, one red, one blue, and kind of flip it back and forth and started pointing at one. So is that indicating, like, look, this one just committed a penalty?
The red one committed a penalty in that case, right. Or actually it was the blue alliance that committed a penalty there. But so the most common penalty in this game is actually contact inside the frame perimeter. So you're not allowed to, if you've got an intake or other mechanism sticking outside your robot, you're not allowed to hit another robot inside their frame perimeter with that mechanism. And with the way this game is designed, it's a 10-inch tall ball, so most intakes are about 10 inches off the ground, and the bumpers are about 7.5 inches off the ground. So it's perfectly designed just to go right over top of the bumper, and if you touch an opponent inside of their frame perimeter, you get a 4-point penalty.
Oh, no joke.
You give the other team 4 points. Which, as we've seen with the scores in, like, you know, a good scoring match is like 50 points. A 4-point penalty, that's a severe thing in this case.
And if I remember correctly, you said it seemed like the penalty was on the red team or the red alliance.
It was in the red area. I believe it was 56-53 contact inside frame perimeter on 59-13. I also noticed near the human player station on the blue alliance side, 59-13 actually did contact the opponent robot inside the frame perimeter, but it was just barely, it was incidental, it was quick, and it didn't get caught by the referee, which that's a fairly common occurrence within this program.
Right. Now, and again, I used to play tight end as a high school student.
You can get away with holding.
Oh, well, it was one of those things.
I was a left tackle.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. But I will definitely say this. I mean, something that the coach used to say to me is, if you ain't committing a penalty, you're really not trying.
You're not trying.
Exactly. You're not cheating, you're not trying.
I would say within the spirit of gracious professionalism in this program, it doesn't totally jive with that philosophy. However, I'll tell my drivers, drive it like you stole it, ball out, play hard. Don't be shy about crashing into other robots, and if you get a penalty, you get a penalty.
And actually, interesting enough, we do have Jake with a interview right now. They thought they could screw me up. I thought it was going to be Mac, but it isn't. It's actually Jake. I figured you out.
Jack, I'm sorry, Jack, that you got to deal with me again now here, but we're with Altair Ferris with the Ogeechee Robotics out of Red Lake High School, and well, you're the solo man here today for your team. What's this experience been like today?
I mean, it's been, you know, how do I say? It's been it's been experienceful, you know. It's had its ups and downs, but I've learned more. I've learned more how to fix the robot, how to drive it more, and hopefully I get to learn how to do it even more. So it's a learning experience for me so far.
Yeah, needing to be that jack of all trades today. Your normal position, what is it that you normally are with the full team?
I am a fabricator, and I put the parts together, I rivet the parts together. Let's see, I also cut the metal sometimes.
All right, and how long have you been participating in robotics?
This is, last year I did it, and this is my second-ish year, but not in the competition. So, yeah.
All right, so last year then is the first full year. What was probably the biggest surprise, or what did you learn the most about during last year?
I learned the most about how people just help out, you know? People help out no matter what. I also learned, you know, that there was different rules in this game. I didn't know that at all. I didn't know that this game had rules, and it was a cool experience learning all that. Yeah.
All right, for the team, I know they haven't announced games or anything for next year, but is there some things that you're looking to improve on, do better with your robot next year?
Definitely. Well, next year we're gonna have a new robot, but we want to have more decals, more stickers, probably a better drivetrain, you know, so the chain doesn't get, stuck all the time, because I'm having to fix that right now, actually, in a minute.
Oh, we better let you go then. So all right. But hey, no, we do appreciate you come over and talk with us again as the solo member of your team here today. Appreciate it very much, Altair, and best of luck here the rest of the competition.
I'd also just like to say I'd like to thank everyone that did this, that set up all this stuff. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys for coming out here.
All right, thank you very much. Altair Ferris with the Ogeechee Dog Robotics out of Red Lake High School.
And that is absolutely crazy. A one-man band.
That's insane. OSHA requirements require 2 people to lift a 150-pound robot, so obviously he's getting support in that regard, but that's an impressive student to do it with one person.
Right. That is absolutely just, I give, the biggest tip of the hat to him for sure. Now, again, kind of talking design and everything else, I've noticed here on 4480, there's this almost shovel-like thing at the very top. And I've noticed some of them actually start with a ball or a cargo to eat before anything else. So, why do some of them start with the cargo?
So you're allowed to preload one cargo during the autonomous period, and you can score that for double points during auto. 4480 is interesting because they've got what I would call an everybot style design, which is a team out of Texas. They created a super good resource that a lot of teams have adopted, and they've got a very effective robot because they've taken inspiration from a team like that and made it their own, and they've got an awesome robot. So let's check them out here.
Oh, absolutely. Let's get to it.
And 3294 scoring already. And 4480 with the shot in the lower hub. And fully drivers. Allbot's trying to load up with that cargo. And 3134 shoots in the lower hub and scores. 3313 shoots in the lower hub. And 3134. $25.03 scores in the lower hub. 32.94 with a high shot. And 3102 scores in the upper hub. And 3134 loading up on some cargo. And scoring 2 shots in the lower hub. And 33-13 with 2 shots, 1 in on the lower hub.
Under 1 minute left to play in the match.
And 32-94 shoots and scores in the upper. 3102 shoots and scores in the upper hub. And shot number 2 also scores. And 3134 is back on the middle rung. 4480 is moving their way up to the high rung.
Now whistle signifies 30 seconds remaining.
And here comes 3294. Working their way into the upper, to the low rung. 3313 tries to head into the rung. 3102 trying one last shot.
3, 2, 1.
Well, alrighty. Now, I will say this, just after speaking with you for, it honestly feels like 15 minutes. It's been an hour or two, right? But it's felt like 15 minutes. I'm having a blast. I was able to be like, oh, the 4480, the one that's
just strafing around the field?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, I know what type of track they have now and everything else. I was like, oh, I feel educated. This is sweet. Now, I will say this. The other thing I've noticed when it comes to, and I'm going to remember what this section is called.
The hangar, yep.
The hangar, okay.
Just think of an airplane. Think of
right.
Boeing was the major sponsor for this game. The hangar is where they store the airplanes, and they're storing the robots there at the end of the match.
Okay.
That's the whole theory.
Okay, all right. Now, I've noticed you can't just go all the way to the top one.
That's a great observation. So yeah, the rules actually, there's a 70-80 page rule manual that it limits things like how tall can your robot stretch from the floor and how far can you extend something outside your frame perimeter. And your frame perimeter is like basically the outside perimeter of your robot frame, which I guess that's self-explanatory. But you're only allowed to reach 2 inches above the mid-rung. I think it's you're allowed to be 48 inches, and then in that zone you can reach up to like 62 inches, or I might be getting the numbers wrong. So basically they forced you to monkey bar your way up rather than just extend some big long stick up to the top rung and pull down.
Okay.
However, there was a robot that they built their entire design around jumping from the ground all the way to the traversal rung. It was from Canada. I'm forgetting the name or the number right now, but literally it would jump 3 feet in the air and catch on the top rung, and it was insane.
Alrighty. Now, I need to hear more about that design, and I see another interesting design out here, but we do have another interview here, and I believe it is still Jake on the interview. So, Jake, it's all you.
Hey, Jack. Yeah, thanks. As we got Curtis Robertson with us, a coach, a mentor from UCU Robotics, Team 4480 out of Uppsala. And Curtis, thanks for being here. Thanks for coming over to talk with us. And we're having fun today here at the Conference Championships.
Well, that's fantastic. And I really do appreciate you guys being able to get out here. It has been quite an event so far with our 24 teams that we have present. And it's fun, especially for a lot of our newer students that we've got going into this school year.
And for those younger students, newer students, to experience an event, have they said something early on here? As I know we're only about halfway through today.
Well, actually, I brought in a group of rookie students just yesterday with the helping of setting up. And I had one 8th grader turn to me and she's like, I should have done this last year. This was amazing. And I keep asking them, like, how are you doing today? How's everything going? And they're like, this is great. I love it. And so I think I've hook, lined, and sinkered that. So, and that's what this event is about. It's about them, which is the fun thing.
It is, and building robotics throughout not only your school and community, but throughout the state and beyond as well too, and also as vice president with the conference, president on the Coaches Association as well too. So what are some of the efforts that we're doing to help expand?
Well, Minnesota Robotics Coaches Association is an association that's designed for coaches and mentors as a whole in the state of Minnesota, and it's affiliated with the State High School League's Coaches Association as well. And so what that really allows is every coach and mentor that's a part of it gets additional opportunities to recognize their students from the Coaches Association. And that includes All-State Academic Awards, that includes Coach of the Year Awards, as well as Student All-State Awards too. As far as our conference goes, we are working pretty hard and diligently, especially communicating amongst all our teams. And the one thing our conference has done really well, and I think has helped thrive for our communities, is cooperating and helping with one another, realizing we're not in this by ourselves. There are others that are experiencing the same things we do, and they're willing to help us, which has been great for our school as well.
And I think for those without robotics, the opportunity right now to realize there is that cooperation, that assisting to help get something going. You're not alone on an island trying to build a team.
Very much so. And for us, especially those first 2-3 years, we felt like we were on our own and we had no clue what we were doing at the very start. But now that we've built some relationships with other coaches and other teams, we're realizing, okay, we have dependable resources that we can ask questions, that we can get help from. Our team ourselves aren't very strong at programming, but we have people who are in other schools. And so we're send them an email, call them up, hey, we need help making an autonomous code. What do you got? And they're willing to help with no issue.
Hey, Will, and I know this is one of the final events for this year's game here, but just this year's challenge, we'll call it, to build that robot. What were some of the highlights, the fun parts for your team this year?
Our team this year, a big highlight for us, well, it's not reflected today, but how reliable our shooter was initially. We're running into just a little bit of an issue with our motor, but our shooter mechanism was designed to grab from the bottom, shoot regularly, and it was great seeing the cycles, but also the climb has been an incredible challenge for us at the start of the year, but we fine-tuned that in, and you could just see the kids light up how great it was seeing it work. And it did just this last match, so.
All right, hopefully it keeps working. Curtis Robertson, UC Robotics, 4480 out of Uppsala. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Again, thanks for letting us be here.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you guys being here as well.
Back to you, Jack.
And thank you, Jake. And we are actually going to take a real quick commercial break before we get into the next match here. We will be back shortly.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide, where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
And welcome back to the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. Now, our conference championships, my goodness, I am all over the place. I'm just so excited about the entire event here that I'm just mispronouncing everything. Now, before we get too far into it, you did say you wanted to shout out a few special people.
Sure, yeah, no, Curtis, who was just talking, he won the Woody Flowers Award, which is essentially the top mentor or best mentor award at the Great Northern Regional in Grand Forks. And I just want to say, Curtis is one of one. He's an amazing mentor. Another one I want to shout out is Corey Applegate. Corey is a mentor for a variety of teams, currently mentoring Team 4607 out of Becker. But Corey is been a game changer for dozens of teams.
All righty. And let's get into it.
And scoring already. Wow. Multiple shots in the upper hub. What a way to start the match. And now fully drivered. And 876 with 2 shots in the upper hub scores. 45-39 with a shot in the upper hub. 876 with 2 more shots, 1 in. 876, 2 more, both in. 45-39, shoots and scores. 876 with 2 more up in the upper hub. 76-77 with 2 shots in the lower hub. And 45-39 with a shot right up and over. 876 with 2 more shots in the upper hub and scores. And 32-75 with a shot in the upper hub. 45-39 gets a shot in the upper. 876 with 2 more in the upper. And 76-77 with 2 shots in the lower.
1 minute remaining.
And 45-39 with a shot in the upper hub. 52-53 already in the high rung. Multiple shots for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. 30 seconds left. 876 and 52-53 are already on the rungs. 876 trying to get up to the traversal row. 32-75 and 76-77 for the Red Alliance. Both hanging.
And 3, 2, 1.
I think we might have our first 4 RP match.
And that's the end of round 18.
One more time, sorry?
I think we might have our first 4 RP match of the day.
Which means?
Which means that they've got all the necessary points from the hangar zone, and they've scored at least 20 cargo.
Oh, okay.
So we're coming up on what I think will be a high score for the Blue Alliance.
Okay, awesome. Now, I mean, I will say this one, where
Scores are incoming, and the match goes to the Blue Alliance.
And
with a score of 97-30. The Blue Alliance has taken home all 4 ranking points.
So Thunder, Chaotic, and 52-53 balled out there. Almost broke 100. That's a playoff score at this event.
So it's just like, if you get over 100, it's just you went ballistic.
Yeah, I mean, at this event, that is a very high score. There, at the World Championship, teams were getting close to 200. The level of play there is obviously like insane, but yeah, if you break 100 here, you're doing really well.
Right. Now, and again, to go back what we were talking about before, with the different designs, and there's apparently a robot in Canada that physically jumps.
Yeah.
Right? Now, this match was very interesting because I saw a lot of different solutions to the same problem, right? There's one that, and again, excuse my 4-year-old vernacular here, but it almost looks like a little dragon scorpion thing that it didn't really shoot. It would just grab 2 of the cargo, go over and dump it into the lower rim.
Yeah. No, and that's a fairly, it's an effective design, right? They're going into the lower goal. They're getting 1 point each time, but it's never going to miss, and they get the balls back quicker when they do that.
Right. And now, the other one, and I actually, for the folks watching, 72, 73 has the same type of scoring mechanism. Or on no, that wasn't the
52,
same one.
53, no, that's not the one you're thinking of.
Yeah.
45, 39, they've got a dual wheel shooter, and 876 likewise is a dual wheel shooter. Both are highly effective. I think what we saw there with that Blue Alliance was a preview of what we're going to see in the playoffs.
Right.
The just super highly effective, cohesive alliance.
Alrighty. When we get back from this interview, I want to use the term dual shooter. I want to know what that is.
For sure.
It's very interesting. But we're going to toss it to Mac. He has an interview for us.
Thank you very much, Jack. And I'm here with the Red River Rage. And, Juliet, Vin, thank you for joining me. And, for you guys, what made you guys get into robotics and really kind of what started that and how long have you guys been doing it?
For me, it was my older brother did it.
Okay.
I saw an event at the air show, and my dad's buddy's the coach, so.
Yeah, Fargo Air Show. We do kickoffs and events. Make sure you go if you live in the area.
Okay. And, hey, you know what? I love to plug away. But, I would say this, too. For you guys, it really seemed like you guys had great energy, especially. And, I'm always interested to see how, the team dynamics go when it comes to being in the pit with each other. So, for you guys, what's your team been like throughout this year?
Well, we're all friends kind of outside of it, but we kind of collectively, we're all the same age because last year we were all rookies, so we had a lot of patience with each other, and it...
Yeah, kind of what she said. We're all just buddies, so team dynamics are great.
Yeah.
We get along real well.
That's perfect. And, the other thing, too, is that, I always love, these types of events, especially because it seems like, it's a long day, but at the same time, it gives you time to, see what you guys are doing well, see what's working well for you guys, and gives you a little bit of time to adjust.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We are trying a bunch of new drivers today, actually, and considering that, I think we're ranked 5th right now, last time I checked. So we have been doing a really good job with that, especially because this whole summer we were gonna do training, but we just never got around to it because we're cleaning our facility. Yeah.
Understandable. And, for you guys too, especially, with trying out those new drivers, how has that been coming along? I know you said that, you guys didn't get the training with that, but at the same time, how has it really been coming along? And at the same time, how do you guys kind of adapt your strategy at that point, when you guys have those new drivers?
So I'm actually head driver for my team, and we kind of just run them through the controls and kind of throw them in cold turkey as we're shadowing being driver coach. And as they're going, we'll tell them what to do, and everyone's adapted really well. We've won pretty much every match where we've had a new driver, and we've done really good on the matches I've driven too. It's all been really nice and fun.
And then for both of you guys especially, you guys talked about coming in last year as rookies and then coming in this year. What's the biggest learning? What's the biggest thing that you guys have learned from last year to this year?
I think largely the severity of the what's called prototyping season, because we spent about a month prototyping our robot, and then we had to kick it into high gear, and we didn't get to a lot of the things we wanted to get to, and it was just a lot. Our first competition we went to in Duluth, our arms weren't attached properly. It was the whole thing.
Honestly, I think it's patience. One of the main things we learned as a team in the main season after kickoff, it was a lot of stress and a lot of hours. So now that we're older, going into this new season, I think we're going to be a lot more patient with each other, a lot less arguing, snapping. It's just going to be a lot better as a team.
Yeah, I hear that. And I think that at that point, again, the more time you guys spend together, the more time you guys work on it, the better you guys will end up being, especially.
We ended up becoming friends, actually, outside of school. Last weekend, we hung out. So we definitely became, more bonded. So we have more understanding of, hey, this person, it's a learning curve for them for this, but for this person, it isn't. So let's apply that to this person.
All right. Perfect. And thanks, guys. Appreciate the time. Juliet, Vin, good luck to you and your team the rest of the day.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jack, back to you.
And thank you, Mac. Now, before we tossed it to Mac, you were talking about dual drivers or dual shooters, right?
Sure, yeah.
What do you mean by that?
So are you talking the driver and the operator? I might be crossing wires here.
I'm going to probably say driver.
Sure. So well, I'm totally blanking on. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought watching that match.
No, that is completely fine. But kind of then we'll get to a different question here. Now, I will say this. We're seeing more interesting designs and, again, solutions to the same problem.
Yep.
8422 here. What type of, like, I see almost what looks like rubber bands all over it. How is this thing going to shoot?
So they've got an interesting mechanism. So the orange bands that you see, that's a polycord. It's polyurethane cord, basically. It's a 1/4 inch most likely, and you can actually weld them together, and it works great for intakes or ball elevators. So you can see they're using it for both. They've got polycord on their intake to help suck in the ball, and then they use the polycord to bring the ball up to their shooter. And so I haven't personally dug into that robot. I've dug into a bunch of robots, so I'm a robot inspector as well. And so I've inspected a bunch of robots, both informally and formally at events over the years, including a lot of the robots here today. They're one that I haven't gotten a chance to dig into, but on the surface, it looks like they've got an effective intake with an interesting polycord ball elevator.
I'm going to be very interested to see how that works. Now, with you being an inspector and everything else, just out of the bots that are on the court right now, I mean, is there anyone that you lean towards where you're like, you know what, I prefer this type of solution over other solutions?
So 4480's solution of using the EveryBot type design, I know that's an effective solution for the low goal.
Okay.
And likewise, 7235, they've got an EveryBot style climber, a passive climber, which allows them to climb without any motors. All they have to do is drive into the bars, and if they do it right at the right speed, they'll have a 6-point climb without using any motors. So it's an ingenious solution that a team out of Texas came up with and shared with the rest of the community for others to adopt.
So, I mean, again, it's mind-boggling to be like, yeah, no, it's just basically a pole with a thing, and as long as you do X, Y, Z, you'll get 6 points.
Right.
And let's see if they can get these 6 points.
Number 19 is underway. All 6 robots running pre-program instructions. Human player for the Red Alliance, one's up and in. Tele-operated period has begun, and human players step up and drive their robots manually. 42-38 shoots one red cargo up and in for the upper hub. 56-53 lining a shot up. They drain one. Meanwhile, their Alliance team member, 46-23, nails one as well. (72-35) scoring in the low hub for the Blue Alliance. 42-38, one's up and in. 84-22, shots up, just bounces off. 56-53, one's up and in. 42-38 is going to come and try to score one as well. Winding up, the shot's up, and it's just long. (72-35) going to try and score a cargo in the low hub. They get that done for the Blue Alliance. 44-80.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
44-80 playing some defense on the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, 42-38 has 2 cargo in their robot. They're lining up for that upper hub shot, spinning up. One's up, two's up. They both fall short. 56-53 lining up an upper hub shot. That just bounces off the rim. Meanwhile, we have 2 robots in the blue hangar attempting to climb.
30 seconds left. 30 seconds.
56-53 for the Red Alliance is beginning their climb on that middle rung. 84-22 has made it to the traversal rung for 15 points. Oh, 56-53 hanging on by a hair. Can they hold on? They got to last 12 more seconds. 44-80 on that high rung. Are they going to try to go for the traversal? We have 3 robots hanging off the blue.
1.
So, breaking news, we have a human player in a Husky outfit or mascot Husky outfit made a human player shot into the low goal, the first of the day that I've seen. An amazing shot. We'll get him in for an interview later.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I will say this. We got a little bit of everything in there. I got some of my favorite things in sports, period. We got good defense right in front of us.
Yep.
I saw that. That was awesome. As you said, the simple solution, I'm not sure how you put it so much better, but the simple hooking that I believe 72-35 has.
Yeah, yep. The every bot climber.
The every bot climber,
yep.
Yes. We saw that, everything else. And then absolutely, I've been waiting for somebody to make that shot.
Oh,
and
me
of
too.
course, it's not somebody, it's a Husky.
A Husky, which
Yeah.
I think we're going to have for an interview in a little bit.
Oh,
but we were talking about 84-22 going into that match. I just want to shout them out. They played great. They made a few in the high goal, and then they had a very smooth traversal climb.
Yeah.
So a very simple solution to the game.
Oh, yeah. No, I love, there's a very certain mentality that I just have in my life. It's called the KISS mentality.
Oh, yeah, keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, real quick, I do believe, all right, we are good to go. I am so excited for this. Mac, it's all you, my man.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate that. I'm joined by the Husky over here. If you want to introduce, what's your name?
Mason Dixon, Pillager 8422.
There we go. Okay, Mason. Appreciate you joining me. And I got to ask you, take me through the shot in the lower basket there.
Honestly, there's not much to it besides practice. I mean, I had a little bit of. I did basketball in my youth. I love shooting, for the most part. A little disappointed that I didn't make high goal, but low goal, better than nothing.
Hey, you'll take it. And, at the same time, too, everybody, one, I would say this. I love the energy with the mascot outfit, one. But two, what got you into an event like this, especially, into robotics?
My buddies, they're amazing. We do so much together. They said, Mason, come on down to Robotics. We got something for you. And I'm like, all right, I like building stuff. I'll show up. First year, I think my first competition was last year at Grand Forks. Loved it. Fell in love with it instantly. I just had to keep going. So I'm going to enjoy my last year here as much as I can. And, I'll make people smile.
Well, hey, we appreciate that. We appreciate the shot. We appreciate what you're doing, man. And, I got to say this. Before the end of the day, I might have to borrow the helmet, man.
I can do it, man.
All right. I'll take you up on that. Jack, sending it back to you.
Well, that was absolutely awesome. I love, and again, it's the culture. I mean, I have seen, we now have an Optimus Prime in front of us.
Yep.
This is, I love it. I love it. There's nothing else I can say besides I love this. This is fantastic. If you have the opportunity, look, come out, check out one of these events. If you don't have the opportunity, obviously you're in the right place for it. YourLiveEvent.com, Your Live Event YouTube channel, you're at the right spot. Now, I'll say this: I've noticed the last few, and I'm still just in awe of just like they all look. I shouldn't say they all look similar, but they all have like obviously you can only be so big,
right? Yep.
Right. You can only be so tall,
right?
But like in that box, I always used to say, I'm going to give you a sandbox.
Yep.
And you can be as creative as you want in that sandbox, but don't kick the sand out of the box.
Right.
Right? You can dig all the way to 6 feet under if you want it. You can build a sandcastle as tall as you are. Right? Awesome. It is absolutely amazing. Now, 3313.
So I've been corrected on this one. They like to be called 3313.
3313.
Yep.
So 3313. What type of launching? Because it looks like a launching mechanism.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So it's interesting. It looks like a launcher, but it's actually a low goal optimized solution. It's basically 2 side belts that pull the ball up from the ground. But they've got a separate intake mechanism to funnel it into their side belts. and then they take it from there and they feed it directly into the lower hub.
Oh, and we actually have another interview real quick here. Mac, it's all you.
All right, thanks, Jack. Appreciate that. I'm joined by Flyer Robotics, and guys, one, thank you for joining me, and two, I got to ask you guys, what really kind of got you guys interested in robotics, especially. It's always interesting to hear the stories, and so what got you guys interested, and how long have you guys been doing it?
We both started doing robotics last year. I got into robotics because I heard that there was a robotics team, and one of my coaches, who is our science teacher, was like, hey, you should join robotics. And I was like, all right, sure, because I do a lot of knowledgeable and academic stuff, so I decided, why not?
Might as well. What about you?
For me, my 3 older siblings have all done robotics, so it's just kind of been family tradition. I've really enjoyed it. I started wanting to go as a programmer, and I've ended up becoming the builder, so I've really enjoyed it, and it's really developed my recent skills and everything.
And that's always great to hear as well. And, one thing I always love hearing is that, for both of you guys, again, you guys are both now in your second year of this, right? So, what's the biggest thing that you guys have learned from year 1 to year 2?
Well, I've definitely learned a lot about both the building side and the coding side of it. I started with absolutely zero experience with the coding program that we have, and now I'm the main coder. So.
Well, you love to see that. You love to hear that. And now, what have you learned from year 1 to year 2?
Well, there's one thing I really would like to get a full design done before we start working on the robot. Have it fully know what we're gonna do and know what we're gonna build. I think this year we had a big problem with not knowing exactly what we were doing. And another thing would be not to use gravity. We've used a lot of gravity parts with ours, relying on gravity, and it's just not reliable with all the different factors and everything.
All right, and guys, I appreciate the time, especially. Great job today here so far. Looking forward to see how you guys do the rest of the day.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, Jack, back to you.
And thank you, Mac. That interview is sponsored by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more and the career opportunities at enbridge.com. Now, we're about to start here, and I'm trying to figure out if there's anything special. What's the tracks?
Are you talking the can wheels?
The can wheels. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any ones like that, because I feel like I haven't seen that in a while.
No, there are only 2 robots here that have them.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, let's get to it.
Autonomous mode. We have all 6 robots moving and grooving. Human players from both teams trying to make one into the upper hub from long distance. Drivers step up and take control of their robots. (59-13) the Patriotics. They shoot 2 up and in. 32-77 Prodigy. They get 1 up into the upper hub. (32-75) launches 1 and it goes long. 32-77 Prodigy. 1's up in, 2's up and in. Meanwhile, 33-13, they have 2 cargo into the lower hub for 2 points. 32-94, the Backwoods Engineers are lining up a shot. 32-75, 1 up and in. Prodigy shoots 1 up and in. 33-13, trying to get 1 into the lower hub. They get that done.
1 minute left in the match. 1 minute.
46-74 gonna start their end game climb in that middle rung. Meanwhile, Prodigy One up and in the upper hub. .32.75 shot up and just goes wide. 33-13 trying to get one of those cargo balls into the bottom hub. They miss that. The only robot hanging is 46.74 on that high rung. 32.94, the Backwoods Engineers. They're going to begin their end game climb off the middle rung.
15 seconds left.
Backwoods Engineers are off the ground. 33-13 trying to get lined up. We have three blue robots hanging.
1.
Alrighty. Now, real quick, 59-13. Did that?
They had some drivetrain troubles there for sure. And I think it was as a result of 46-74 playing some hard-nosed defense on them early in the match.
And again, I didn't see any calls, nothing like that. Oh.
Their alliance partner, 32-94, bailed them out by scoring a bunch of cargo undefended. So 32-94 did an awesome job for the alliance that match.
I was going to say that 32-94 was on the far side. I actually heard you mention the number, so I started really paying attention to that, and it really was like, I feel like everybody just kind of forgot that was there.
They were just left to do what they do, and I don't know exactly how many cargo they put up. Their alliance scored 35 cargo points, and I know that 59-13 contributed a little bit up front, but 32-94 and 32-77 on the back end did quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, no, again, it is so interesting to see because there are so many games within the game, not just, the building the pit, but like once you get into it, it really is. It's
robot sports.
It is. It's something. It's absolutely crazy. I love it.
If you're into say like fantasy football, if you like fantasy football, fantasy robots is a thing. You do a snake draft.
No, it isn't.
Well, it is a real thing for the super nerds. Fantasy robots is a thing, but we don't have to go into that. But
we might have to.
We might have to. But what I would say is every alliance selection is just like a snake draft in fantasy football. So if you're into the strategy of fantasy football and who do I pick here and who do I rank there, robots is just like that. I fell in love with that aspect of it for sure.
Okay, and this is something I'm so glad you brought that up because I heard you and Jake talking about this. So before anything happened here, before the matches started, there was a snake draft to be like, okay, you're on the Red Alliance, you're on the Blue Alliance.
Well, not exactly.
Oh, okay.
So the way it works is they actually they publish a randomized schedule. And so they had a schedule printed off, ready to go. We found out one team wasn't able to make it, so they re-randomized the schedule with 30 qualification matches we're playing. So then every team, they get access to that schedule, and it's us three versus those three. All right, let's go talk to our alliance partners and try to figure out how the heck we're going to beat the other team. And that's happening repeatedly as teams go from match to match. They finish up one match, and with the tight turnarounds we have, they're finding their new alliance partners, and they're trying to figure out how do we want to play the game so that we can maximize our potential for winning the tournament.
Now, is it completely randomized, or is it like, XYZ robot is only a simple lower?
No, it's totally random.
Totally
it is
random.
Totally random, yeah. So, I mean, it really wouldn't be fair if the person, generating the schedule is like, oh, no, I don't like that one. No, I don't like that one. Oh, I like this one. This one's cool. That's good for my team, right? That obviously wouldn't be fair. So, no, it is truly totally random. And there are different optimizations within the algorithm. Basically, they try to maximize the distance or the number of matches for a break that you get. They try to optimize for alliance color, I think, to get you on red and blue at times.
So
So baked into the algorithm, they've got stuff like that. So I guess it's not random, but it is and it isn't, I guess.
Okay. But and I might be just hearing it wrong, but for example, 52-53, which is out there, right? They might be on the Blue Alliance right now, but then in 5 matches, they might be on the red.
Exactly, and the other cool thing is right now, 52-53 is playing against 31-34. They're enemies right now, right? They're battling. One of them wants to win. They want the other one to lose. But in 5 qualification matches, it works out a lot of the time where they end up playing with each other. Then they're on the same team and they're battling with each other to try to win. So that's why cooperation is important within this program, because you've got, if you're against them one time and you break them in the match, you might be with them down the road. So you want to make sure they're working because it benefits you and it benefits everybody beyond just, the gracious professionalism and the right thing to do part of helping them.
Absolutely. Okay. No, that is awesome. I have a follow-up question, but before we get into that, I do want to toss it to Mac because he has another participant for an interview.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate that. We've already had the Husky. Now we get the Howlers here coming in. And, guys, I want to start off by just asking you guys, an event like this, obviously, it's a great, I don't even want to call it an event. I want to call it an experience at this point. So for you guys, what's it been like taking this in and taking the festivities here today?
A lot of things go wrong when you're here, but it's very fun to problem solve as you go. Our grabber got smashed sideways, and now we had to reinforce it. There's a lot of things to react to, and it's just a lot of fun. Yeah.
It sounds like hyperbole, but it's good stress. It's good stress. But, for you, what about you, taking an experience like this today?
Like he said, a lot of things go wrong, but it's kind of fun trying to figure out, like, in that very short time span you've got between matches, how to fix it. Because, like he said, our grabber got bent, so we just had to bend it and hope for the best. While we were in 3 matches in a row, while we had to try and figure out how to reinforce it when we finally got a break.
And then, with that, problem solving and everything, with you guys having multiple matches throughout the day, like you mentioned, 3 matches in a row, how does that for you guys, how do you guys adjust that strategy, throughout the day, again, dealing with that left and right here?
We always talk to our teammates, try to figure out the best strategy, but in the end, you can't control what your teammates do. You can always just try to get as many points as you can, and that's the mindset I'm going into it with. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of got to roll with it, because things change so quickly. It's like there's not always time to really think things through a whole lot. It's just got to get out and do it.
Hey, it makes sense. And, for you guys, too, I'm always curious, what made you guys get into robotics, and how did you guys kind of get started, and how long have you guys been doing it?
In 9th grade year, these guys were all on a team by themselves, and it was right before the regional competition, and I just asked if I could come with. And I just fell in love with it at the competition. I didn't see any of the pain that happened before that. I just fell in love with the competition environment. So that's how I started doing this stuff. And now it's going to be my career, so I'm happy.
Well, and hey, you had the rose-colored glasses there going, and you didn't get to see any of the other stuff behind the camera and everything like that, too. What about you?
Yeah, we've been doing this for 3 years now, and I was one of the, founding members of the team then. I think it was 6 of us maybe at that point. But we threw together the original robot as fast as we could. I think we had a month and a half before the actual competition. But since then, we've been learning a lot on how the competitions work and how they kind of go. And so now we've been able to actually get a robot that the first time is actually doing what it's supposed to the entire game.
Well, hey, you love to hear that, especially. Guys, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Jack, back to you.
All righty. Thank you so much, Mac. Now, during the interview, you actually took your headphones off and you went sprinting up to the edge barrier to go take a better look at 2503, which is actually getting a better look at right now. What were you looking for?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that they had a swerve drive, and what a swerve drive is if you can picture like a caster wheel that can rotate independently and also is powered. So the cool thing about a swerve drive is all 4 wheels can independently rotate via a motor, like motorized, and they can drive independently. So basically, the disadvantage of a Mecanum drive is that when you're strafing, you have no pushing power while you're strafing.
Oh.
With a swerve drive, you can just turn your wheels and drive that direction, and you've got full power no matter what direction you're going in.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, and again, kind of bringing it to another sport, like it doesn't matter what direction it's going, it's going to have full power. It's a lot like Saquon. It's just Quadzilla out
it's like
there.
Saquon. I would even say like Barry Sanders for the older crowd. For the older crowd.
For the older crowd, yeah.
It was a little before my time. But yeah, he's just shifty and it can full power no matter what direction.
Okay, so pay attention to 2503. Let's get to it.
2503 off with a score on the lower hub. 3134 with 2 shots in the lower hub. And 876 with 1 shot in the upper hub. And here we go. 876 with 2 shots in on the upper hub. 7677 with a shot in the lower hub. And everybody trying to load up their cargo. And 876 with another shot in the upper hub. And 876 with 2 more in the upper hub. Looks like a ball down on the field. 7677 with a shot in the lower hub. 4238 shoots and scores in the upper. 7677 with a double shot in the lower hub. 4238 with a shot in the upper. And 5253 and 2503 are already in the rungs. 2503 trying to make it to the high rung. 7677 scoring in the lower hub. And 3134 on the mid-hung. And making it up to the high rung.
30 seconds.
All 3 Blue Alliance robots in the rung section. All 3 of the Red Alliance. 3 hanging in the Blue Alliance, 2 in the red.
3, 2, 1. Time is up.
Some high-level play there for sure. It was fun watching Thunder just put up shot after shot.
Oh, absolutely. Now, not only was it fun to watch, looks like the Red Alliance is going to take this
88
one.
points with another 4 RP match.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're balling out.
Wow. But I'm trying 20, and of course the one that you were saying, hey, watch this one because of the drive and everything, or the immovability, that swerve drive is swinging at the top
Hanging
thing.
on the traversal. Yeah. No, they have a great climb. I watched them during their climb. It's nice and reliable. I mean, 2503 is one to watch out for during the playoffs.
Yeah, my goodness. Now, it's awesome to sit here because, honestly, I'd love to just turn this mic on and just let you talk throughout the entire thing because you will sit like, oh, how, 2503, this, why do you think they're doing this, all this stuff. It's so interesting. You do talk a lot of shop.
I do talk shop, that's true.
And I love it. It's absolutely amazing. Now, again, you were getting into how the wheels and all that worked, and I'm not going to lie, it just looked like a controllable grocery cart.
That's exactly. So, like, if the front wheels on the grocery cart were all 4 wheels,
exactly,
and you could just kind of go in any direction, that is what a swerve drive is, except they're powered, right? The wheels they've got motors on them, and they can push other robots out of the way.
Oh, absolutely. Now, because because of where we're sitting and everything else, we're standing. We have not sat once
during
this entire time.
The action of the event, the goal of the event organizers is to create a crescendo effect. So the beginning of the event is kind of this little inside baseball, but the beginning of the event is intended to just, start it off, get everybody adapted, right, get into the groove, and then throughout the event, we ramp up the level of excitement, we ramp up the not animosity, but the excitement is the only word that comes to mind. And by the time you get to the playoffs, things are at a crescendo, and everybody's going crazy. At a regional, you'll see people yelling Red Alliance, and then the other half rooting for the other team will go Blue Alliance, and they'll alternate. And if you go to enough events, you see patterns like that. But usually, FIRST robotics competition events do a great job of building to that pinnacle. And it's always exciting.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about always exciting, we do have Mac Robinson here with another interview. Mac?
Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate it, and thank you for calling me always exciting. I'm joined by the accelerators here, and for you two both, again, I always love hearing from the competitors. What made you guys want to get into robotics, especially, and how have you guys enjoyed the event here today?
So our older siblings were on the team, so we saw them on the team and we wanted to join, and it's been a pretty good competition, actually. Yeah.
Our brother was on the team, but he wasn't on very frequently. So when I got into my freshman year, I dragged my older sister with me, and we went to the meeting that they had.
Perfect. And, especially for both of you girls, when it comes to the competition today, especially, did you guys have a strategy coming in? And, how have you guys been adjusting, throughout the day when you guys have so many different matches that you have to go and play?
There's not really much planning. We just kind of come and see what the day has for us.
Every match we have a game plan, but overall we kind of just want to have fun, and we're going to see how it goes. We're not too worried about ranking. We play, and then most of the time we play, and then we find out what our rank is after, and then it kind of boosts your morale up because you kind of oh wow, I did that good.
Right, no, and I hear that, and for you guys especially too, how do you guys feel like as the day kind of goes on, you guys are able to kind of adjust? I feel like that's kind of the benefit of having such a long event like this today.
Yeah, so we have a new scouting system, so we're able to see information better. So we just look it up on the computer, write it down on the sheet, and then go talk to the people. It's way easier.
Yeah, so for a while, our climber, it would get stuck on this piece of metal, and then we fixed it. And so now we're able to get traversed again. We had a kind of a hilt, so that when a couple of matches we only went to high bar, but we're back on the traverse again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw you guys able to kind of come out here. I saw you guys get there a little bit early and, really able to climb up there especially. You guys did a great job out there. Has that been something you guys have been trying to focus on especially?
Most of the time, if there's no balls around us and they're on the other side of the field, there's no reason for us to go get a ball when we have all this time and when other people are going and there's too much robots on that side of the field. So we go over to just climb because we at least want to get that climbing ranking point. We want to get up as high as we can. Sometimes there's problems, so we have room for error. And then we will probably stop swinging enough that someone else can get on the mid-bar.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
All right, well, thank you both for joining me. Again, great job out there, and good luck to you guys for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Back to you, Jack.
And thank you, Mac. Again, interviews are brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more about career opportunities at enbridge.com. Now, there is one thing. We were talking about it, then we tossed, and everything else. And honestly, I'll bring it up after this exciting match.
Perfect.
And 45-39 with some high shots up and over. 80. And here we go. Drivers loaded. Teams trying to load up with their cargo. And 45-39 with a shot in the upper. 64-53 scores in the lower. 84-22 in the upper. 31-02 scores in the upper. And 45-39 scores in the upper. And 45-39 up and over. And 31-02 with 2 shots in the upper. 70-48 with 1 in the upper. 45-39 with 2. And 64-53 scores in the lower hub. And 70-48 shoots and scores in the upper. 64-53 already on the middle rung. And 70-48 heads over and is on the middle rung. 45-39 shoots and scores in the upper. 31-02 also scores in the upper. 70-48 and 84-22 both on the rungs. 30 seconds left. And 88-78 headed into the rungs. 31-02 tries to score one last time. Upper score. And 45-39 also off the ground. 3, 2, 1.
Now, there's been a. Ooh, wait. Hold up, we got some action working here. Yeah, what's going on?
84-22 dropped right at the end of the match. And the rule is you've got to be up in the air for 5 seconds after the end of the match for the climb to count. So I was just trying to read the number to see who it was that fell.
The Blue Alliance is going to take this 39-66, and we got a cargo near.
Another 4 RP match, though. That's some good cargo output. I was watching 31-02 throughout that, and they have a nice, reliable shooter. They didn't miss many shots, which when cargo is a limited resource, right? There are 11 Alliance cargo that your Alliance can have at any given time, and you can hold 2 of them, right? So if all 3 robots have 2 of them, let's say 2 or 3 are hidden on the other side of the field, you've only got a few to play with after you've shot your cargo. So making the most of your shots and being accurate is very important, especially as we get into higher levels of play in the playoffs.
Okay. Now, and this is something, and because 31-02 is very interesting to me because it is the most, I don't want to say the most different, but it's like it's a different color. Is there a rule against, like, you can't be too flamboyant on your stuff, or is it like just do whatever you want?
Heck no. There's like flaming pink robots out there that look super cool. No, like it takes time to anodize your aluminum to do powder coating. So a lot of teams don't have time for it, to be honest. But no, they have a sharp looking robot and it's super functional.
Oh, absolutely, and it has a really interesting grapple or hook system.
Yeah, they've got a 6-point climber, and it's solid. So yeah.
6-point climber.
Yep, they go to the mid rung.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. So so a 6-point is a mid.
And then the 4 points would be the low one.
Okay.
The high rung is 10, and then the traversal is 15.
Oh wow. Okay. For whatever reason, I honestly thought it was lower. And we actually have a interview with Mac right now, and I'm going to toss it to him.
All right, thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm here with Jesse, and Jesse, I know you president of the conference here. So when it comes to an event like this, just take us through some of the preparation. Because I would say this: I don't even call it an event. I call it an experience here today.
Yeah, it truly is an experience. That's for sure. Yeah, the planning for these events starts a year prior, so we know where our next event is going to be next year. and we put a lot of that on the host school to coordinate local things. We try to move it from community to community to expose as many people as possible, which adds logistical problems, obviously, when you do that. But we believe it's worth the effort to conquer those problems. But yeah, it's meal planning. There's over 70 volunteers working this event right now, all unpaid, just on their own free time. It's recruiting teams. It's dealing with electricians. There's all kinds of obstacles, but it turns out pretty good in the end here, as you can see.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that as well. And, for you, how does it make you feel to see, so many different communities and so many different teams, come down just to be involved in a event like this?
Well, it's great. We've been doing this since 2017, and all these other coaches are my friends. Sometimes I only get to see them a couple times a year, so it's great to see these people come down. It's a pretty inexpensive event for teams to attend, so we get a lot of involvement and a lot of good participation, and everybody's friendly and works well together, so it's really a pleasure.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, you mentioned starting in 2017. How has the growth been from year to year when it comes to just the overall involvement from these teams?
Sure. Yeah, we started the event probably 5 or 6 teams wanted to get together to kind of boost northern Minnesota up because we're so rural and we're so separated out, and we all have our own skill sets that we're good at. So back then we started with, like I said, 5 or 6 teams. We had our first event in Cass Lake, and I think we had 16 teams there. And now it's turned into a 2-day event with 22, 23, 24 teams each day. So it just continues to grow and continue to get more kids involved.
And then, again, for you as the president of the conference here as well, how has it been for you to be able to not just, when it comes to just these events, but the overall conference as a whole, how does it feel for you to see the growth from year to year and, be able to kind of help run all of that?
It's been amazing. We started with just kind of a dream, and now we have 2 big trailers that haul around all the stuff that the folks are seeing here. We have a truck that pulls it. We do a programming camp over the summer, and we go to county fairs and we do other things like that just to try to spread the awareness. It's went from literally nothing to a real big production.
Well, Jesse, thank you so much, not only for joining me, but for putting on this event. It's been fantastic. I know we love covering it, and it's been a fantastic time today.
Yeah, thanks for coming out, guys.
Of course, thank you. Jack, back to you.
All righty. Thank you, Mac. Now, there has been a question I've been dying to ask, and it finally just ask this question, dude. But I've noticed there's typically a few different types of controllers that you're actually able to kind of use. I'm going to say a pilot cockpit looking controller. Then there's just a very simple Xbox.
It's straight up an Xbox controller.
Yeah.
So the two most common are like you said, the pilot, the flight simulator kind of joystick, and then an Xbox controller. Those are the 2 most common types. I can dig into it more after this match because it looks like we're pretty close to getting going here, but.
Absolutely.
For me, just really quick, I think Xbox controllers all the way. Kids play video games. They play it with Xbox controllers. Let them use what they're used to.
Oh, absolutely.
And scoring already in the lower hub, 76-77 with 59-13, 2 shots in the upper. $59-13 again with the upper. And now with the drivers. Loading up on cargo. 44-80 gets ready to shoot. Shoots 2, scores 1. 59-13, 2 shots in the upper. 32-75 with a shot in the upper. 44-80 with 2 shots in the lower. $44.80, 2 shots in the lower. 76-77 shoots in the lower. 42-38, 2 in a row, upper, 44-80 with a shot in the lower. 76-77 in the lower. 59-13 with 2 in the upper.
76-77 with a shot in the lower. 46-23 with a shot in the upper. 42-38 scores in the upper. 59-13 in the upper. 1 minute left to play. And 46-23 shoots and scores in the upper. 32-75 and 42-38 both shoot. 30 seconds left in the match. 59-13 shoots and scores in the upper. 44-80, UC Robotics back in the rungs, working on the high rung. 76-77 joining them. 59-13 up on the high rung. 32-75 working on the middle rung, and 42-38 trying to get there. And 3, 2, 1.
$59.13 has their traversal climb dialed in. I timed it. It was about 15 seconds, which is it's getting up there with the best of them. It's pretty good.
No, that is impressive. Now, and again, talking about the climb, I got to stand on my tippy toes for this one. The 42-38.
Yeah.
Did the hook break off, or is that what it's supposed to do?
To me, it looks like they needed to wind up a little bit more and probably ran out of time.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. The Blue Alliance comes away with a big victory, 74-44. Another 4 RP match for 59-13. Actually, you know what? I think it was Thunder that had the other two. I think this might be 59-13's first 4 RP match.
Oh.
I don't know how many matches they have left to play today, but it wouldn't shock me if they pull off another 1 or 2 of them.
Wow. Okay. Now, and again, before the match started, we were talking about the controllers.
Yeah.
And how it seems like there's 2 separate ones, or the 2 ones that we've seen today. I don't know if there's any more, but there's the Xbox 360, the Xbox controller, and a flight simulator cockpit looking thing.
My commentary on there is, number one, I said it a little bit, is kids play video games with Xbox controllers. That's what they should drive robots with. But the other factor, too, is despite the fact that a flight simulator style controller has a greater range of motion than a thumbstick on an Xbox controller, which in theory you would think, oh, that'll give me more fine control over the robot. That isn't the case, because you're talking about coarse motor skills with your elbow and your arm versus fine motor skills with your thumb. And so it's actually more difficult to train your coarse motor skills in the course of driver practice than it would be to train your fine motor skills with an Xbox controller.
Okay.
Which is that's like super in-depth, I would say.
So even just the controller itself, there's ways to, I don't want to say gain an advantage, but there's...
Yeah, and it's like to each their own, because if a kid really likes driving with the flight simulator style joystick, more power to them. It's really a driver preference, but in my experience, it's a lot easier to train a kid in on an Xbox controller.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, how many times, I grew up in that era where it was like, stop playing video games. You're not going to that's not going to do anything for you in the future.
No. So something funny. We had a kid on my team in I think 2018, and he was like, we told him like, no, go play Forza, go get good at Forza, and just keep leveling up, keep playing, and then that'll make you a great driver. And he was one of the best drivers I've ever seen.
So honestly, like there's not just a. Like there's even a set of games where it's go do this.
There are certain games that we've found that are applicable to driver practice.
Okay, no, that is absolutely awesome.
A cool thing that recently came out too is they actually have a simulator of the 2022 FRC game, so you can play this game as a video game with actual robots, and that's the ultimate driver training, right? Because you can use your real game pads, and you can practice with a virtual robot. It's the ultimate.
No, that's our interviewer Mac is actually walking past and just going like, I know what I'm downloading tonight. with that look on his face. No, that is so awesome. And it is just absolutely really cool to see like how, because even in the filming world, like we've talked about football and stuff like that. If you know what an octocam is, or the wire cam that goes flying around, and it's that quarterback cam.
Mac Jones had a pass that hit the wire on one of those, and that made me mad.
And that made me mad for reasons.
Fantasy football.
Yes, absolutely. But that is actually controlled with Xbox 360 controllers.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh, cool.
no. So, like, kids, what I'm telling you, play video games.
Yeah, no, it's
like, honestly, play some video games. It's what it is.
That's super interesting.
Yeah, no, and again, we're seeing. I'm not sure if it's 8422 was the same one that I was.
That's what we talked about earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
So they got a nice, reliable climb with the polycord intake and ball elevator.
Right. Now, I haven't asked you much about like your team robot, anything like that. Now, I don't want to, because I know you're participating in tomorrow's.
Yeah, yep. So my team 6045 from Sartell. We've got honestly, it's a lot like 3313. It's pretty comparable. It's got a mid-rung climber for 6 points, and it's a low goal just like 3313. So I'm watching what they're doing here today, and I'm like, oh, we'll probably be doing something similar tomorrow.
Okay, very nice. And now, like, anything that you see out on, like, be that the field, be that the robots itself, where you're just like, oh, okay, like if it's this crew, if it's this
that
bot,
set of teams,
yeah.
if I'm with or against certain teams,
right.
I'll tell you right now, and if there's any parents out there for 5913, if I'm playing against 5913 tomorrow, we will be defending them heavily. Same for Thunder 876. If we're against either of those two robots, we will be all over them. Just another team that's competing here tomorrow is 3630, and I know one of their mentors is listening in right now, and I guarantee that if we're against them, we'll play defense on them.
Okay, all right. And I believe we are doing
some awards, I think.
We're doing some awards right now.
That's Curtis and 4480 out there accepting an award.
Okay. No, that's awesome. Awesome. Now, I mean, we're actually going to jump in right now and just listen to this.
Soda Flyer Robotics. Their alliance partner in the middle, 8878. They are Aerobots, and their alliance partner, Thunder Robotics, is back 876. Thunder Robotics is from Hatton, Northwood, North Dakota. For our Blue Alliance team, 3134. They're from Cass Lake Benar all-girls school, the Accelerators. Woo! Their alliance partner team, 4674. They're the Robojacks out of Bemidji, Minnesota. And rounding out this Blue Alliance team, 8422, the Husky Howlers.
So, now,
looks like we're ready to go.
We're about to get ready to go. All right, I'll chamber that question.
All right. 8422 with some shots on the lower hub. 876 shoots and scores on top. And here we go, full driver loaded. And 876 with 2 shots, 1 in on the upper hub. And 876 with 2 more in the upper. 3134 with 2 shots on the lower. 33-13 with one in the lower. 876, 2 up, 1 in. Here comes 33-13. Scoring in the lower hub. 876, 2 more in the upper. 31-34, shooting right over the top. For 22, shooting and scoring in the upper hub. And 88-78, scoring in the lower hub. 1 minute remaining in the match. 84-22, scoring in the upper hub. 876, shooting 2 ice in the upper hub. 31-34, over under the rungs on the middle rung. 84-22 headed over to the rung area. (84-22) and 31-34, both hanging. 46-74 heading over there. 30 seconds left in the match. And 876 headed toward the rungs. 88-78 joining them. 84-22 and 31-34 on the traversal roll. 46-74 on the middle rung. 876 on the high rung, heading towards the traversal. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. 876 seems to have this down to just max.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness. It was...
And the Red Alliance wins that match.
Only 3 RB.
76-57, the end of qualification number 24.
Came up a little bit short on the cargo, or sorry, actually on the hanger ranking point. They needed a partner to lift up off the ground as they were on the traversal rung, and it didn't work out for their alliance.
All right. Yeah, I mean...
However, I think they're still pretty safely in first place. Let me pull up the rankings here.
Well,
currently, Thunder Robotics is number 1 and 59-13 is number 2 with 21 and 20 ranking points through 7 matches. So they have, for reference, a 7-point ranking point lead over the third place the team, which is 64-53. So your 1 and 2 seed with 1 match left to play is pretty close to locked in.
Okay.
And then you've got 64-53, who's actually only played 5 matches so far. They've got 3 left. They could do some damage. Same for 31-34 in 4th place and 44-80 in 5th place. They each have 2 matches left to go. And yeah, we could see some shuffling between the 3 and 6 seed.
Okay. All right. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Now, during the match, learn, and again, I'm a huge defense guy. I love defense. Whatever sport I'm doing, I much prefer doing some defense. You actually dropped some knowledge on me, saying that it is not illegal, and it's weird because you said, I don't think I've seen it today.
But I must have missed it. It was pointed out to me that at least one team has done it. But what we're talking about is you're actually allowed to intake the opponent ball.
Right.
And you can do whatever you want with it. If you want to go score it, you could, but you're obviously giving your opponent points. But a kind of a metagame strategy that we've seen this year is a defensive robot will go and pick up 2 opponent balls and just hoard them the entire time.
Right.
It's called ball starvation. Basically, the goal is to limit the number of cargo that the opposing alliance has to work with, and by default, slow them down in their scoring.
And that's huge because the instant, just like we've been bringing up, a lot. The game within the game, the instant, if you're in the midst of cargo starvation or what have you, I mean, you're going to chuck up those high point buckets where it's going to take more time to get that cargo down.
Right.
So, like, in your opinion, is it just like, okay, if that happens, just go for the lower
hub? So, I mean, A little bit. One strategy that I thought would be really fun that I've never seen this year, that maybe my team will pull in tomorrow.
It's a little bit of secrets going on right now.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. So it'd be cool. So you intake the opponent ball and you just shoot it like 30 feet up in the air. And think of all the time it'll take to settle back down from like being shot 30 feet up in the air. So a strategy would be just go around, if you're blue, go around picking up all the red alliance balls and just shoot them straight up in the air. And that's going to take out, 3, 4, 5 of their cargo that they're not able to use because they're still waiting for them to bounce and they got to track them down. I haven't seen it happen, but I think that'd be kind of fun.
That's a heck of a strategy, honestly. I mean, I didn't realize.
Qualification match number 25, we're getting ready to start. We go through qualification match number 30. After that, our top 6 ranked teams will be our alliance captains. You can see the rankings up there on the board. They are switching periodically after each match. So again, teams want to be in the top 6 ranked teams. With that being said, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 25, starting with a team from Frazee Burgess in orange, team 4539.
From Frazee, Minnesota, Chaotic Robotics.
And Red River Rage is back, 7048.
From Fargo, North Dakota, Red River Rage.
And team 2503.
The Wario Robotics from Brainerd High School.
For our Blue Alliance, Team 6453.
It's the Bogbots from Kellier.
Their alliance partner, the Iron Mosquitoes 5653.
It's the Iron Mosquitoes from Babbitt, Minnesota.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance is Team 3294.
From Pine River, it's the Backwoods Engineers.
Alrighty. Now, before the announcements and everything else, we were talking, strategies and things of that nature. I didn't realize you were this deep into today.
Yeah, no, it's the strategy of this game is really fun. I mean, the ultimate goal: score a lot of cargo, climb a lot, get a lot of points. But there's a lot of different ways to get there.
Right.
We're getting close to the playoffs. I guarantee you that alliances are looking at their current rank. They're looking at their scouting data if they have any at this event, and they're thinking, all right, who do we want to team up with? Let's watch them, see how they perform in these last matches. And the whole purpose of that is so that when we get to the end, the top 6 teams at this event are going to get to, just like fantasy football, do a snake draft of their alliance. So, and alliance captains, I believe at this event, are allowed to pick each other. At some events, that's disallowed.
Okay.
Off-season events, I should say.
Right.
But during the regular first year, alliance captains can pick each other. So it's not uncommon for Alliance 1 to pick Alliance 2, the new Alliance 2 to pick Alliance 3, and for team-ups like that to occur. But we're getting close to the playoffs, and in a bit, I'll cover the new playoff bracket that we'll be using at this event. It's different for those of you who have been around the program.
Okay.
Go!
And 3294 shoots and scores in the lower. 4539 and 5653 in the upper. And here we go, drivers. Teams loading up on cargo. 4539 shoots and scores at the upper. 7048 shoots the upper. And 5653 scores on the upper rung, upper hub.
45-39 scores on the upper hub. 70-48 scores on the upper hub. And 70-48 scores again on the upper hub. 56-53 with a high shot. 25-03 already on, heading to the high rung. Less than a minute left. 70-48 also on the high rung. 64-53 and 56-53 already in the rung section. Heading towards the high rung. As we come down to 30 seconds left in the match. 25-03 headed towards the traversal. 56-53 and 64-53 on the traversal. 70-48 working on the traversal. 45-39 on the mid rung. 32-94 on the low rung. 3, 2, 1. All 6 spots hanging.
All 6 robots in the air. I don't know if that's the first time that's happened today, but it hasn't been too common. Although you will notice that they left a little bit of meat on the bone. They got up a little bit early, maybe could have scored a little bit more.
No.
Red Alliance, 74 points though. That's still a very good showing.
Now, again, it's that very interesting, because it doesn't look secure on that bar up there.
No, one of them, I guarantee their driver's heart rate was going through the roof. It was hanging off by one hook, and I've been there before with teams, and it's scary. It's nerve-wracking.
Oh, I absolutely bet, man. I mean, my goodness. And it seems to be that, I'm going to call it like the flamingo legs. It looks like a flamingo leg to me. That type of system, I mean, I honestly think they get up there pretty darn quick.
No, yeah,
but
it's an effective climber.
It seems like it's just a heck of a risk. There's a lot of speed versus like a giant safe crane hook thing. Like it is crazy.
No, that was a good climb by 70-48, shouting them out a little bit. They've been playing well today.
Oh yeah. Now, you mentioned before the new playoff system.
Yeah, so historically the first robotics competition has always done a best 2 out of 3 system. So usually at in-season events there are 8 alliances, and the number 8 alliance will play the number 1 alliance. 2 will play 7. So just think of March Madness.
Right, okay.
Right, it's like the quarterfinals on in March Madness, where you've got 8 versus 1, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5. The winner of 4, 5 plays the winner of 1, 8, etc. But it's always in best 2 out of 3 matches. So this year, first has announced that they're actually going to be changing it up and doing a a double elimination style of bracket. So if you've ever done or been to like a middle school basketball tournament, it's very common that they would do like a double elimination style of bracket at that type of a tournament. And so basically the way it'll work is the alliances, they start the match playing the same teams that they would have in the old system, 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, and 4 versus 5. However, if you win, you go into the second round of the winner's bracket. If you lose, you go to the second round in the lower bracket. So they call it upper and lower brackets, not winner and losers brackets. Sure. Gracious professionalism. So upper and lower bracket. And if you lose your first one, looks like we have an interview.
We have an interview, sorry. And Mac, it's all you.
That's kind of a lot.
Oh no! Hold up here.
Although they're asking you.
Please. With a check for $2,500. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Alrighty. Well, we had a little bit of, we haven't had a lot of it, but a little bit of technical difficulties here.
It's a robotics competition. It's part of the challenge.
Absolutely. It happens. And Mac is down there looking a little defeated, but hey, it happens, my friend. It happens. Yep, that's all we can do. But, so, and again, we are going to get right into this next match.
77. It's Prodigy from Thief River Falls. Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's 72-35. The Regulators from Cass Lake, Minnesota. And rounding off this side of the field, it's 32-75. And joining them on the Blue Alliance is 31-02. It's the Techno Tigers from Nevis, Minnesota. Next to them, we have 52-53. The Backwoods Bots from Big Fork High School. And last but not least, let's go ahead and welcome 84-22. It's the Husky Howlers from Pillager. 31. All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. And shots from 32-77. 2 shots in the upper red, 1 in. And here we go, full driver. Teams loading up on the cargo. Shot fired from 32-77. And from 32-75, shot in. .275 shot in upper hub. 2 shots on the Blue Alliance in. 72-35 shoots in the lower hub. And 32-77 and 32-75, both shots in the upper hub. And 84-22 upper shot. We are at 1 minute remaining in the match. 1 minute. And 32-75, shot in the upper hub. 32-77, 2 shots in the upper hub. 84-22, headed over to the rungs. 52-53 also headed towards the rungs. We are at 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds. (84-22) and 52-53. One on the upper, both heading towards the high rung. 32-75 and 32-77, both headed towards the rungs. 32-77 in the air. 3, 2, 1.
All right, wrapping up match number 26 here on the day. So 3 more to go before we get to those brackets here. And before we get the scores in on this one here, Ryan, let's look at those brackets coming up here with the Alliance Selection Playoffs right around the corner.
Sure, yeah, we'll do a little FRC bracketology. So right now, 876 Thunder Robotics is fairly comfortable in the number 1 spot. They could drop to number 2. 5913 is comfortable in the number 2 spot, potentially could move up to number 1. There's no other team that is within shooting distance of getting above them. So to me, if I'm making a prediction, and I don't think I'm going out on a limb here, 176 is going to pick 5913 or vice versa. See the
Here
score
we go.
come in.
The Blue Alliance wins that
Win for
match.
41-35.
41-35 at the end of round 26.
A nice showing by 3102. They had some good cargo scoring in that match. Currently, the 3rd seed is 31-34. There are a handful of teams that are all very tightly packed in the 3rd seed through the 7th seed. They're all, fairly close. I could see any of them with the final matches, however they play out. My thought for that 2nd overall pick would be 45-39. I think they've looked great today. They've got a great shot at being that number 2 overall pick after 876 and 5913 team up. Another one to watch out for is 3102. They've got one of the more effective high goal scoring robots at this event. The disadvantage that they're going to run into is that they only can climb to the mid rung. And so if they get selected, they'll need to get selected by a team that can already do a traversal. And that alliance will then need to select a 3rd traversal robot, a traversal robot with their 3rd pick to ensure that they've got 2 on their alliance. Robots out here. So I'm not envious of the teams or of the alliance captains and having to select their alliances. I think it's a tough job, especially at an off-season event where scouting data is either non-existent or is maybe not as good as it would have been in the season.
Can we do a little look ahead as well to tomorrow? A lot of similar teams here tomorrow. I think there's like a difference of like 6, whether not coming, there's still going to be like 23 teams. But how much does it having these events back to back, does that change anything?
So what I would say is I think the teams that are competing back to back have a giant advantage. They've gotten their bad matches out of the way. Coming back day 2, those teams should just be ready to hit the ground running. The teams coming in, it might be their first event of the offseason for the teams that are coming in fresh tomorrow. I know in the case of my team, it'll be our first off-season event in the team's history. So it'll be maybe more challenging for the teams coming in fresh tomorrow. One thing I will say is 36-30 and I think it's 47-28. They're on the list. If they're still coming tomorrow, those 2 teams in particular are really going to shake up the top of the rankings. Both of those teams in the regular season were highly effective. They both went to the World Championship and played well. And so those are 2 playoff teams tomorrow that we'll see coming in, and it'll shake things up relative to today.
Yeah, certainly here. And as we continue to get ready for our next round of matches here, we'll take a quick time out, and we'll be back here with, match number 29?
I think we're coming into match number, I think 29.
29.
Might be 28.
28.
I'm in robotics. That doesn't make me good at math.
Oh, don't even ask me about my math. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with more from the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference Championships on yourliveevent.com.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Bacchus schools. For information or to get started, email prboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on yourliveevent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on yourliveevent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's J-E.
It's from Pequot Lakes.
And last but not least, please welcome 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, Thunder Robotics.
Joining us on the blue lines, make some noise for 3313.
From Alexandria, Mechatronics.
Next up on the field is going to be 2503.
Wario Robotics from Brainerd, Minnesota.
And please make some noise for 6453.
From Kellier, it's the Bog Bots.
All right, teams, we're good to go. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Shots from 6453 and 3313 in the lower hub. 876 and 5913 in the upper. And 8. Here we go. And 5913 in the upper hub. Multiple shots in the upper hub. $59.13 and $8.76, both with shots in the upper hub. $59.13 with 2 shots in the upper hub. $33.13 with 1 in the lower. $59.13, 2 more upper shots. $46.74 with a shot in the upper hub. $8.76 and $64.53 with shots in. $59.13 with 2 shots in the upper hub. $8.76 also with shots in the upper hub. $25.03 and $64.53, both getting ready for the rungs. Less than a minute left in the match. $8.76 with more shots in the upper. 64.53 and 25.03, both with hanging on the middle rung. 30 seconds left in the match. 59.13 heading over to the rungs. 876 is also in the rungs. 33.13 headed over towards the rungs. 59.13 on the upper rungs. Right on the traversal with 59.13. 2 Blue Alliance hanging with 3, 2, 1.
There's your playoff preview.
There we go. There we go. There we go. So,
The end of round 27. The Red Alliance wins the match. 107 to 59.
New event high score. They finally broke 100 at this event. Yeah, there's your preview for the playoffs. Those two are teaming up, and everyone else will have to figure out how to stop them.
that is ridiculous. So, again, just like you stated before, but it's not unheard of when you go to the big championships and everything else, like 200 points. But like you just said, highest
100
score.
here, 100 here is a lot.
100 here is
Oh, yeah.
huge. Okay, no, that is awesome. Now, I will say this: I know. I know we went through the playoffs. I know I asked you this at the very beginning of when we've started, but since the lunch break,
Yep.
right? Has anything else popped out? Has any specific, bot popped out, or just like, oh, this is the new, like, this is what's gonna win here?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the thing that has caught my attention more than anything is the reliability of the traversal climbers.
Okay.
And the quantity of the reliable traversal climbers. I think there are probably 7 or 8 robots here that, if they're on my playoff alliance, I can put it in the bank that I'll have 15 points, that they're going to get up there 9 times out of 10, right? Which is very,
Right.
very good reliability for FRC.
Right. Now, and again, I don't want to get, because I'm excited to see your team tomorrow. I'm
Sure,
very,
yep.
very, very excited to see your team and what's going on. But you were kind of dropping little nuggets here and there on, like, hey, I'm willing to go play defense. I'm willing to do this. Are you more of the, I'm going to get down and dirty, play some defense, or is it like, I'm just going to do everything?
So for me, it's funny. Going back to my rookie year in 2013, I was a junior in high school.
Okay.
And we didn't know what we were doing. We were making it up as we went along, but we built a defensive robot with it was a robot drivetrain, like the kit drivetrain,
Right.
with a big pneumatic cylinder on it that was like, I think it was 1.5 inch bore, 14-inch stroke pneumatic cylinder, and we had like 13 air tanks on our robot that year to actuate it.
Okay.
And it didn't work. We were trying to climb that year. It just completely didn't work. So we got to the tournament, and at that tournament, we were like, well, let's mix it up. We're just gonna like bolt this T-shirt onto our big stick thing, and we'll jack it up this way, and we built a T-shirt blocker on our robot. And that year was a frisbee shooting year, and
a frisbee shooting.
Yeah. So
okay.
they would shoot, the robots would shoot frisbees into goals, and we just had a big T-shirt. We got picked by the number 2 alliance and ended up winning the regional. So like, I have defense in FRC going back to my core. Within this game here, I think it's important for every robot to be offensive.
Right.
My mentality in this game, and it varies game to game. I think some games defense is more important, but in this game in particular, 3 offense has been winning the day at most events. Depending on the makeup of the event, if it's deep enough to have a 3rd offensive robot. But I'm thinking in this event here, we'll have 2 offense and 1 defense being the prevailing strategy, just given the makeup of teams that I'm seeing.
Okay. Now, while I believe we're getting ready, and actually I believe we are good to go, so we're going to try this one more time. We're going to see if this works, but I'm going to toss it to Mac. Mac, are you with us?
Jack, I am with you.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. You get to hear my voice. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm talking with Warrior Robotics here, and, guys, first off, great job up there. What kind of strategy did you guys have kind of coming into today, or was there anything you guys were trying to, work on and improve here throughout the day?
We were really coming in today to have some fun, get some points, and do some climbing and shooting. We came in looking to see like how we can improve, what we should think about like next year, and how to think about building the robot, and seeing like knowing what we did right, and then thinking about how we can improve for the future.
Okay. And then, for each of you guys, I'm always curious, how did all of you guys get into robotics? And then, how long have you guys been doing it?
Last year, well, I guess still this year, kind of weird how this works, is my first year. Got into robotics, just heard about it, knew that our school did it, and wanted to try it out and loved it. It's been a lot of fun.
Love to hear it. What about you?
My dad was one of the coaches, so I sort of got pushed into it a little bit, but I love it. And I've been doing it since freshman year. So
that's good to hear. Good to hear. How about you?
I heard about it in 9th grade, but didn't join until just this year or last year, however that works. Yeah.
Okay, and then, the other thing, too, is that, this is my first time being at, one of these events, and I almost struggle to call this an event just because it just feels like more of an experience at this point. So, for you guys, what's it been like for you guys to kind of come into this and, kind of experience this throughout the day here?
It's been a lot of fun. It's always fun to see how our robot performs and driving it around.
It's really fun. Just seeing our robot from last year just still do good after sitting around for 6 months not doing anything.
It's nice to see that even like after rounds that you failed, the audience is still there to like cheer you on. Like even if you're not doing that well and you're at state and having a series of unfortunate events, the audience is still there to, hype it up and make it a pleasurable experience.
Yeah, and then, for you guys as well, and again, that's always what I love to hear and love to see as well, but, for you guys as well, what's something that you guys have kind of learned as the season has kind of gone on and, from the beginning of the season to where you guys are at now?
Definitely that we can actually do a lot better. Like we came in last year, we were fairly new team, really like rookies, and we just had set goals that we got to and then exceeded. And so now with this new season coming up, we're actually going to set our goals even higher and shoot for that and try to do a whole lot better.
Yeah, sort of what he said, just strive to do better than what your expectations were for your team.
Yeah, all that, and also just like how to problem solve, like the turnaround between matches. I mean, while they can be up to like a half an hour, that's still not always a ton of time. So just being able to turn around and add things and problem solve on the fly with whatever you have lying around is actually a pretty decent skill that we've gained over this period.
Perfect. Well, I love to hear it, guys. Great job here today, too. Looking forward to seeing what you guys do here with the Alliance selection.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
I know one of them has a bye, but I don't know which one. Those three down there. 56-53 scoring in the upper hub. 76-77 scoring twice in the lower. Kind of the NMR. 31-02 with 1 point in the upper. 32-94 with 1 in the lower. 76-77 with 2 in the lower. 31-34, 1 in the lower. $76-77, 2 shots. 30 seconds left.
56-53 and 31-34 in the red. On the middle and high rung, shooting for the top row, 37-02 on the middle rung. All three Red Alliance are hanging. And 3, 2, 1. Two blue hanging and 3 red.
Alrighty. Now, 2 hanging high for red. My goodness.
Teams are picking it up here. Teams are playing well.
Absolutely. They feel the playoffs happening.
It's they're knocking on the door. Yep.
Yeah. And
Red Alliance carried by the climbing points. Let's see what they put up. 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance, 78-38. That's a good showing for that team.
That's good. Okay. Oh, awesome. Now, to get back on what we were talking about before with your defense, everything else, has there been a robot out here that you've been like, yeah, no, that's like he is playing, or this robot is playing the best defense?
So just from history, I know that 45-39 Chaotic they play baller defense. They can shut down anybody.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of like Dikembe Mutombo, right? Like just a defensive
okay,
juggernaut.
yeah.
Sure, that maybe wasn't the greatest example.
No, I love it. That you're pulling back. I like it.
Another one that sticks out, I think it's 47-24. They reliable traversal, and they play some nice defense. They actually shut down 59-13 earlier in the event. So if it's me and I'm looking for teams that I know that number 1 alliance is going to be elite, right? I know that they're going to put up a bunch of cargo undefended. You have to play defense on them, and I would argue you probably should play double defense, which is a more obscure strategy, but you just have to grind everything to a halt and then hope that you can get a climb advantage at the end, and hope, say, penalties or things like that go your direction. You're playing for a Hail Mary when you're against a really strong alliance.
Sure, absolutely. Now, when you say double defense, is it double teaming one particular scorer, or are you saying is it something?
Both. It's you've got 3 alliance members, right? It's effectively you send 2 of them to go play defense. And so you could send 2 of them to both shut down one offensive robot. More common, though, is you put 2 of them on 2 offensive robots, and they both play man-on-man.
Okay.
And an even better strategy, if you can pull it off, in my mind, the optimal strategy is really 3 offense, 3 defense, where every robot on your alliance is scoring, contributing to the positive score, putting cargo in. But at the same time, when they're looking for cargo or they don't currently have cargo to score, they're banging into the opponent and knocking them off right before they shoot, right? You call it opportunistic defense. And I think there's a collection of teams here. If you get the right teams together, we could see some of that, and you could maybe see some upsets in the playoffs.
Okay. And now, and again, just from separate sports and everything else, and whenever you hear upset, it's typically a low-scoring affair. So is it is that going to be the only way in your mind that's like no one's going to outscore these elite players? So
I don't see a collection of 3 teams that is going to go cargo for cargo with the top 2 that are 1 and 2 right now.
Right.
You got to play not guerrilla warfare, but like you got to play the game a different way. If you can't beat them head to head. So if it's me, I'm drafting the best defensive robot that I can, and I think Chaotic 45-39. They've got a shot at being. The thing is, they're also a good scorer, right? So do you pick them to go score? Or do you pick them to play even more elite defense? They're better at defense than they are at offense, but so these are the decisions that the alliance captains are going to have to think through. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
All right, and we actually have another interview. So, Mac, I am tossing it to you, my man.
Thank you very much, Jack. I'm here once again with Elias of Thunder Robotics, and you guys have been one of the top teams here today, and obviously high scoring. What have you seen from you guys, and what has kind of improved as the day has kind of gone on for you?
Well, we started off. Our limelight was kind of kind of iffy. It wasn't seeing what it needed to see, but as the day progressed, we fixed issues as they came up. So we think we're doing pretty good now.
Yeah, I would say so based on some of your scores here today, especially. What have you seen from your team shooting and also from your climbing as the day is kind of going on here too?
Our climbing, we're pretty solid on our climbing. Except for last round, it's just minor issues. We're pretty good though. Shooting, I would say we're pretty solid on that. I don't have any complaints.
Yeah, I hear that. And, obviously you guys are one of the top teams here today, at least based on the rankings here as well. So, with the Alliance selection coming up, you willing to give any details about where you might be going when it comes to Alliance selection?
Well, I don't know how much I could say, but I think we're going to need some defense for sure. And lots of climbing, I would say. So we're going to be looking at teams that can climb and defense, so.
Okay, sounds good. Well, hey, I appreciate the insight. I appreciate you being cryptic with me. I appreciate not revealing all your secrets. So, I'm looking forward to seeing you in selection. Good luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Jack, back to you.
And thank you, Mac. And once again, the interviews are presented by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more about the career opportunities at enbridge.com. Now, we're going to meet.
I love the gamesmanship of, I can't really say who we're picking. I love that part of Alliance selection.
Yes, absolutely.
It was perfect political answer.
Exactly. Exactly. What else were you going to do? But we'll take a listen to the intros real quick, and then we'll probably just jump right into it.
It's for 52-53.
Backwoods spots from Big Fork.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, please make some noise for 45-39.
It's Chaotic Robotics.
1-7. Joining them is going to be none other than 88-78.
From Ashby, it's the Ashby Aerobots.
I like it. And rounding off this match, we have 44-80.
It's UC Robotics.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Good job. I was going to say, I'm having you guys come out onto the field. All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And shot from 32-77.
So just have them ready.
And 44-80. Scoring in the lower rung. 88-78 in the lower rung. Up. Oh. And here we go. Teams loading up on cargo.
Definitely.
44-80 scoring in the lower hub.
All 6 of them? Sorry.
44-80 shooting twice in the lower hub.
Might be missing a
45-39 scores in the upper hub.
For this 6-4-5-3. 6-4-5-3.
44-80 scores in the lower hub. And 32-77 in the upper.
It's Flyer Robotics. That one of those teams here?
Shots fired from 46-23. And 32-77 scores in the upper rung. And we are at 1 minute remaining in the match. 1 minute.
Mild dyslexia makes this really hard.
44-80 shoots and scores 2 in the lower hub. 46-23, 1 in the upper. $88.78, 1 in the lower. with just above 30 seconds remaining in the match. 52-53 working their way up to the high rung. 44-80 already on the middle rung. 88-78 joining them. Two last shots with 45-39 getting 2 points. 32-77 joining 52-53 on the rungs. 3, 2, 1.
I don't know how much is on it, but. And then a line. Yep.
I'd like to call out 45-39 there. They played some impressive defense to pair with impressive offense. They played what I would call a hybrid game, which to me that makes them a pretty clear number 2 overall pick.
Oh, okay. And I'll say this, unless it's the tape on it, but I'm pretty sure 44-80
is holding a red ball.
Is holding a red ball.
At the end of round 29, it's
right.
the Blue Alliance.
Look at that.
55-43.
No, I was watching 44-80 throughout that, and I really like that robot. They've got the Mecanum drive working nicely. They drive it like it should be driven. They utilize this. So a lot of teams will have Mecanum drives, and they'll drive it like a tank drive. They forget that they can strafe. 44-80 strafes. They use the system that they have to the peak, and I think they missed that climb there, but they've got the ability to go traversal, and overall it looks great.
Alrighty, and with that being said, we actually do have an interview. Mac, it's all you.
All right, thanks, guys. And I'm joined by the Patriotics, and again, one of the top teams here today. And thank you guys for joining me. And what did you guys think of how you guys started out today to where you guys are at now? It seemed like you guys had a pretty good day.
Yeah, so I feel like we've been doing pretty good today. This morning was a little rough with our climbing, but I feel like we've started to get better at that and make the traversal climbs.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we're doing really good right now.
Good to hear, good to hear. And then, the other thing, too, is that I feel like with today being, it's a long day, so it gives you guys a chance to take a look at, what things are going right, what things are going wrong. Like you guys said, early on in the day was a little bit of a struggle for you guys. How did you guys feel like you kind of rebounded as the day kind of went on here as well?
Oh, boy. You got anything, Tegan?
We had kind of a slip up earlier, but I think we fixed it because our robot didn't work for a little bit. But I think now our drivers are getting more comfortable and things are going more smoothly.
Good to hear, good to hear. And then also for you guys, again, you guys have been one of the top teams here today as well. With selection coming up, I'm not asking, I'm not expecting you guys to just outright tell me who you're taking, but at the same time, what are you guys looking for out of your draft pick here coming up?
So we're still crunching our numbers to figure out, who we're going to be picking. So I guess when we finish, looking at our reports, then we'll know.
There are some teams that are doing pretty good, I will say.
I would agree with that. I appreciate you guys at least crunching the numbers, going through all the data. I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to seeing who you guys select, and good luck to you guys for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, Jack, back to you. That's Patriotics.
All righty, I appreciate it, Mac. All righty. Now, again, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. We are getting down to the playoffs at this point. Those are coming up soon. But, again, another very politically correct answer to who are you picking? I got to crunch my numbers, got to do all that, everything else. Now, let me ask you this. It's both crunching numbers. What are the numbers they're crunching?
Yeah, so every team scouts a little bit differently, but in general, what they're counting or what their scouts are tallying up is the number of cargo that a team is scoring in a given match or potentially the number of cargo that a team is preventing in a given match. If they're playing defense, usually you're rating that subjectively. Like, oh, they were a 7 out of 10 on defense in this match, and the scouts just get a feel for what ranking, is what performance.
Right.
But the raw numbers that they're being able to scout would be what rung do they make it to, how consistently do they make it there, and how many cargo do they score. Those are the raw numbers that they would care about. And the rest of it's really subjective. Do they get penalties? Do they get has the robot died a lot? Stuff like that.
Which, again, I haven't, besides the one today, I really haven't seen a robot just out, right?
Teams have been pretty reliable throughout this event, which that is a little bit to be expected at a conference championship at the end of the year. Teams have gotten most of those bugs worked out.
Okay.
The only risk there is if you get on the back end, robots have a limited life.
Right.
So you get toward the end and they require more and more maintenance, just like an old car, right?
Absolutely. No, and we've heard it in the interviews today as well. Like, yeah, our last year's robot, everything else. It's not going to be a certain answer. It's not going to be like, oh, it's 2 years and then you got to get a new one, right?
Right.
But like, how typical and how devastating is it when it's like, oh no, we need a new bot. We need a new bot.
Well, so the robot's different every year. The game is different every year. Actually.
Oh.
So yeah, they're only ever 1 year old.
Okay.
So in 2023, January 8th, 2023, we're going to get we're going to kick off the new game, and it'll be totally different. There'll be a different structure in the field, different game object, and teams are going to have that 6-week period of time that I talked about earlier, roughly 6 week, 7-8 week, whatever it is, to build a brand new robot. Now they can use components, purchase components off of their old robot. But they can't use manufactured components. You have to create new content each year.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
It's cool. I mean, it's part of the challenge, right? It's every new team is different. The students are different. They've got to go through and build their own robot, quote unquote.
Yeah, and it keeps everybody on at least a level playing field of hey, everyone has to do something.
Right.
It's not like
you can't have a bank of robots, so you pick one and you send that one out to the field, right?
Okay. All right. Any insider information on what the next year's 2023 field is going to be looking like?
Unfortunately, I don't know anything more than anybody else. I wish I did.
All right.
1, go.
And the robots are off. This first 15 seconds of the match is autonomous. Robots are working on pre-programmed settings. Scoring points in the first 15 seconds is worth double points. The drivers now take control of their robots as they move across the field. Both alliances looking to score points. They can do that by scoring the cargo in the upper or lower hub. Upper hub is worth 2 points. Lower is worth 1. Robots are picking up that cargo off the field, making their way over to the tarmac. 42-38, red cargo in the air. 1, now 2, both of them bouncing out of that upper hub, unfortunately. Blue Alliance robot looking to score cargo, and they do so. That's team 72-35 into the lower hub, adding additional point to their score. Robot lining up with red cargo, making its way into the lower hub. 32-94 answering back for the Blue Alliance. These two alliances are neck and neck. Red Alliance with a 1-point lead. Minute 20 left to play. 42-38, 1-2 cargo are up, and they both make their way into the hub. 4 additional points will be added to the Red Alliance's score. $32.94 blue cargo up, but it falls short. Their alliance partner scoring that blue cargo into the lower hub, 1 point. 55 seconds left to go. Red Alliance now with a slight lead, 25-19 is the current score. The robots are already making their way back to their hangar zone. 42-38, red cargo up, it's bouncing around and into that upper hub for 2 points. 3 robots are already off the ground, 35 seconds left to go. 4674 are all the way to that high rung. 2 red robots looking to do the same. Red River Rage has one of their arms on that high rung. Can they make it over? At 6453 all the way to the traversal. Blue Alliance robot doing the same. 18 seconds left to go. Red Alliance still with that 9-point lead. We have 4 robots off the ground, 2 apiece. 1 robot on each alliance on the traversal rung with 6 seconds left. 3 red robots off the ground. They're barely hanging on with 3, 2, 1. As time expires here for qualification match number 30.
Bunch of robots off the ground in that one. That'll be a close match. I think red with the traversal climb and the high climb should take it, but it'll be close.
Oh, no. And I'll say this. It is the, as I have deemed it, the flamingo climbing mechanism.
Yep.
Like, that scares me. That really does.
Every time. And maybe they're used to it by now. Cause,
they have to be.
Every time one hook falls off, right?
Right.
And they keep coming out and it keeps working. So clearly there's, something to it.
Exactly. There's something huge to it because I don't think I've seen a flamingo style that isn't on that
and
second top tier.
Right. The match will go to the Red Alliance.
Okay,
the Red Alliance had a winning score of 60
Mm-hmm.
points, and they earned 3 ranking points. 2 for winning the match and 1 for the hanger bonus at the end of the match. Blue Alliance had a score of 43, and they will not walk away empty-handed. This alliance earned 1 ranking point for that hanger bonus at the end of the match. As a reminder to all teams and fans in the stands, we will be replaying qualification match number 17 up next. Again, we will now be setting up for qualification match number 17, 1-7.
Yeah, so you heard we're replaying qualification match number 17. I talked to the referee about why that match is getting replayed. And what happened is we had a bunch of cargo jammed up in the lower hub, and they weren't coming back out onto the field of play. So earlier I had mentioned that in theory, if the ball were to get stuck in the upper hub and impact the outcome, we would replay it. Well, that exact thing happened with the lower hub.
Okay. And it's funny because I remember having that conversation, right? I honestly completely, I remember it, but until right now I remembered it, right? But, yeah, no, it is crazy to think, like, hey, cargo's getting stuck, everything else, but it actually seems like it's kind of gotten fixed. Whatever thing, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's just the slope. It's little, defects in these field elements are likely, 6 months old at this point, give or take, so.
All right. Now, real quick, I just lost my train of thought like crazy.
While you're picking it back up, I would like to point out 47-24, once again up on the traversal rung. I haven't seen him miss it yet today, and that is a valuable skill for a robot that I would envision being available probably later on in the second round. And so watch out, if they end up on that first alliance as one of the later picks, they could have an impact on the outcome of the event.
Okay. Now, I know you went over the alliance and the picking and everything else, but it sounds like there's multiple rounds.
Yep.
How many rounds are there?
Yeah, so in the playoffs, we talked about this a little bit. Basically, they've switched over to a double elimination format. We are only going to have 6 alliances here instead of 8, which would be typical during the first official season, and that's because we don't have enough teams here to fill 8 alliances. So effectively what we're going to be doing is a double elimination bracket, but we're going to consider the 7th and 8th alliances as buys. So the first and second alliance will automatically advance on to round 2. What will happen after that is the alliances 2 and 5 will play each other, and alliances 3 and 4, I believe, will play each other. And the winners of those will go on to play 1 and 2. The losers of those will go to the lower bracket and fight for their life to try to rise out of the lower bracket and make it to the finals. The way the finals work is whatever team comes out of the upper bracket will meet whatever team comes out of the lower bracket, and they're going to play a best 2 out of 3 in the finals.
Okay.
So hypothetically, if the lower bracket alliance were to, they would have to lose in order to become a lower bracket alliance team. they could fight their way back, they could win, get to the championship, and they could theoretically play a team that has already beaten them.
Right.
Now, if that team were to beat them again, remember, it's still best 2 out of 3.
Oh.
So, and it resets when you get to the finals. So in theory,
it resets when it gets to the finals. Okay.
Yeah, the double elimination resets, and then it's just a straight best 2 out of 3. So in theory, you could have a team lose to the team in the upper bracket 2 times, but then if they come back and win 2 times, they're your champion.
And again, I honestly, I love that. That's great.
It's a nice. I will say, I've talked to some people who have competed in this style of bracket out in California.
Right.
It was piloted out there for the first time.
Okay.
And they said the lower bracket is a grueling challenge. Your turnaround times are tight. You're off the field, and then in 5 minutes you got to get back on. The upper bracket is an advantage because you've got longer turnaround times.
Okay.
It'll be interesting.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a listen real quick.
All of these teams are looking to be in the top ranked 6 positions for our alliance selection that will be upon us very shortly. So let's meet our teams for qualification match number 17, starting with Mechatronics 3313.
Out of Alexandria, Minnesota, it's Mechatronics.
Their alliance partners, they hail from Nevis Team 3102.
They are the Techno Tigers.
And rounding out this alliance, UC Robotics is back 4480.
They hail from Uppsala, Minnesota. It's UC Robotics.
For our Blue Alliance, we start off with Team 2503.
From Brainerd, Minnesota, it's Warrior Robotics.
Their alliance partner, Team 3294.
From Pine River, it's Backwoods Engineers.
And one of our Cass Lake teams today, Team 3134.
They are the Accelerators.
Qualification match number 17, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Replaying match number 17, we are in autonomous mode where robots are running off pre-programmed instructions. We have a human player on the Blue Alliance that throws one in from downtown. Teleoperated period where human players step forward and take control of their robots. 33-13, they're scoring fast off the draw on that lower hub for 1 point. 4480 have 2 cargo in hold. They go down low for 2 points. 33-13 again, scoring fast down in the lower hub for 1 point. 3294 trying to go up high, coming up a little short. 3102, Techno Tigers just missing long of that upper hub. 4480 again, scoring in the lower hub for 2 points. That's UC Robotics. 33-13, they get both of their cargo in that lower hub. Meanwhile, 32-94, the Backwoods Engineers, they score 1 up top. Techno Tigers shoot 2, they go straight up and straight back down. Techno Tigers lining up for 1 cargo shot. It's up and in the upper hub. Their alliance team member, 33-13, Mechatronics, scores 1 in the lower hub. 4480, again, 1 in the lower hub for the Red Alliance. 31-34, they're going to be in their climb. Starting off in that middle rung. That is the Accelerators. They have successfully latched onto that high rung. They are going to climb up and try to make it to the traversal rung. Meanwhile, all 3 red robots are still driving around scoring cargo points. 31-34, the Accelerators hanging on by 1 claw. 33-13 heads over to the red hangar. They're going to start their climb on that middle rung. 33-13 is off the ground and scoring points for the Red Alliance. 32-94 for the Blue Alliance is off the ground as well. We have 5 seconds remaining in the round. 31:02. Techno Tigers is off the ground. 1 second. That is it for the replay match of 17.
Another exciting match.
Here comes the results of replay match number 17. It goes to the Red Alliance.
Ooh.
With a score of 58-47, the Red Alliance gets 3 ranking points. The Blue walk away with 1.
All right, so with that, the final match being played,
we will now
the
clearing
rankings
the
are
field,
set.
and we will be getting ready for a brief award ceremony before the Alliance selection.
Alrighty.
What I will say is that I was poorly informed. I thought that you could draft captains at this event, but you are not allowed to draft captains at this event. So looking at the standings, that means that Thunder Robotics 876 is not allowed to pick Team 5913, the second-seeded captain, because they're both captains.
Right.
So the first team eligible to be picked would be the 7-seed 4674, which that's the team. I confused them for 4624 earlier. But 4674, that's a team that's reliable climbing to the traversal. So this will be really interesting. I think if I'm looking at the teams that are ranked 7 on down, I mean, 3102 is probably fairly high on my list of teams that I would pick. There are some other teams as well. This is a difficult decision for the number 1 alliance. The obvious teams, the teams that you would probably most obviously pick, they're all captains. There's no captain or no obvious team that fell outside of that range. And so this event, these playoffs are likely wide open.
That's honestly, I think that's the best scenario.
I agree. For my entertainment and my excitement. Not so much for the number 1 seed.
Not so much for the number 1 seed.
But let me say this. So we got 876 is the rank 1, 5913 ranked 2nd, 3134 in 3rd, 4539 in 4th, 6453, 4480 rounding out the top 6. So what I would say is I wouldn't hate being toward the lower side of this bracket. It's a snake draft.
Right.
And when you've got a lot of parity in the field, you get say the 3rd best robot, which might not be that different from the 1st best robot, but then you get a better robot in the 2nd round.
Okay.
And so with the setup here, knowing what I know, I think the 4 seed might be dangerous. 4539 is going to get 2 earlier. They'll get the 4th overall pick, and then they'll get a much earlier pick than the top 2 alliances for their 3rd robot.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is going to get real interesting. It's going to be who. So let me ask you this. And we've been talking about the team and everything else where there's 2 controllers of somebody who operates and somebody who drives, right? Is there somebody that is just there to crunch the numbers?
Absolutely, yeah. They're the lead scout, and that's an extremely common position on FRC teams. You've got your lead scout, and typically you've got an entire team of scouts. And I'd like to shout out all the scouters out there because it's a critically important role to the success of a team and a team's ability to win an event.
Oh, absolutely.
Short minutes, but for that award ceremony, I want to invite all mentors and coaches onto the field with me at this time. So if you are a mentor or coach, or if you see a mentor or coach, please guide them onto the field for our award ceremony. Thank you.
There'll be enough of them. I already stuck out of the crowd.
I'm trying. I'm pointing them to the field and everything else, and Ryan's just being no. I'm here to talk. I'm here to talk, which I am 100% down for.
They're doing the mentor walkthrough. Seems like a good opportunity to shout out some awesome mentors. The mentors in the NMRC conference are second to none. I know a lot of them personally. I've hung out with a lot of them outside of robotics activities, and they're a great group of people that they're creating an awesome thing. This NMRC championship is one of the better off-season events I've ever attended.
Oh, it's the only one I've ever attended, but
one of one.
Yeah, one of one. So guess what? It's number 1. But I will say this: before they start announcing everything else, I mean, you have young, you have old, you have everything there. So it's open. You don't have to be. There's nothing special, or there's not a. You have to be blank to be a mentor.
There is no prerequisite to mentoring a first robotics competition team, other than willingness to do it.
Wow.
It is always cool seeing everybody in one place. I mean, robotics events, when you're around long enough, they become just a gathering of your old friends that you don't see all that often.
Exactly, and it has to be that way, right? Like this is so cool, and not only that, like just this, right? Just what you're seeing on the screen right now. It just shows you how many teams, how many people are there, being mentors, being coaches, everything of that nature. It's so. It's awesome.
All right, if you are still a coach or mentor, you can still sneak onto the field as we start our award ceremony. So before we start, I just want all the students to take a look at this great bunch of mentors on the field and coaches and give them a round of applause. So I have 3 awards that we will be handing out today, along with the NMRC committee, with our president and vice president over there. I'm asking the winners, whether it's a team or an individual, to please enter the field on the Blue Alliance side. You will go down, high five, or knuckles. All of these mentors or coaches receive your plaque and then exit the field on the Red Alliance side. All right, so to get started, each year the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference strives to acknowledge the students, mentors, and volunteers who spend countless hours and days working to better FIRST. With that, the NMRC has 3 awards that it gives out annually to recognize one individual in each of those 3 categories. Each individual was nominated by their coach, mentor, or student of this conference. So for our first award, the NMRC Team Member of the Year Award goes to a student who portrays the highest caliber of character and the best representation of FIRST. This student is recognized not only for their achievements within the team, but also recognized for their work beyond, in support of other teams, the conference, and the individual who embodies the persona of gracious professionalism. Dedication, determination, and drive, 3 Ds that describe this student's character. This individual is dedicated to FIRST and sees their team's hard work pay off. This nominee's application glowed with respect and true appreciation for the student. Working over 30 hours a week on robotics, learning how to use all of the metal shop machinery, including CNC, stepping up to teach the new girls the information they need to know, and teaching both Native American and non-Native students equally and passionately. This student has amazed their mentor. The mentor ended with this remark: "She makes coaches like me love what I do." Congratulations to this year's 2022 NMRC Team Member of the Year, Carrera Jensen from Team 3134, the Accelerators. We have a lot of mentors and coaches to give knuckles to. For our second award, the NMRC Volunteer of the Year program recognizes a volunteer of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. This honor goes to an individual who is generous with their time and talents. They bring light, life, and selfless service to both our students and organization. Their incredible charitable commitment to NMRC and FIRST team members helps ensure a bright future for our community. Not enough can be said about the volume of hours this volunteer has put forth into the NMRC, individual teams across the state, and FRC in Minnesota as a whole. With an incredible depth of knowledge in making things work, and the newfound love expressed by this individual for being able to help out all across our state, our conference alone is blessed to have him here and a part of this wonderful program. From programming a robot to making cheesy arena work for our needs, automated scoring, and just being a fabulous individual. This volunteer received multiple nominations, and it truly shows the appreciation that we, the NMRC, have of him. Please help me in congratulating the 2022 NMRC Volunteer of the Year, Corey Applegate. And for our last and final award at today's brief award ceremony, the NMRC Coach/Mentor of the Year Award program recognizes a head coach, assistant coach, or mentor of a participating team within the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. This honor goes to an individual whose actions, dedication, and selflessness to NMRC and FIRST team members directly resulted in student success. Anyone can nominate an NMRC Coach Mentor for this award, but special consideration is given to nominations submitted by students. This year's Coach Mentor of the Year goes to a team mentor who has been an active and dedicated person since the beginning of their team. This individual brings knowledge, enthusiasm, and encouragement to all students. This individual has been integral in recruitment of new members, communicating with the community, and establishing opportunities, which include powwows and parades at Red Lake and Ponema. The students who submitted this nomination really value and appreciate the work put forth by this individual. So please help me in congratulating Tammy Liberty from Team 7235, Red Lake Go Get Ya Dog. Congratulations to all of the winners and also to all of the nominations as well for these 3 great awards. So next for today's schedule, we do have our Alliance selection. I know a lot of you have been waiting for the Alliance selection. This will be taking place next. So I'm just asking that every team have 1 representative ready for the Alliance selection, and that team representative will be located behind the Red Alliance station. And we will have this take place here shortly. We'll have a better timeline for you soon. So teams, let's get ready for Alliance selection.
ID.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education. Where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Alrighty. So we just got done with the with the awards ceremony, and again, it was just awesome to see. I this being my first time and being introduced to many of these people.
Yeah.
Right. And honestly, I think everybody deserves an award. I'm not one of those guys who goes, "Oh, everybody needs a ribbon." Yeah. No. But it's crazy.
You can't recognize the mentors enough in this program.
Yes.
I can tell you from experience how much time and effort they're putting into trying to better the next generation of students.
Attention teams, attention teams. We need one student representative ready for Alliance selection. Those students need to be outside the field on the Red Alliance side within the next couple minutes. We need to start Alliance selection soon. Every team needs one student representative ready to go for the Alliance selection on the Red Alliance side of the field.
So what we just heard is that students are going to go on the Red Alliance side of the field.
Hello.
Now, with that being said, are those the team captains, or are those that's the team we picked?
Not necessarily the team captains. It could be like the lead scout, like we talked about earlier.
Okay, yeah.
But typically, it's the person who, if they get drafted, that person's going to go out to the field and be ready to draft either the next team, or if they're the third team, just go up there and represent their team.
Okay.
But a little inside baseball here. The students that are going up, if you're on the 1 or 2 seed, the 1 seed, they know who they're going to pick more than likely right now.
Right.
The 2 seed, they probably have two teams on their list, and they'll get probably one or the other. Same for 3, they'll have 3 names and so on. And then they'll have a separate list, most of them, for their second pick. For their first pick, it's theoretically a different strategy for their first robot and their second robot. Your first overall pick typically is a high goal, high cargo score with a traversal climb. And your second robot, typically at this type of event, would be an elite defender, probably with a traversal climb.
Okay.
And so right now, team members from, different team representatives from different teams are trying to figure out, hey, who are you going to pick? Hey, who are you going to pick? They're trying to put it together in their head like I've been doing in my head, and they're trying to predict how it'll go to use it to their advantage during the Alliance selection.
Okay. All right. Now,
I've been racking my brain. I've been looking at these rankings, and the top 6, none of them can pick each other. I think the top 6 at this event are 6 of the best robots here. I think the qualification score rankings are good. And there are times where they aren't good. There are times where teams they had good schedules and it enabled them to seed high despite maybe lesser performance. I don't think that's the case here. I think the teams that we've got in the top 6 are, the top 6 teams. I don't know necessarily the order, but they're all very good.
Okay.
And I look at 7 through 22, and I see a lot of parity. A lot of parity. There's no team to me that's like, oh yeah, they're
that's
the top pick.
That's the top pick.
Yeah,
so it really is. It might be just, and being that this is all conference. I mean, are these? Okay, you want to know what? We're just going to jump right into it.
They're different. So before this was the qualifying matches, and right now we're going to go off to the playoffs. So our 6 highest ranked teams are now going to be our 6 alliance captains. In this event, alliance captains cannot select other alliance captains to be a part of their alliance. We'll start from the highest seed to the lowest seed, and then back from the lowest seed to the highest seed to make our way around. Unlike the best 2 out of 3 like we've done in years past, this is going to be a double elimination style. So in the beginning rounds, alliances will play against their assigned alliance. If they lose, they can play in the lower bracket, and if they win, they can play in the upper bracket. If an alliance loses 2 times, then they're out of the running for finals. During the final round, the champion alliance will be determined by best 2 of 3 matches traditionally. You guys ready? Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Our 6th ranked team is going to be Team 4480.
UC Robotics from Uppsala, Minnesota.
Let's bring out to the field our 5th ranked team is going to be 6453.
From Kelliher, Minnesota, Bogbots.
Moving up to our 4th ranked team is going to be 4539.
Chaotic Robotics from Frazee, Minnesota.
Joining us will be our 3rd ranked team. That is going to be 3134.
The Accelerators from Cass Lake, Minnesota.
Now for our top 2 ranked teams. Our 2nd highest ranked team is going to be Team 5913.
Patriotics from Pequot Lakes.
All right, and let's make some noise for our top-ranked team of the event. That's going to be Team 876.
Thunder Robotics from Hatton, Northwood, North Dakota.
All right, 876, who is the first team you'd like to invite to your alliance?
Team 876 would like to invite Team 3102.
That's Team 3102.
That is Techno Tigers from Nevis.
Team 3102 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. All right, 5913.
Team 5913 would like to invite Team 5653.
5653.
The Iron Mosquitoes from Babbitt.
Team 5653 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Moving on to 3134.
3134 would like to invite Team 22503.
22503. 2503.
Warrior Robotics from Brainerd.
Team 2503 graciously accept.
Congratulations. All right, and our next choice?
Team 4539 would like to invite Team 7048.
7048.
Red River Rage from Fargo.
Team 7048 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations.
Team
Team 6453 would like to invite Team 4238 to our alliance.
That's 4238.
That's Resistance Robotics from Belgrade.
4238 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. And for our 6th ranked team.
4480 would like to select Team 7677.
That's
The
7677.
Bodacious Bulldogs from Swanville.
Team 7677 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Now, this can be a very difficult task choosing your members for your alliance. So we're going to go ahead and give the teams just about a minute to go ahead and strategize and think of what they want to do.
Alrighty, so we got a minute break from round 1 to round 2. Just like we've been talking about, Ryan, at least Ryan has been telling me, that it's a snake draft. So we're going to get the last person who just drafted is going to hit again here first. I believe, just like we've talked before, this has gotten, like, the top 7 seems to be just the cream of the crop. Everybody else is pretty much a parody.
What was that?
Everybody else is parody at this
Pretty
point.
much, yeah.
You're okay. You're okay.
I'm back.
Howdy.
I had my headset off.
No, you're completely fine.
But yeah, no, the top 6 I thought were the top 6 robots, and 7 through 22 in my mind are parody.
Right.
And so I am not envious of that 6 seed where they not only have to make 2 picks back to back with a
Right.
limited time between them, they have to do it in a sea of robots that are all very, very similar in terms of competitiveness.
Absolutely. Any. I believe we're going to get right into it, but any big shocker for you right off the
All
rip?
right, let's
Not
get
at
ready
all.
to pick
Not at
those
all.
teams. Our 6th ranked alliance.
Team 4480 and 7677 would like to select Team 5653. All right, change of plans. Team 4480 and Team 7677 would like to select Team 8422.
Team 8422.
That's the Husky Howlers out of Pillager, Minnesota.
8422 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. On to our 5th ranked alliance.
453 and Team 4238 would like to invite Team 5253 to our alliance.
That's Team 5253.
That's the Backwoods Bots out of Big Fork, Minnesota.
5253 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. On to our 4th ranked alliance.
Team 4539 and 7048 would like to invite Team 4238.
Team 4238. It looks like they've already been picked.
3275.
Team 3275.
Prodigy out of the Regulators out of Cass Lake, Minnesota.
Team 3275 would like to graciously accept.
Congratulations. On to our 3rd ranked alliance.
3134
Team 2503.
would like to invite Team 3277 to our alliance.
That's 3277.
That's Prodigy out of Thief River Falls.
On behalf of our sponsor, DigiKey, Team 3277 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. we are up to our top 2 ranked alliances. Alliance number 2, who's your pick?
Team 5913 would like to invite Team 4674.
Robotics out of Bemidji, Minnesota.
4674 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. And to our top ranked alliance, who's this final team gonna be?
Team 876 and
Team 3102.
would like to invite Team 4674.
We're gonna work on another selection. Do you guys know of any team numbers that would be good looking up here? What was that?
Team 876 and
Team 3102.
would like to invite 3313.
That's 3313.
That's Mechatronics out of Alexandria, Minnesota.
Team 3313 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Let's go ahead and welcome our alliances that will be playing in the playoff rounds.
Alrighty. So, we just saw the draft, right? Now, I mean, hold up.
Ceremony after this. Congratulations, teams. You may now exit the field.
We're going to take a listen to the closing ceremonies, and then we will jump right back on.
I think we're good to talk.
Oh,
now.
we're good to talk. Okay,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, they're taking a break. So we
Okay.
can break down the alliance selection.
Perfect.
So to me, there weren't any big shockers. I think 3102 is number 1 overall pick made sense.
Right.
To me, they've got a nice 2-ball auto. They can score, I think, the best in terms of cargo outside of all those top teams. I think they've only got that mid climb, but that number 1 alliance figured that they would have the ability to draft another traversal climber late in the draft because there's so many of them here. Speaking of that last pick, I think one of the funnier things I've seen at the event today, they accidentally selected 4674, not knowing that they'd already been picked, right?
Right.
And then 3313 3313 out in the stands is yelling, "Pick us, pick us!"
Right.
And then they end up picking them. Usually that doesn't work, but sometimes it does.
You see, I was sitting there just going like, man, I feel for them.
Oh,
because
yeah.
at that point, like, there's so much information happening at that point.
The parity here too is insane.
Oh, yeah.
Making an alliance selection at a regional event where you've got data to crunch, you've got tons of videos that you can look at. They had no time to go and analyze videos to double check their data to see if it's good. They just had to wing it, man, and they everything seemed logical. I think a lot of the top teams were captains. They picked a lot of the next best teams, and one underrated pick there I think will be impactful is that 4674 pick, second to last pick of the draft.
Right.
I mentioned earlier, if they fell to that point and ended up with either 5913 or Thunder,
right,
that I think they're going to do some damage. They looked good on defense, and I think that's important because 5913, their play style is susceptible to defense. There are safe zones on the field, they just pick the ball up and they shoot from where they get the ball, which can leave them open for, man-to-man defense. But I think they took one of the best defenders off the field late in the draft. I think that'll be a big advantage when they're eventually playing the number 1 seed with Thunder.
Oh, absolutely, and especially. All right. Hold up, something's going on. Let's take a listen.
So now it is one match. The winner moves.
Well, you know what? I'm mistaken. But going back to the defensive robot, everything else, the number, if there's top 7, so it was
top 6 alliances.
Top 6, so 12, so it's 11, right?
Sure,
pick
the 11th
11,
pick. Yep.
Right. Now, I will say this: I'm very much a proprietor of no matter what I'm doing. If I'm picking teams, if I'm picking whatever, I don't want to go against somebody who can.
I'd much
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and I'd much rather this person be a pain for anybody else besides me.
Right.
So, I do the instant. I mean, when your team's so nice, it almost gets picked twice.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta be good, right?
Yeah, no,
you're doing something right.
They were a nice late round pick. I think it'll be interesting to see that number 4 alliance with 45-39, Chaotic Robotics. They to me are the 3rd best robot at this event. They've been balling out. They drafted 2 teams that I think have had questionable luck getting to the traversal rung.
Right.
And 45-39 themselves, they go to the mid rung. And so they really are going to need their alliance partners to figure out whatever it was in the qualification matches that was preventing them from getting to the traversal rung and get that to be successful. I don't think they're going to outscore Thunder or 59-13 if they eventually play them in a direct head-to-head matchup. I do think they could play great defense, score enough, and then have the climbs win it for them. So their alliance, they'll probably have a thin margin, but they do have a shot at upsetting 1 or 2.
Okay, and now because you brought up climbs, and now I'm wondering how many traversal. What's the difference of the hooks, that mechanism in there? Are they all basically? And again, I know you've said it a million times. Are they all the 3-pronger? Are they all? How many flamingo ones are in there?
Yeah, no, I've only seen one flamingo one. I think that was 7048 that you're referring to.
Oh, really? Okay, so there is. Okay.
But a lot of them are similar, right? It's an elevator with 2 hooks that goes up.
Elevator. Okay.
It hands it off to another set of hooks, sometimes passive. They actuate the primary elevator back. They reach out to the next bar, and then they repeat that cycle to get up to the traversal rung. One thing to note is the spacing between the mid-rung, the high rung, and the traversal rung is all identical. So what you do to reach up from the mid-rung to the high rung, you can repeat that same exact motion to get up to the traversal rung, and that's how most teams are doing it.
Right, and that's because it is one of those things when you do see a robot, and I guarantee you can rip through a whole bunch of them that are just like, yeah, no, this one's always going to get up to the top because it just needs, if it gets to the first one, then it's going to, then it's settled, right? Now, how long does that take to reel in, okay, it's always going to be doing this? Is that more practice on the controller, or is it tinkering in
both.
the lab?
It's definitely both, yeah. So there are little tweaks that can make a big difference, right? So one thing that I found is you have the initial elevator transfer to your passive hooks, and then your elevator has to go back up and actuate out and reach to the next bar. There can sometimes be an interesting challenge when you are pulling onto the high rung from the mid rung. You've done the first transfer. Sometimes teams' passive hooks will stick onto the mid rung, and that transition can get not smooth, basically. And when that happens, it'll slow down a climb, which, the top traversal climbers here are doing it in about 15 seconds. I would say nobody's taking longer than a minute that's in the playoffs. They're all, somewhere in the range of 15 seconds to a minute. But that's another thing that scouts were likely looking at. Hey, how long? I get that they're reliable, but if it takes them a full minute to get to the traversal rung, that's less valuable to me than a teammate that can get up there in 25 seconds. Because that's 35 more seconds that they can be playing defense or scoring cargo, contributing to my final score and contributing to my win.
All right. Now, there's been something, and I just remembered. I had a brain fart earlier, and I was like, I forgot something I wanted to ask, and there was something I wanted to ask for a very, very long time. And it's actually perfect because I have a feeling this is going to be one of those answers where it's just going to, it could go a billion different ways. Now, at the first, what is it, the first 15 or 30 seconds?
15, autonomous mode, yeah.
The autonomous mode. Now, could you explain what that is?
Yeah, so the autonomous mode is a pre-programmed operation. The robot is doing everything on its own with pre-programmed instructions. There's no input from any of the drivers.
Right.
And that's another alliance selection strategy or, meta game is you have to look at what kind of, autonomous modes do my partners have? What kind of autonomous, and are they compatible with mine?
Okay, so there's different ones.
Yeah. So in this game, there's one primary autonomous mode, and that would be the one that's aligning on the right side of the hub from the perspective of the driver station. And that autonomous mode for the top teams here, they can score between 3 and 5 balls in the auto mode. Their robot can drive and pick up extra balls and score them. Most of the teams here, they just have a single ball autonomous, or like 3102, I think
right.
they've got a 2-ball auto.
Okay, now because when I hear that and I see it, right, like the first thing that comes to my mind is a Roomba.
A little bit.
So is it getting to that point where it's like, can that bot go out, shoot out, and be like, okay, the ball on the left is blue versus the ball on the right, which is red?
There are teams that can do that. They can sense if a ball is blue or red. Team 254, the Cheesy Poofs in California, they actually have a sensor in their robot, a color sensor, and if it's their color, their alliance color, they shoot it into their goal with a 90% hit rate. And if it's the other color, they actually calculate exactly where to fire the ball and at what speed with what spin to make it land in the very corner of the hangar zone. Oh. So they can play defense and offense just by picking up opponent balls and firing them to an awkward position.
So there's been, oh wow, that's actually a slick move. Where in autonomous mode you just go, just shoot this red ball anywhere else.
And in teleop too, they do it in teleop. But for sure, no, there's a ton of meta game stuff like that. I don't see a ton of that happening here. One thing we will see here that we haven't so far is we're going to see defensive robots picking up the opponent color ball and just hoarding them the entire match. We're going to see a lot more of that in the playoffs than we did in the qualification matches.
Alrighty. Well, we have a special guest here. We have Mac.
Thanks, Jack.
Yes.
Yeah, so just quick update for you because just getting information here as well.
Okay.
So they are going to go right into the playoffs here since tomorrow is going to be the Open. So they're going to go right into the playoffs here, and then they're going to have the closing ceremonies following the playoffs here tonight.
Okay, cool.
So just wanted to give you guys a quick update. Again, keep everybody informed with it.
All righty.
Awesome. Thank you.
There we go. Awesome. Now, and actually, he brings up a great point with the Open versus the tournament. What is the biggest? What is the big difference between the two?
Yeah, the difference is the championship. The NMRC championship is 4 conference teams. So if you're not in the conference, you're not invited to the championship.
Okay.
The Open is open to other teams. If they wanted to sign up and pay the registration fee, they can come and attend. And my team is doing that tomorrow, and we're looking forward to coming up here and competing.
Honestly, I cannot wait because, just talking with you and listening to you, I can't wait to see the brain put out there.
Our robot's nothing special. I think it'll be...
You're downplaying it.
No, I'm really not. I think it'll be a late round pick if we're lucky, to be honest.
Okay.
But But the purpose of coming here for me and my team is to get the kids trained in, get them, what is an event like, right? I've got freshmen who have no idea what a first robotics competition event is like. And that's true of almost every team here, I imagine. They've got young students who, our goal here is to get them experience so that when we get into the new 2023 season, that, you know, they've seen it before. They've been there, they've done that. Okay. And so their performance will be better at that time.
Okay. No, that is absolutely perfect, and it's one of those things almost like the Cincinnati Bengals of last year,
Sure,
right?
Yep.
I always said they're too young to understand what they're doing.
No, it's
like
insane. Right.
It sounds like your team could get to that point where it might be too young to understand, and it's just going out there and doing what it needs to do.
Right. No, it'll be interesting. We've gotten a bunch of new mentors. I'm excited about next year. The kids that we have are great, and I'm excited for them to be able to interact with all the students here. I haven't gotten a chance to talk to a ton of them because we've been doing this all day, but typically at events, I love going to the pit area, asking students about their robot, learning about it, learning what they did on the robot, and seeing their experience and where it's leading them after this program.
No, absolutely. Well, we're actually going to take a quick commercial break, and when we get back, we're going to get ready for the first round.
We're getting close.
Holy cow. Well, let's take a break real quick here.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community. Making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. PRBschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
5 ranked alliance. Tell me about Team 4238.
From Belgrade, Minnesota, it is Resistance Robotics.
Their alliance partner, Team 6453.
From Keller, Minnesota, it is Bogbots.
And rounding out this alliance, Team 5253.
From Big Fork, Minnesota, it's Backwoods Bots. Sorry.
Alrighty. Well, welcome back. We are just about to
kick it off.
Round one, match one.
absolutely.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Chaotic Robotics picked up another cargo off the field. They shoot 1 and 2. It's up and in for 2. All 6 robots are off the tarmac, so that will score all robots points. We have entered the teleoperated period where human players step up and control their robots. Chaotic first to strike. They go up and miss long. 64-53 gets 1 in the lower hub. Chaotic's locked and loaded again with 2. 1-2 up. They just score 1. 64-53 score another one down low. They pick one up real quick, and they're going to go again for the lower hub. Meanwhile, Chaotic again, 2 up, 1 in. 42-38 for the Blue Alliance. They put 2 up and drop 2 in the upper hub. Chaotic shoots 1 and 1 in. 42-38's shot bounces out of the upper hub. 64-53 lining up another lower hub shot. They missed that one, unfortunately. Chaotic lining up 1, 2 in the air. They score 2 for 2. (42-38) they shoot 2, they make 2 again, and their alliance partner 64-53 scores 1 in the lower hub to match. Chaotic Robotics, they shoot 1 up and make 1 in the upper hub. Chaotic again lining up, they launch 1, they get that one in the upper hub. Chaotic quick to draw again, 1's up, 1's in. We have multiple robots from both alliances starting to climb. We have 40 seconds left in this round. Red River Rage is up off the ground for the Red Alliance onto the middle rung. Meanwhile, we have 64-53 on the high rung. Are they going to try to get to the traversal rung? We have entered the end game. Chaotic, they go up and they score 1 of 2. 64-53 has made it to the traversal rung for a 15-point score. Red River Rage is hanging low. We have 3, 2, 1.
Alrighty. Well, that is the first round of the tournament.
That Red Alliance looked solid. I think they came away with the victory there, despite the number 4 overall pick, 70-48, having a radio reset of about 30 seconds.
And scores are in for the first match. It goes to the Red Alliance.
Look at that.
With the score of 64-41.
Staying in the upper bracket while the Blue Alliance drops down to the lower bracket where they will need to win a bunch of matches in a row to find their way in the finals. Neither alliance is eliminated at this stage.
Okay.
You have to lose 2 times in order to be out, double elimination. And so what we'll see now is the Red Alliance going on to play one of the top seeded teams, and the Blue Alliance will await the loser of another match.
Okay. All right. Now, with the You called it a radio relay, right?
Radio reset.
Reset.
Yep.
Radio reset. Now, with that, is that different from what would happen at the beginning, where people would be
where they're disconnected?
Disconnected.
It is a little bit different. So that could mean the radios are powered by either a barrel jack connector or a power over Ethernet.
Oh, okay.
My assumption is that they probably only have the barrel jack, and so if you get hit really hard, it can pop loose, but not completely out, and so you can lose power just very, very briefly, and that'll cause a radio reset.
Okay.
And so that's why they would have sat dead and then came back to life after a little bit.
Okay.
So I think they put up 64 points there in that range. They're probably going to need to step it up if they want to beat the 1 and 2 seed, but it's a good showing. You always feel good to win your first match of the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely.
For the Blue Alliance, what they need to do to come back is they got to hit their climbs. They got to optimize their climb points, which they didn't do in that match. And if I'm them, I'm looking at switching potentially to a double or even just a triple defense. Just slog everything down and then try to beat them on the climbs.
I mean, and again, I'm here for the defensive play. I definitely am. And we're seeing, while being serenaded by the chicken dance, which
they always play the chicken dance at these events.
Just a classic. Now, and again, I love it. I love seeing all the different variety of robots, everything else. Again, I was a little bit trepidatious on the whole, it's the playoffs. They're all just going to try for this one. No. What is it? It's and I might be completely wrong, but I'm going to attempt here. I'm going to try to pull a Ryan. But 76, 77, this one is just there to attack the lower rim, right?
Correct, yep.
So, and again, we've talked about it before where the plus side on the lower rim, the negative is you're not getting as much as the high one, but the plus side is you get that ball.
The ball cycles more.
Cycles.
So the Blue Alliance is an interesting construction. You've got 2 logo robots, what I would call everybots, and then you've got 8422, which is an effective high goal scorer, but they don't put a ton of volume up there. If I'm me, I'm probably playing triple offense if I'm Blue, knowing that I've got a tie in climbs. And I'd really play that hybrid style where, if I'm 76, 77, against this 3 seed, which I think it's a strong 6, and I think the 3 seed and 6 seed are fairly evenly matched here.
Okay.
And so for this, I would go triple offense if I'm Blue, just ball out, try to score a bunch of cargo, and then beat them on the climbs. However, this is probably the only matchup where that works for them. In future matchups, I'm probably thinking 76-77 and 44-80 should both go pick up 2 opposing alliance balls, hoard 4 of them, and allow 84-22 to just pop off in the high goal.
Wow, that is a diabolical plan, but I love it.
Yeah,
but it's a great,
And honestly, I mean, I think that's the way that this team can pull an upset. If I'm the 3 seed, it's not too different of a strategy. They have similar low goal scoring robots. In this match, we'll see a bunch in the low goal, and climbs are going to dictate who hits their climbs, who falls, and whoever hits their climbs is going to win.
Okay. Now, there was something I meant to ask earlier. I've noticed when it comes to the number play, the blue the bumpers, right? So there's 2 separate. I've seen 2 separate ones. The ones that only cover the corners, and then the one that goes all the way around.
Yeah.
Is there a big difference between the 2?
I hate corner bumpers. I hate corner bumpers. And the reason I do is you can get crashed into in the gap between your bumpers, and they can just pop your bumpers right off. You think if the robot traveling 10 miles per hour, if it hits that corner just right, I don't care how strong they are, they're going to pop off, and that's a significant problem.
Oh, absolutely. Well, let's listen to the intros.
Who is our number 6 ranked alliance. Let's go ahead and meet our team, starting with Team 2503.
Warrior Robotics.
Next, we have their alliance partner, Team 3134.
The Accelerators.
And rounding out the Red Alliance from Thief River Falls, Team 3277.
It's Prodigy.
For our number 6 ranked Blue Alliance, Team 7677.
The Bodacious Bulldogs.
Their alliance partner from Uppsala, 4480.
UC Robotics.
And rounding out this alliance, the Husky Howlers are back, 8422.
The Husky Howlers.
Justin, I ain't got no radios on. There it is. That's right. We're good.
Round 1, match number 2, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. 4480 shoots one in the lower hub. 3134 gets one in the lower hub. And 8422, one in the upper hub. 3277, 2 shots in the upper hub. Team 7677, 2 shots, 1 in. Here comes 4480 with 1 in the lower hub. 3277, 1 point up in the upper. 7677 with 2 shots in the lower hub. 3277, 1, 2 shots right in the upper hub. And here comes 4480 with 1 shot in the lower hub. And 3134 has 2 shots in the lower hub. We got some stiff competition out here as we try to get all of that cargo. And 7677 with 2 shots in the lower hub. 8422 with 1 in the upper. .2503 with 45 seconds left is working all the way to the high rung. 8422 also working on the high rung. Getting close to 30 seconds left in the match. 4480 is up on the middle rung. 3134 is on the middle rung. 2503 on the high rung. 3277 getting 1 last shot in the upper hub. Less than 10 seconds left. All 3 Blue Alliance are hanging. 3, 2, 1.
It looks like Blue Alliance may have pulled away with the climbs at the end. There was a lot of low goal scoring in that match.
That match was a lot of fun.
Oh my God, right?
I really enjoyed that. We saw some big hits and everything
At the end
else.
of
Let's
round
see.
1, match 2, the Blue Alliance.
We see the first upset of the tournament. 6 seed upsetting the 3 seed.
57.
1 point match.
A 1 point match.
What a match. So just think of all the little things that happened during that match. How many balls barely bounced out of the upper or lower hub. That was the deciding factor. There were so many deciding factors, but ultimately it came down to who hit their climb and who didn't. Blue had 3 up and red only had 2.
And we were talking about it during the game and everything, or during the end game.
The end game,
because that's what it's. The climb is the end game,
Correct.
right? So, 44-80.
Yep.
Grabbed a red ball, but
as they went up,
as they went up, which is a heck of a
good
strategy.
Move,
I like it.
Yep.
I love that strategy, but I have a little bit of a theory. It had some trouble getting to that second run. Is it because it had the 2 balls?
I don't think it had anything to do with the 2 balls. However, they probably spent, 5 seconds picking up the opponent ball.
Ah, okay.
Now, if it's me, I realize the opponent doesn't have any big scoring robots, right? So that was maybe not time well spent by them, but it ended up paying off anyway.
Alrighty, and we actually have Mac with a interview. Mac, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jack. And I'm here with Mike. And, Mike, when it came to that match, really tightly contested there. It came down to those final seconds, those final couple of points, again, decided by a single point there.
Yeah, I mean, every point counts. We need to score every single ball that we can get in that low point goal. We need to try everything, okay? So they were playing some really tough defense on us. We need to be able to outmaneuver them in order to go to their side to grab balls that we can score. That was a really tough match. Luckily, that climb worked out, and we had just enough early game points that we were able to carry the victory.
Yeah, and it really seemed like you guys were, in sync out there especially, and it seemed like, again, dealing with the you mentioned some of the bigger hits kind of going on out there. You could hear it throughout the match, but, for you, what kind of strategy did you guys have kind of rolling out there?
Our strategy was, it wasn't very aggressive. It was kind of loose. They had a more aggressive strategy against us, but our communication across the Alliance side was very open and free. We were able to communicate as the action was happening, and because of that, we were able to react and respond to what the enemy Alliance was doing.
Yeah, and when it comes down to the Alliance there for you guys, how do you feel? Again, you mentioned the communication. How would you guys get that synergy kind of going so quickly there?
Well, an event like this, there's a lot of heat and there's a little bit of pressure, but the trick is to use that pressure to motivate all of us to work together. Teamwork is extremely important with the 3-team alliance, and if you don't have that synergy, you're not going to succeed. So it's just something you have to obtain and something that you have to learn how to use to help your alliance.
Well, congratulations on the win. Good luck in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Jack, back to you.
And thank you so much, Mac. Just a reminder, the interviews are brought to you by Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy. Learn more about career opportunities at enbridge.com. Now, with what we just saw, again, love the match. It was hard-hitting, a 1-point game. We haven't seen that today.
Not a lot. No, that was a fun match, and those were both very evenly matched alliances. That was a strong 6 seed for sure. It'll be fun to see how their strategy changes going into their next match against better high goal scoring robots.
Oh,
so now we get to see the the 4 seed going up against the 1 seed. First time we've seen the 1 seed now today because they had that bye week, but bye round. But
they had the bye week.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if 45-39, do they continue scoring offensively, or do they go back to playing elite defense on I believe it's Thunder that they're against. So I don't know. What you'll see here most likely is Red will come out of the autonomous period with an autonomous advantage. They'll probably have a 4 or 8 point lead coming out of auto. In terms of climbs, I think they're fairly even. So you're really going to have to see this Blue Alliance ball out during teleop to make up that difference.
Okay, well, I believe we're about to get started here. Oh, actually, we might have...
We have a CSA on the field. He's trying to get a robot connected. It's on the opposite side of the hub, so unfortunately I can't see what number it is, but hopefully it'll get going here.
Right, no, absolutely. But, I mean... and it's funny. It seems real quick.
He's getting
connected.
We're getting hand signals from the opposite side of the hub. What an amazing crew we have here. So yeah, 3313 is getting worked on, trying to get connected. That was the final pick of the draft, but I would highly expect them to show that they were a sleeper pick, that they probably should have gone a little bit earlier.
All right.
So I think they're going to play really well here.
That's the team that I'm not going to say cheered themselves on to the final.
Oh, heck yeah. They're asking, hey, the crowd, who should we pick? 3313 was the
I mean, that's a
loudest number I heard.
strategy. I'll give them that. That's
it's
definitely a strategy.
It definitely worked here.
Alrighty. Well, let's hear the intros.
Starting us off on the Red Alliance, make some noise for 3102.
From Nevis, Minnesota, it is Techno Tigers.
Joining them on the red side of the field is going to be 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, it's Thunder Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, it's going to be 3313.
From right here in Alexandria, Minnesota, it is Mechatronics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 7048.
From Fargo, North Dakota, it is Red River Rage.
Joining them is going to be none other than 4539.
Hailing from Frazee, Minnesota, it is Chaotic Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, make some noise for 3275.
Out of Cass Lake, Minnesota, it is the Regulators.
All right, teams, it looks like we're ready. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
.876 Thunder Robotics shoots 2 in the upper goal. Red River Rage 1 up in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. .876 Thunder Robotics, they get 3 for 3 in autonomous mode. We are now in teleoperated where human drivers are controlling their robots. .876. .876 lining up 2 shots. 1's in the air, 2's in the air. Both of them are good. 7048 Red River Rage, 1 cargo up in the upper hub for them. Red River Rage 1 up again and in the upper hub. Techno Tigers, they have 2 cargo loaded in their robot. They're going for that upper hub. They miss 1, but their Alliance team members, .876, they shoot 2 for 2. Thunder Robotics, 2 up, 2 in. Thunder Robotics locked and loaded with 2 more cargo. 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. Red River Rage has started their ascent in the hangar for the Blue Alliance. We are under 1 minute remaining in the round. .876 Thunder Robotics and Techno Tigers still frantically trying to score as much cargo as they can for the Red Alliance. Thunder Robotics 2 up, 2 down in the upper hub. Meanwhile, Red River Rage over in the blue hangar is ascending to the traversal rung. They have it hooked. Can they make that gap? Another upper hub score for Thunder Robotics. They are going to begin their ascent in the Red Alliance hangar. Starting off that middle rung. Thunder Robotics from the middle rung to the high rung, 3313, going to try and join the ascent for the Red Alliance on that middle rung. Meanwhile, Techno Tigers still scoring for the Red Alliance. We have 1 second.
Well, again, just fast, just furious.
So, an interesting point there. If you notice, 45-39, they actually switched what they were doing about halfway through the match. What I've been told or what I've heard is that they blew an airline, and so their offensive mechanisms were no longer viable.
Right.
And then they just quit.
Here come the results for this match, and it goes to
the
Red Alliance.
Hey, that one seed is they're
with a score of 86-51.
That 8-7-6 out there.
Oh yeah,
they're
killer.
Thunder. My goodness, just dances out there.
Yeah, I mean, like they were left undefended for way too long during that match. I would say about 45 to 60 seconds. They were just left to do their thing. If you're going to beat that alliance, your third robot's got to be all over them.
Yeah.
And that's the only way you're beating them. I thought the Blue Alliance played better when Chaotic switched to defense, but we'll see how that plays out in the future.
Oh, absolutely. And we have Mac Robinson with an interview. Mac, it's all you.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I'm here with Alex of the Techno Tigers. And Alex, you guys #1 overall pick and really showing at least why you guys are going out there being the #1 pick there. When it came to going into that matchup, what was the strategy that you guys kind of had along with the rest of your alliance there?
Our strategy was kind of just try and get as many balls scored as possible. Try and keep, just keep scoring. Climb if we can, just really try and get as many balls in the rings as possible.
And then, it seemed like because, you're the other members of your alliance, they were able to go ahead and climb. That kind of free you guys up a little bit towards the end to try to just go free shooting towards the middle there?
Yeah. We had intended on climbing, but we kind of got blocked up. So then we just decided, go for some more balls, try and get more points.
And then, I always find it interesting with you guys, again, with this alliance, finding that synergy, finding that flow with each other at this point. Again, being kind of thrown together here in the last hour or so. For you, how easy, or at least how did that grouping kind of fare together, at least when it came to the synergy together?
Well, we already kind of know Thunder, so teaming up with them wasn't bad. We don't know much of the other team, but this is all first. We all work great together, so with just enough pre-planning, it all works out.
And then it seemed like the opposition was really kind of getting aggressive out there against you guys, trying to play a little bit of defense. How did you guys try to counter that, especially?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a co-driver. I'm not super involved in the planning, so I don't know too much about that.
No, you're good, man. You're good. No worries. But hey, you know what? Congratulations on the win. Good luck in the next round. Good luck in the rest of the tournament here.
Yeah, thanks.
Jack, back to you.
Alrighty.
I'm excited to see the strategy play out in this one here. So we've got the upset specialist. We've got the 6 seed who just knocked off the 3 seed going against the 2 seed. And we've got 2 Everybots out there. Both are capable of holding 2 opponent cargo. Now, if they are on the same wavelength that I'm on,
right,
they're going to go play double defense. They're both going to take 2 opponent cargo, and they're just going to go bash 59-13 and 56-53 until they just can't score. And then they're going to leave their third robot, 82-44. I'm not seeing him out there right now, but they're going to let their third robot just go score on the near side, leave all the cargo for them available to them. I think they have an opportunity here to keep it close, to keep it within the realm that, if the Red Alliance misses a climb, they could pull the upset.
It'd be one heck of a thing if we can see 2 upsets here.
Although with only 2 robots on the field, hopefully we see the third one join them if I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
It could be that they're broken. It could be that, they're trying to get it fixed in the pit right now. I don't see them, but let's hope they're able to get out there.
So how... There has to be a time limit or something.
Within an official first event, there are hard time limits. There's a clock counting down. At an off-season event like this, I would like to think, and I know that Rory, the FTA, he wants to see 3 robots on both. He will make that happen.
Right.
And so that's why I love these NMRC volunteers. They're great. But we'll see 3 robots out there almost assuredly. And when we do, I think another dynamic to watch here will be the effectiveness of 4674's defense. There's 2 highly effective alliances. 1 and 2, they're both juggernauts. I'll be super curious to see, eventually those 2 are likely to play each other. I'll be curious to see how that defense plays a role in the outcome.
Okay, and the final bot has actually been just wheeled out.
84-22 on their way.
All
That's
right.
awesome to see. Good job by the
That's
volunteer
good.
staff.
That's good. That's good.
We have team 56-53.
The Iron Mosquitoes.
Next to them on the field, make some noise for 59-13.
Patriotics.
Joining them, we're going to have 46-74.
The Robojacks.
And against them on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 76-77.
The Bodacious Bulldogs.
Next up on their alliance, it's 44-80.
UC Botics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, make some noise. It's 84-22.
The Husky Howlers.
All right, let's kick this match off. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And 76-77, right with a point off the bat on the lower hub. 2 shots from 59-13 in the upper. Another shot from 59-13 for the Red Alliance. And full driver mode. Picking up that cargo, get some points. Definitely have some TNT out here as the competition is fierce. 56-53, 2 shots on the upper hub. 76-77, 2 in the lower. 59-13 follows up with 2 shots on the upper. 56-53 with 1 in the upper. Here comes 76-77 with 1 in the lower. And Red Alliance with 1 in the lower. 44-80 gets ready to shoot in the lower hub. And here comes 44-80 with a shot in the lower hub. 56-53 with a shot in the upper. We are just over a minute remaining in the match. 59-13 and 56-53, both with points. And 56-53 with shots in the upper. 59-13 shots in the upper. 84-22 already on the middle rung. 56-53 over here on the middle rung. 46-74 going to join them. 30 seconds left in the match. 84-22 and 44-80 up on the rungs already. Climbing, trying to get to that traversal. 56-53, all 3 red bots almost up. 76-77 joining the team. 3, 2, 1. Two bots in the air on both sides.
So my initial reaction there, I think 5913 was left alone for way too long. They can just put up too much cargo to leave them alone at any time.
Yeah, and that was the one thing here especially is just, and as you see,
pull out the win, right?
Yeah, especially you saw a bunch of them getting rained down there for the upper basket there.
Yeah, so 5913, if you leave them alone, they're going to ball out. They're just going to put you away, especially when you've got an alliance with primarily low goal scoring robots. You got to play defense. You got to keep it close. The good thing for the Blue Alliance is it's double elimination. They won their first matchup, and now they're not eliminated yet. They'll fall to the lower bracket where they'll have the opportunity to fight their way back and get back to the the playoffs back to the championship and play the upper bracket winner. So it's not over for them. So far I'm liking this double elimination style. It's very different than the 2 versus 3 format that First Robotics competition has had for many years, but it's showing its perks right now to me.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it gives them an opportunity to, not only work together as that team, especially too, but also kind of work out some of those kinks as well.
Definitely, yeah. No, the nice thing is they should have at least 2 matches turnaround to go fix their robot. With the old style, if you were going into a tiebreaker match, you might have 6 minutes maximum to try to get back out on the field and be prepared. So it was always a challenge. The new format, it does a better job of distributing the time spent. But yeah, no, the 1 seed and the 2 seed lived up to their seeding. They both were dominant. The other alliances are going to have to get creative in their strategies if they're going to want to take them down.
Yeah, and it seemed like, for the Blue Alliance here, it really seemed like they were getting aggressive on defense, protecting the lower bowl there. But it just seemed like you said, with 53-13, just leaving them alone, it's like leaving Steph Curry at half court.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's like, are you just not going to guard Steph Curry and Klay Thompson at the three-point line? No,
right.
You put a defender, you put a hand up at least, right? So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. The light at the end of the tunnel right now looks like 1 versus 2 is going to be a very strong matchup. Seeds 3 through 6 are really going to have to change their strategy. They're going to have to do something different against those 2 if they want to knock them off.
Yeah, and what are some of the bigger takeaways that you kind of had now, getting a chance to kind of see a lot of these teams now as they've, a lot of these alliances, have really kind of been able to work together here?
Yeah, no, I love the playoffs because you get to see what it's like when you're with the same set of teams. You can go way deeper on your strategy. You can execute some higher level stuff, but. Every alliance is better than a qual alliance, right?
Right.
What I think that speaks to is I think the drafting was pretty good overall. And obviously you've got a lot of teams getting drafted. I think 18 teams out of 22 here at the event. So it's cool to see the development from match to match, how they either change or they think their strategy is good. For the alliances in the lower bracket, look for those alliances in particular to change what they're doing. They've already had 1 loss. They can't afford another. So I would hope to see, something different.
And then last one for you real quick too, but because a lot of these teams are in the same type of area, do you think that gives them a little bit of a benefit of knowing each other at least and kind of getting a chance to draft better at that point, draft the better teams top to bottom?
For sure, yeah. No, knowing teams is important because there have been times where with my team, we'll pick a team because we know that they have a good drive coach, for example. We weigh that heavily in terms of I know that they're going to execute because they've got a reliable drive team. And toward the end of the season, this is really the beginning of the 2023 season, where it's also the end of the 2022 season. So you can look back at previous performances for these robots. And like you said, they're geographically similarly located. They've probably competed at an event with each other already. And so, yeah, they know what robots are capable of, what teams are capable of, and how to work together.
And then, as a coach as well, how do you kind of balance that synergy? I know I've talked about it with some of the players, but, how do you kind of balance the synergy when you kind of have these alliances picked out and then are kind of thrown together here at last second?
Yeah, so in that situation, you like to have a strong alliance captain that kind of has been there, done that, and knows, the ins and outs of what to do. Because there's things like you've got to prepare. The moment alliance selections are done, you've really got to be prepared to talk strategy because you don't have a lot of time from when you pick your alliance to when you actually have to go play. At a real event, typically you'll have like a lunch break between that time.
Right.
I've told teams like, hey, get lunch delivered to your strategy people. We're going to keep working through that lunch to make sure that we're ready. At an event like this, where you literally have 5 minutes from the time you've got your alliance to when you have to go play, it's just tough. It's tough all around. You have to go in with a fairly simple strategy, or you have to have it pre-worked out and just like, hey, you're doing this, you're doing that. But more than likely, for the first match, when you don't have a quick turnaround like that, you got to go in with something simple. And with this game, that's not super hard. Typically, you've got your lead scorer. Your lead scorer is going to have your lead auto, and they're going to do their auto. The other two autos are not as important at this event. And your lead scorer is going to score, and then either one or two of the other teams are going to defend the other lead scorer for the opposing alliance. So you can formulate strategies quickly if you need to.
And then as we're still getting ready here for the next matchup, has there been any team that's really kind of stood out to you as kind of a steal of the Alliance draft here?
A steal, not so much. I think 3102 definitely showed themselves as being worthy of that #1 overall pick. They looked really good. Aside from that, I think everyone kind of is playing to what I would expect them to play up to. That 6 seed was awesome. I think it's cool to see multiple everybots, and the strategies you can do with that is it's a dynamic. They have a dynamic alliance. I'd like to see them use that a little bit more and be a little bit more creative with their strategies. They have the chance to pull off some upsets, and I'd like to see it happen. But we've got the 4th alliance loading out to play against 3134 and company. I don't know exactly what alliance they are.
I believe they are the 3rd alliance there.
So we've got 3 versus 4 right now. So I think that 4th alliance is really strong. 3 is going to have to play well, I think, to beat this #4 alliance. If I'm the 3 seed, I'm definitely sending defense after 45-39. In 45-39's last match, they blew an air hose, and they were balling out. They were scoring really well, and they blew an air hose, and then they had to switch to defense, which they were really good at. But if I'm red, I would have seen that hey, they broke, now they're playing defense. I'm going to send a hard defender after them, and I'm not trying to break them.
Right.
I'm just trying to play hard-nosed defense to keep them from scoring, and hopefully turn the match in my favor. For the Blue Alliance, 45-39 is the bulk of the offense. 32-75 is a capable scorer in their own right, but I'm playing defense on 45-39, keeping it, grinding it out, making it a low-scoring game, and then trying to beat them in the climbs.
And again, as we're kind of keeping an eye out here for getting ready for this next matchup here as well, when it comes to that switching up of the strategy in the middle of the match,
yeah.
How difficult is that as well? Again, when you're dealing with that kind of a malfunction going into it.
In the middle of the match, it takes an experienced drive coach to #1 recognize oh crap, that happened to our robot. We've lost X, Y, and Z capability, so we have to do Z, Y, and W instead. So. I know that 45-39 has a great drive coach, and he was able to identify that and make that call on the fly. Not every team would recognize that. They keep trying to score until they're like, 30 seconds will go by, then they'll be like, oh, well, now let's go do something else. But that amount of time can be the difference between winning and losing, especially when you get into these tighter matchups.
Yeah, and you look at a team like 70-48 as well, who earlier on, they dealt with a little bit of the malfunction with the connection there.
Well, the connection and also their climber, they keep having a situation where they'll have one hook grab on, the other one will fall off, and it'll bend at an awkward angle. They figured it out in their last match. They had a good climb, but I think watching them with their high climb will be interesting. They definitely need to hit that here if they want to win.
Yeah, and again, as we have the Pokemon theme going over the PA here again, love the music selection here throughout the day. But the other side of it as well, again, kind of as we've seen some of these matchups, especially as well. If you're coaching, the 1 or the 2 seed here, what are you telling your alliance here at this point, and trying to kind of rally the troops again at this point leading into that upper bracket?
Yeah, so if I'm coaching the 2 seed, I'm talking to 46-74, and I'm like, hey, this is where 876 likes to shoot from. You go here, you play there, you keep them out of the spots that they want to be and force them to shoot from the spots that they don't want to be. If I'm 876, I'm talking to 3313 and I'm saying the same thing. Here's where 5913 likes to shoot from. Here's how you hit them to prevent them from scoring. Here's where you pin them. So like when Thunder goes into the fender to go score, I'm parking right behind them, and I'm sitting there until the referee is at 4 counts on a pin count. And I haven't seen a lot of pin counts today. So if it's me, I'm sitting there until I'm getting a penalty, right? And if I never get a penalty, I'm never going to move.
Okay. And, the other aspect of this, too, again, I know this isn't the standard that we see for these playoffs as well. What have you seen that are kind of like if you're a competitor, what's the pros and cons that you're kind of getting from this, from what you've seen so far?
From the new style competition format. So the pros and cons. Pros, there's a longer duration between matches. Mm-hmm. With the old style, you could have back-to-backs, which are really tough. Mm-hmm. Pro is that you get to play against more alliances. Okay. Which I think is a huge benefit. You really truly get a better idea for the best alliance. 1 versus 8, the 8 seed rarely beats the 1 seed, but that 8 seed might be able to beat 5 and 3 and 2, and maybe they're the second best alliance. Mm-hmm. And with this format, you get to find that out. Okay, and let's send it in to our in-ring announcer here, right here on yourliveevent.com.
Lost 1 match in the playoffs. This means that whoever wins will continue in the playoff bracket, and whoever loses will be done with today's competition. All right, with that, let's meet our team, starting with our Red Alliance team, 2503. Team 2503 is a Warrior Robotics from Brainerd. Their alliance partner, Team 3134.
It's the Accelerators out of Cass Lake, Minnesota.
And their alliance partner, representing Lincoln High School, Team 3277.
It's Prodigy out of Thief River Falls.
For our Blue Alliance, we start with one of our 2 teams from the great state of North Dakota. Please welcome back Team 7048.
Out of Fargo, it's Red River Rage.
Their alliance partner, Team 4539.
It is Chaotic Robotics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, a team from Cass Lake Bena, 3275.
They are the Regulators.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous mode is underway here in this match. 31-34, the Regulators. They score 2 cargo in the lower hub. Autonomous period is open. We are going to restart this match as a result of a plugged lower hub.
So our first field fault of the day, the foghorn went off and the lower hub is unplugged and therefore not spitting balls back out and not counting them.
Okay. Okay, this is me just being completely clueless. I didn't realize that thing was registering things.
It is, yeah. The hub itself, it has little color sensors in it. So like when a blue ball passes by, you'll notice on the upper ring of the hub, the LED strips will turn blue. And it'll know that's a blue ball, give blue team 2 points. Or likewise, if a red ball goes through, the color sensor will say that's a red ball, give red team 2 points.
I'm over here thinking that somebody in media row here, that I'm going to dub it, is manually counting, and I'm like, they are amazing.
Yeah, no, that would be a difficult challenge in this game for sure.
Right. But I hate saying it, you've been pretty darn close with your, with just manually going like that. Like here's this.
Years of counting FRC game objects. But yeah, no, it is. It's a scouting thing, right? Like the scouts in the stands, they're doing the same thing. And by the end of the event, they can tell you, oh yeah, they scored about 14 that match without even really counting. You just get a feel.
Okay. Now, only having one, is that a rarity? Is that like, hey,
only
this is going great?
Oh yeah, no, this is going great. The field itself is a piece of technology, so
Right.
I mean, just like when the robots break, the field is typically during a regional, you have the field break, I don't know, 10 times. Like, it's not an uncommon thing, like
Of course.
every 6 matches or something. I don't know. But no, this has been a very well-run event. The field has been robust, and yeah, it's been great.
Right. Now, I will say this because I just noticed this is the most different lineup I've seen, where typically I see Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, but now what we're seeing on the field is blue on one side, red on the other.
That's typical. The interesting thing is that
Really?
there are 2. Oh, I see. You're dividing it the other way. But yeah, there are
Yes.
2 robots on our near side, the far side from the camera.
Sure.
Which is atypical. Typically, you only have 1 robot there, and you've got 2 robots in the position that 4539 is currently sitting.
Okay.
So in that sense, yeah, that's a little odd, but that just has to do with what autos they're running.
Ah, okay. All right. Very cool.
So for example, if 876 or 5913 were on this alliance, they would get that entire area to themselves because they would need it to run their multi-ball auto.
Okay. So it's even like, and that's just something that's in the rules. Like if you get that, then you're going to get this amount.
It's more of a geometry thing. So you have to have all the robots within the tarmac.
All right, I've already failed.
Yeah. But yeah, you have to fit all the robots within the tarmac, and you can only fit 2 robots in one tarmac. So you have to pick. Do you want them on the left one or the right one? And the way the auto pathing works out, 99% of the time, most of the time, it makes more sense to put 2 on the left tarmac.
Okay.
Left from the perspective of the driver.
Right. Okay. Well, left, but right.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Now, with this reset, is it a straight up reset, or are we counting the?
No, totally new game. Totally
reset.
new game.
Okay.
The interesting thing is there are times where, for example, the robot batteries could have been low to begin with.
Right.
They have to go back out, reset it. They use some battery, or more likely their air tanks could have leaks in them, like a slow leak that. Maybe they need air pressure for their intake to drop down. If they've got a slow leak in their robot, this long delay with the actuation from the beginning of auto in the last match, it's possible that it could screw up their autonomous modes.
Ah.
I would say pretty rare in this case. I mean, if teams have a slow pneumatics leak, it's probably not slow enough that a 10-minute delay is going to prevent functionality, but towards the end of the match, maybe their batteries are a little bit weaker than they were when they went into the match. It's on the margins. When you've got the 3 seed and the 4 seed playing against each other, anything can happen, and this is win or go home. So
Right.
So you don't want anything bad to happen.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I have to ask, get a little bit off of as technical as we just were, but is the electricity out of the fans? Like, is this normal? Like, honestly, I love this. I've been to wrestling tournaments. I've been to basketball tournaments. I've been to all types of other tournaments. Not like this.
No, this is typical. This is a first event. This is typical. And at a regional, think of it with 10 times the number of people.
Oh, yeah.
It's you fill up the deck up in Duluth or the Alaris Center up in Grand Forks.
Right.
You fill it up. I mean, I shouldn't say fill it up, but you got a big crowd of thousands of people. And the YMCA is a popular song, unfortunately, so I get to hear it a lot at these events.
I was going to say, you got to love YMCA. You got to love the chicken dance and what.
Oh, no, you don't have to love them. If you're like me, you don't love them, but you tolerate them.
Maybe a better word, yes.
Here we go. 3 versus 4. Let's see it.
Go!
Take 2 on this match is underway. Both human players attempting to score in the hub. The Red Alliance gets it in the lower hub. We have now entered the teleoperated period of the match where human drivers take control of their robots. .3277 Prodigy, they shoot 2, they score 1. Meanwhile, their counterpart on the Blue Alliance, Chaotic, they score 2 for 2 in the upper hub. All 6 teams frantically gathering cargo scattered around the field to try to score in the hub. Meanwhile, Chaotic has 2 in. Shoot 2, they miss both of them. Prodigy, they shoot 1, 2. They only make 1 in the upper hub, though. Chaotic has some defense played on them. They still shoot 1 and score 1 in the upper hub. Regulators are 1 for 1 in the lower hub with that cargo score. Chaotic is 2 for 2 in the upper hub. Prodigy from way downtown, they are 2 for 2 as well. 25:03, the Warrior Robotics. They're going to begin their ascent in the hangar, starting off on that middle rung. The Accelerators are going to join the Red Alliance team member in the hangar. Prodigy and Chaotic still going toe-to-toe, trying to score as much cargo as they can in the upper hub before this match time expires. Accelerators and Warriors are 2 for 2 on that high rung. They are trying to go for the double traversal rung. They get 2 for 2 on the traverse. Meanwhile, Prodigy, they're going to try to join them on that middle rung for 3 red robots hanging. Blue Alliance, 3275 is up on that middle rung. We have 10 seconds remaining in the round. Chaotic is going to join their Blue Alliance team member on that middle rung as well before time expires in this match. 2, 1. Here's the scores for that match. It goes to the Red Alliance. With that victory, the Red Alliance moves on to the next match, and we have to say goodbye to 3 great competitors today, consisting of Alliance number 4, 3275, the Regulators, 7048, Red River Rage, and 4539, Chaotic Robotics. No. Let's give it up for Alliance number 4, everyone.
And it's just happy they got here, everything else, but man, I honestly feel for it because this is just a time and a half. I get it, it's a competition, everything else, but like I've just had so much fun, like watching it where I'm like, oh, we're getting down to the part where we're not going to start seeing some folks.
Teams are going away now. Yeah, thankfully we have tomorrow too, and most teams are going to be here tomorrow for another event, but yeah, no, that's a tough break for the Blue Alliance. 7048, their battery was having, it must be a loose battery cable because they came over and they told me their battery went to 0, which makes me feel like it's a loose connector, intermittent connection failure, and yeah, that's a crappy way to go out.
Yeah.
However, great performance by that 3 seed coming back.
Oh, absolutely.
Off the loss to the 6 seed, and hey, they're still alive. They're kicking. They're gonna, I think, are they in a rematch again with the 6 seed, or I don't know how the bracket works quite yet.
I'm actually able to kind of see a bracket right now. What are the 2 numbers we're looking for?
Well, who's up next? Let's go with that.
I believe I'm actually not 100% sure.
Looks like 4480 loading onto the field right now. And they're going to be playing against the alliance of 4238, 6453, and 5253 in our 6th match of the double elimination.
Alrighty, and we actually do have a interview here with Mac Robinson. So Mac, it's all you.
Thanks, Jack, and I'm joined here by again Warrior Robotics here. And you know, what was your strategy going into that match there?
Well, we had just came and watched Team 4 play, and we noticed how their robot, their best shooter, can't remember the exact number, but it ended in 3-9. From our scouts, they said that it was the best shooter. Their intake was broken, and they're playing very aggressive with the defense, and so we decided to go for a strategy of like just defending their shooters, and then if their attacking us, we're gonna stop them from attacking our teammates. And we noticed that their intake was working again, and so we just went for the strategy of stop them from getting the balls or stop them from shooting, and it worked out fairly well.
Yeah, I'd say so. And, the other aspect, too, is that, I noticed that you guys, again, you went for the climbing a little bit early there as well. Is there a little bit of strategy there to try to get ahead so that your teammates are able to kind of get on there as well?
Yeah, we like to give time, so then if something goes wrong, we can always just recuperate and fix it again. And sometimes when we're climbing at the same time as another robot, sometimes they jostle it, which causes one of our climbing mechanisms to come undone, which is really bad. So we typically go in early so then we know that we can hit that traversal.
Perfect. And, the other aspect, too, is that it's a very short time to kind of synergize and kind of get all the communication down. How did you guys go ahead and get that all in order between you and your alliance?
Yeah, so we got together, we talked about how our opponents are going to be playing and what we should look out for and how we should adapt our strategy to it. We basically stick to the same strategy, but there's a few variables that change in which we need to change a few things, like who we're defending and if they need help.
All right, well, hey, good luck with the rest of the tournament here. Congrats on the win, and good luck the rest of the way.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jack, back to you.
Got a matchup of the 5 and the 6 seed here. I think this is a strong 6 seed. I think this will be a close match, though.
So similar to the last match that was played, both of these alliances have experienced one match during today's playoffs, which means the winner will move on and advance through the bracket, and the loser will be done with today's competition. So let's start by meeting our teams. We have our number 5 ranked alliance in red versus our number 6 ranked alliance in blue. Starting with our red alliance, please welcome back team 4238.
Resistance Robotics from Belgrade, Minnesota.
And their alliance partner out of Kelliher, team 6453.
From Kelliher, it's Bogbot.
And rounding out this alliance, team 5253.
It's the Backwoods Bots from Big Fork.
For our blue alliance, the Bodacious Bulldogs are back, team 7677.
It's the Bodacious Bulldogs.
Their alliance partner representing Uppsala High School, team 4480.
The UC Botics.
And we're rounding out this blue alliance with a team from Pillager, team 8422.
The Husky Howlers.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And a shot from the corner in the upper. And here we go, full drivers. And 64-53 getting ready to shoot. 76-77, 2 shots in the lower rung. Oh. And 44-80 with 2 shots in the lower hub. And 76-77 also with 2 shots in the lower hub. 1 shot in the upper for the Red Alliance. Teams fighting to get those shots in. 76-77 with 2 shots in the lower hub. 44-80, 2 shots in the lower hub. Whoa. And 76-77 for 2 shots in the lower hub for the Blue Alliance. 52-53 for the Red Alliances, working their way up the rungs. 64-53 is joining them. Getting on the middle, heading towards the high. 84-22 already on the high rung. 44-80 joining them. 30 seconds left in the match. $84-22 for the Blue Alliance, already on the traversal level. 64-53 for the Red, also on the traversal. 238 trying to get on that middle rung. 3, 2, 1. All 6 bots up in the air.
Great play by the Blue Alliance to get that last cargo. It ensured them that they had a 10-point lead going into the hangar, which means they could have been down a high climb and they still would have been okay. So I think they took it here. I think they tied in climbs. And yeah, good plays all around by both alliances.
Oh, no. And blue team, if I'm not mistaken, this was the upset.
This is the 6 seed, yeah.
Wow.
And they took the win.
Look at this.
Blue Alliance wins that round.
I really want to go up to them and tell them that they should be playing double defense when they meet the 1 or 2 seed.
Oh.
I hope they do it. They'll figure it out.
Now, I was going to say, you want to know what? Whatever they're
And
doing.
you want to say thank you
seems
to
to be working
64,
for sure.
53,
upsets.
42-38,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
52-53.
Yeah, but absolutely great, just great matches. This has been fantastic. Now,
I think we've got the best match coming up. We finally get to see
That would
1
be
versus
Resistance
2.
Robotics, bots, and
so we're getting 1 versus 2.
Yep. This, in all likelihood, this is the preview of the finals.
Okay.
Barring a big upset, which is certainly possible. But the winner in this match, they will have established them as the best robot. They will, forge their way to the finals, and they'll be awaiting the best team from the lower bracket.
Okay. Now, with the team and how it was drafted and everything else in the pits during the setup, during the taking everything out and in and setting up, is the person who picked, is that like just everybody knows, like, okay, we're gonna go with their plan, or is it something where it's just kind of like, look, anybody can kind of suggest some stuff?
Typically, that's a great question. Typically, the alliance captain is dictating the alliance strategy. That isn't always the case. There are times where an alliance captain will defer to their first pick. Maybe the alliance captain views the first pick as being a better team, or maybe better organized when it comes to strategy. And so it's not uncommon for the team to, the alliance captain to defer. And I've actually been on alliances where at the World Championship level, there are 4 teams per alliance, and you can swap in and out teams based on matchups.
So you basically you would have like a bench player, like you'd have a bench team.
You have a bench player.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was actually on an alliance in 2019 at the World Championship where the captain, ultimately the captain makes the call. The captain dictates or they make the decision. They have the ultimate authority, but the captain in that situation took themselves out for the backup, and that team, that alliance, ended up going to Einstein. And so, I mean, it does happen. Teams defer, and it's sometimes the smart strategic thing to do.
Oh, absolutely. And that's crazy, being deemed as a top 7 or a top 6 team, and then going like, y'all got it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you guys got it.
There aren't 4-team alliances at local regionals. That's a world championship kind of thing.
Right.
It's a fun element, fun strategic element. But what I would say here is, of the captains that I'm aware of, I think they're mostly calling the shots here. I think like 59-13, they're dictating the strategy for their alliance. They're a very strategic-oriented team. They do a very good job with strategy. I know the same for Thunder, 876.
Right.
45-39 was leading the strategy on their alliance. 44-80, I would assume, is doing it there. Yeah, no, I mean, typically it is the alliance captain making that decision.
Okay, and you brought up Thunder, and Thunder is coming out right now. I mean, we have talked about defense. I mean, and especially after last time they were in the match, everything else. I mean, that thing just skated around almost too quickly.
Right.
And like at that point, being the strategist you are, I mean, we've talked about it, where it's like, okay, are you just saying, you want to know what? 3 defense right off the rip. Like we're not messing with this.
No, so these two alliances should not do that. It's funny, they're constructed.
Really?
They're constructed in basically the same way. You've got 59-13 and 876 are both elite top scoring robots. We've got, I'm trying to get all the numbers correct. 56-53 and 31-02 are both very functional secondary scoring options. And then you've got 46-74 and 33-13 are both great defenders. The differences I see are 46-74, they've got a traversal climb, whereas 3313, they've only got a mid climb, I believe.
Okay.
So there's a climb advantage for blue there. However, I would say that 56-53, or sorry, I would say that 3102 is the stronger high goal scorer than 56-53. So there's an advantage for the 1 seed there, and that was why they were the number 1 overall pick.
Exactly.
To me, this is going to come down to one-on-one matchups. It's going to be 56-53 versus 3102. What's the cargo differential there? And then it's going to be the 1v1, the offense versus defense of 59-13 versus blanking again, versus 33-13. How does that matchup go? Who can win that matchup? And then 876 versus 46-74. How can Thunder score under defense?
Okay. So it really does sound like, hey, it really is going to be a coin flip, which is what we're hoping for.
No,
I think everybody is.
I think these are very evenly matched alliances. This one to me does not come down to the climbs. To me, this one comes down to how much cargo can you put in, whose auto shots bounce in and whose bounce out. Those four-point cargos are going to be potentially a game changer here.
Absolutely.
Starting us off on the Red Alliance, let's make some noise for 3102.
They are the Techno Tigers.
Joining them on the Red Alliance is going to be 876.
Coming to you all the way from Northwood, North Dakota, it's Thunder Robotics.
And last but not least on this side of the field, it's 3313.
They are Mechatronics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, let's make some noise. It's going to be 5653.
Out of Babbitt, Minnesota, they are the Iron Mosquitoes.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance is going to be 59, 59, 59.
Out of Pequot Lakes, they are the Patriotics.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 46-74.
Hailing from Bemidji, Minnesota, they are Robojacks.
All right, teams, we're ready to go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to round 4, match 1. We have a human player on the Blue Alliance trying to throw in from way downtown. Thunder Robotics, they drain one just before time expires in autonomous mode. We are now in teleop where human players are operating their robots personally. Thunder Robotics, 2 up, 2 in, real fast off the draw. Meanwhile, 59-13, Patriotics, they match Thunder Robotics 2 for 2. Heavy defense being played on Thunder Robotics, 8-7-6. They are parked at a launch pad to stop that defense from affecting them. They shoot 2, they score 1 in the upper hub. 31-02 Techno Tigers, they try to shoot 2 but get nowhere near the hub. 8-7-6 again, parks next to that launch pad to save them from defense. Thunder Robotics 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. Techno Tigers, they are lined up and ready to shoot 2 for Thunder Robotics, still frantically gathering cargo and launching it as fast as they can gather it. They get 2 for 2 yet again. Techno Tigers 1 up, 1 in the upper hub. They have 1 caught in their infeed. Thunder Robotics, they're jumping across the field trying to score as many points as they can in this round. They score 2 for 2. We have 1 minute remaining in this match. Techno Tigers, they shoot 2, they score 1. 8-7-6 and 59-13 go 2 for 2 against each other, matching score for score. Thunder Robotics, they're parked at a launch pad trying to save them from defense. 2 in the air at the same time, 2 in the upper hub for them. We are approaching 30 seconds left in this match. Thunder Robotics, again, 2 up, 2 in that upper hub. Maximum points for them. 59-13 Patriotics, they matched Thunder Robotics though, 2 for 2. 20 seconds left in this round. Teams are going to begin to climb in their assorted hangars in order to score more points. Thunder Robotics, the only team climbing for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, we have 2 Blue Alliance robots climbing in their hangar. Mechatronics is going to try to come and climb with 8-7-6, 1 second left.
We got a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything there. I mean, the story of that match is 59-13, being inactive for roughly 45 seconds. If that doesn't happen, it's a different outcome. Red is going to walk away into the finals here. Blue, as long as 59-13 is functional, they should be the favorite in their lower bracket matchups that they have remaining.
Absolutely, and just like you said, I mean, we were talking the entire time, and it really was. It played out exactly as you thought it was.
Yeah, it was the 1v1 offense and defense against the elite team, and then it was the secondary scorers, alone. And to me, from what I could see, is the secondary scorers were pretty even.
Yes, they
seemed pretty even, and I thought both defenders did a really good job up until the point 59-13 lost connection. So. If it's me doing that, and if these two meet in the finals, I don't think I'm changing up strategy if I'm either of them. You got to see what you have before you change.
I mean, we were seeing some real crazy stuff. At one point, there was a bot on top of a ball or a cargo. It was nuts.
Not super common, but yeah, 33-13 did a wheelie and popped up on top of a cargo, and lucky for them that they didn't tip over or anything. One other big note here is 31-02. Disconnected at the end of the match. And now that's something to watch out for if they have got a quick turnaround. I know they've got, 3-4 matches before they'll end up in the finals competition. But if they're significantly damaged, that would be something to note. That's #1 overall pick,
Right. Now, we haven't gone official yet.
But they could be. The referees are talking. There could be potentially a yellow card. I wouldn't have any reason to think that, but they're currently discussing something right now.
I was going to say they are on the from us. They're on the far side. For you all at home, they're on the left side of your screen right now. But
there are discussions happening, and I don't know what is going on. I think. The score when it went to the end of the match, it was Red leading by a significant margin, and if you look, Blue's got a 6-point climb advantage, which wouldn't have been enough to make up the margin on the screen.
Right. And you're right. I was going to say, that's not right. I thought 33. I'm not seeing the other.
Here are the results for that last match. It goes to the Red Alliance.
There we go.
With a score of 68-49.
So that is one
Red
thing for
Alliance
me.
will be moving on to the final match of the day.
That is something for me. The Blue Alliance likely has a climb advantage going into a potential rematch. So if they get the teleop figured out and they can keep it within 10 points and they get their climbs figured out, they are well within their relative. They can beat the One Alliance, is what I'm trying to say.
No.
It's a coin flip.
It is. It's a complete coin flip. It's exactly what we were talking about beforehand. It's just one thing, and again, the coin flip just went completely wrong for one bot.
One cool function of this double elimination bracket is we get a rematch of the 3 versus 6 seed this late in the tournament.
What?
Yeah, so the way it works out is 3 and 6 are playing again, and if it's me, if I'm the drive coaches for those teams, I have a video on a cell phone of that match.
Right.
And leading up to this rematch, I've been studying that the entire time, right? Like, hey, who did this? Who did that? Now, I don't know what the teams are doing, how they're preparing, but if they're preparing the way that I would prepare, they're reviewing match footage. And if you're the team that lost, if you're the 3 seed, you're doing something different. And if you're the 6 seed and you feel like you can do what you did again, you don't think there was anything fluky about your win,
right?
You're going to do the same thing.
Oh, absolutely.
And to me, I don't recall anything fluky about their win. They just outscored them.
I was going to say they outdogged them a little bit, man.
Exactly.
I'm excited for this one. I didn't realize that we were going to get a rematch here.
No, that's a cool function with this double elimination, and I bet you could get a whole bunch of different combinations of rematches out here. So it'll be, if I'm 3 seed, I'm doing something different. I don't know what it is. I don't recall that match, explicitly, but you gotta, if it didn't work the first time, what does Einstein say? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So don't do that. Don't be insane.
Absolutely. No. I mean, it was even getting to a point before the match, we're talking everything else, where we're like, it could legitimately come down to the human element of shooting.
Yeah, the fluky, the human player shot that, you could get 4 points for free, if the human player just gets lucky, basically, because it really is a lucky shot. We don't have any Steph Currys out here that are regularly making that shot, so.
Oh, yeah, no, well, I'll say this, we've seen a few.
There have been a few.
There
have been a few, and in a match like this where everything's on the line, it's win or go home.
Oh, yeah.
It could be that fluky thing that pushes you over the edge.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh. I am not going to lie, on our screen right now, I thought Mac found his way to be a referee, and I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
He stole his zebra shirt.
Yeah, I guess so.
Nope. We got the field loading, we've got alliances, and this is a high stress environment. These alliances are, the drive teams are nervous right now. They know it's win or go home, and they don't want to go home. They want an opportunity to beat the 2 seed and go into the finals. So either alliance can win this. Again, it'll come down to climbs. Who executes and maximizes their potential for climb points?
Absolutely. And again, it is so. Like, I forget if you said it was 2018 or 2019. It was Frisbees.
Yeah, 2013.
2013
yeah,
was
I'm
Frisbee.
old. I'm pretty old.
I might have you beat there. I might. But I will say this. Is it always 2 separate things? Or is it?
That's a great question. So lately, yes. In 2014, they had a big exercise ball, and you had to shoot it into a goal at the end of the field and over a bar in the middle of the field. And that was it. There was no end game. It was just that big ball, score the big ball, keep scoring the big ball. I would say for the majority of games, and especially recently, First has adopted this either multi-game piece or regular teleop period, and then a separate climbing function for endgame. And it's usually, either climbing or, getting up onto a ledge, or there's some sort of action that is marketable to sponsors. When you see a robot climbing to 9 feet in the air, I think it's like 8 foot something, that is marketable to sponsors.
Oh, absolutely. Well, let's meet the teams.
Some noise. It's 2503.
Warrior Robotics.
Joining them on this side of the field is 3134.
The Accelerators.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 3277.
It's Prodigy.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, make some noise. It's 7677.
The Bodacious Bulldogs.
Joining them on this side of the field, it's 4480.
UC Botics.
And rounding off this match, make some noise. It's 8422.
The Husky Howlers.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide. Where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Backus Schools. For information or to get started, email prboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
And a far shot for the Red Alliance to the upper hub. 2 shots, 32-77. And here we go, full driver. Loading up cargo to start getting those points. 76-77 with 2 shots. Oh, stopped by 25-03 of the Red Alliance. 44-80 gets 2 shots in the lower hub. 32-77, a shot in the upper hub. 76-77 gets those 2 shots in the lower. And 32-77, another shot in the upper. Shot in the lower for the Blue Alliance. 2 more for the Red Alliance. 76-77 for the Blue, gets a shot in the lower. 84-22 with a shot in the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. Oh. And we are Just over a minute left in the match. 32.77 with 2 shots, 1 going in the upper hub. 25.03. Warrior Robotics making their way up to the middle rung. Working their way up to the high. 84.22 also on the middle rung, working their way up to the high. 31.34 back on the rungs. We're just a little over 30 seconds left in the match. 30 seconds left. 44.80 also making their way to the rungs. 25.03 on the traversal level. 31.34 getting up to the traversal. 32.77 making their way to the rungs. All 3 Blue Alliance teams on the rungs. And 3, 2, 1, all 6 teams hugging.
Revenge of the 3 seed. I think they took that there. Just neck and neck all the way through. Looks like they're going to be, the Blue Alliance is going to be a little bit behind on climbs. Here we go.
And the Red Alliance wins that match.
The 3 seed takes out the
65
underdogs.
to 55 in playoff match
It was a
number 8.
heck of a run for them. My goodness.
Oh yeah, no, for the 6 seed to knock off the 3 seed once is very impressive.
Right. No.
So congratulations to team number 3. They will move on to the next match, and thank you so much for the Bodacious Bulldogs, UC Robotics, and the Husky Howlers for all your team play today. After this next match, we will take a short break before the final match.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, you never have back-to-back matches. You need to give teams at least 6 minutes of a turnaround time. And it might even be 8 minutes with the new format. But so if I'm the 3 seed, we just squeaked by the skin of our teeth, and awaiting for us is the 2 seed, the Juggernaut, 59-13. How do we beat them? You don't beat them by going head-to-head with them. You got to play some form of a lot of defense.
It has to be hard-nosed defense.
Hard-nosed defense, and that alliance can do it. They've got 3 that capable robots that I would say are all very, very similar in capability.
Right.
32-77 can put up high goals, but they have to be undefended, and they're not going to put up as many as 59-13 in a head-to-head match. I think they're going to have a slight climb advantage. At least they've been more reliable with their climbing. The 2 seed has shown some difficulty in maximizing their climbing points.
Okay. Yes.
They've missed, they've missed some points, but
yes, they have.
I mean, the 2 seed's a heavy favorite, and if I'm the 3 seed, I'm pulling the back of the playbook strategy here to try to beat them.
Oh no, I fully agree. Honestly, if it's going to be the 3 seed, if they're going to stand victorious on today, it has to be a low-scoring affair.
It has to be, and you know what? 25-03 with their swerve drive, which we talked about earlier, they have to ball out. Swerve defense can be a very powerful thing in the FRC program, especially with this game with the open field. Their swerve defense, basically, they need to lock up 59-13. And then 32-77, honestly, I think they can keep up with 56-53. I think if they're both left undefended, they can probably keep it, neck and neck. And then the variables, 31-34 and 46-74. I don't know if I'm the Red Alliance who I use or who I defend with 46-74. My initial thought is you probably defend 32-77 as the primary high goal scoring robot, but honestly, I'm probably having him play zone. I think I'm putting them in a zone of the field, and I'm probably just having them bash any robot that comes in there that's the other color.
Okay. So
because there's no real target on that alliance. They're all fairly comparable. Right.
Absolutely. No. And when you say zone, think of it like basketball, anything like that. You're just they might. Well, it has to be split up into thirds because there's only 3 of them on there. Right. So pick a spot And like you said, just bash into the other
so
robots.
4674 would be on the third driver station as the third Alliance pick, which means they're on the right-hand side. So what I'm doing is I'm probably putting them on the right-hand side of the field and just stick on that side, leave the other side of the field for my offensive robots, and just bash anybody that comes into your zone. If it's the other color, whether it's the defensive robot or the primary or secondary scorer, just bash them all.
Oh, absolutely. And I will say this, we have signage in there, 5913. So,
yeah.
I mean, looking like, 90s attitude WWF out there. I'm going to be excited to see what they do if they have this type of fanfare.
Oh, they're gonna ball out. They're gonna play really well. They're gonna score between 10 and 15 upper goal, unless it's really good defense. But they're likely to score between 10 and 15 upper goal cargo shots, and then they'll get a traversal climb like they usually do.
Now, we were talking before about the two different types of skills you got to have. Like some sort. It seems like it's going to be some sort of shooting or
there's
some sort
of. There's a cargo
of
skill and a climbing skill. Is what you're referring to? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Now, which one do you prefer? What do you see as more as a? This is the one we should be attacking more.
You mean from a design perspective?
Yes.
Like game kicks off. For me, that's a tough question. I think you can have different robot archetypes that are ultimately effective. For me, in hindsight, knowing what I know today, if I could only pick one or the other, it depends on what my goals are. If my goal is to go to the World Championship and be, elite, then you have to do cargo. Cargo is the only way to be elite in this game because there's no cap on the amount of points you can score with cargo.
True.
Right? You could score 60 points with cargo in theory. Whereas if you're an elite climber, you're still only getting 15 that a mid-range climber is. A bad robot that can barely climb, you're getting the same number of points.
Okay, no, absolutely.
However, if my goal is at my local event to get picked, 100% I'm climbing and playing great defense. And more than likely, that's what a lot of the teams that are here decided to do early on in the build season.
And talking about the build season, everything else like that, like when does that decision, I know you said early on, but like, is that the first thing you do? Is that the second?
That's the first thing you do is you pick how do you want to play the game? What play style will help you achieve your goal? And different teams have different goals, right? There are teams out there that say, we're going to do everything and we're going to do it better than anybody else. And they have the capability to do that. That isn't most teams. Most teams have to pick and choose. What do we want to specialize in? What can we do with our resources to be an effective, good team at that? And use that to be drafted and to win matches and to achieve your goals. And, let me say this too. There are other teams out there that they don't care about winning. Okay, their goal is to inspire students, and they can do that without winning.
Right.
Their mindset is that of let the students do what they want to do and facilitate and enable them to do that. And that is a totally fine philosophy. And whatever works for your team is what works for your team. I mean, I'm a super hyper-competitive person. Anybody who's met me can probably tell you that. And I love the strategy element. So my teams are never going to strive to not win. We're always going to try to win, right?
No, absolutely.
And at the end of the day, I think most teams want to do well on the field.
I was going to say, I don't think, and again, I'm not saying it's wrong or anything else. I don't think we saw one that was just here to be here.
I agree.
Yeah.
Every team here is trying to win. They all have different approaches, different designs, different robots, but yeah, they're all here. They're in the playoffs. They don't want to lose.
Oh yeah.
They want to win. They want to go to the finals to try to knock off the 1 seed.
Absolutely. Now, okay.
Sorry, I thought there might have been an interview. There's a lot of people waving at us.
That's fine. That is A-okay. Now,
so we got 3277 working on their robot here. Most likely, it's hard to tell what they're doing. It's probably their robot is currently off right now, so it could be either a mechanical or an electrical thing.
Oh.
It's good practice to not work on a robot while it's on. For a lot of reasons. I've had robots eat my arm before. The intake wheels will run, my arm's in the robot. It's like, ooh, that's not good. Turn the robot off.
I mean, not to get too gruesome. I mean, has there ever just been like a real holy
like an
cow?
injury?
Yeah, like a holy cow injury.
I've never seen a holy cow injury.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like if people bonk their heads, head injuries bleed a
We
lot,
are now
but it
all
might
set
not
up
be
for
severe.
round number 5.
No,
so we have
first
our
has a good
number
culture of
2
safety.
ranked alliance in red
And
versus
that
our
safety
number
always
3
first with
ranked
this stuff,
alliance
for sure.
in blue. So both of these teams do have a loss on their record. So whichever team loses this match will be our 3rd place team at today's competition. And the winner of this match will go on to our championship round. So let's start by meeting our teams. With our Red Alliance, we start off with Team 5653.
Out of Babbitt, Minnesota, they are the Iron Mosquitoes.
In the middle, we have their Alliance captain, Team 59.
They are Patriotics out of Pequot Lakes.
And from Bemidji, Team 4674.
Hailing from Bemidji, Minnesota, they are Robo-Jacks.
For our Blue Alliance, Warrior Robotics is back 2503.
Hailing from Brainerd, Minnesota, it's Warrior Robotics.
In the middle, we have their Alliance captain. They are an all-female team. Please welcome back Team 3134.
Out of Cass Lake, Minnesota, it's the Accelerators.
And rounding out this alliance with a team from Thief River Falls, Team 3277.
They are Prodigy.
All right, we're ready for our match drivers. Behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are away on autonomous mode. Red Alliance human player trying to drain one from deep. He misses wide to the right, though. Red Alliance gets one in the upper hub. Autonomous expires. Drivers step up to control their robots during teleop period. All 6 robots scattered the field trying to gather cargo to shoot and score. Prodigy, they get one off and in the hub. They get the second one blocked. Meanwhile, 56-53, they go 2 up and only 1 drops in for an upper hub score. 31-34, the Accelerators, they shoot 2 in the lower hub. Heavy defense being played on Prodigy and Patriotics as they try to score in that upper hub. Patriotics gets 2 off and 2 in the upper hub. .46-74 guarding Prodigy with all they can muster up. Prodigy parks next to their launch pad to keep them safe. They shoot 2, they miss 2 wide left. 56-53, go 2 up and none even get close to that upper hub. .25-03 Warrior Robotics. They are going to begin to ascend in their hangar, starting off on that middle rung. 31-34, the Accelerators are going to join them in that journey. 46-74 begins to climb for the Red Alliance. We have Prodigy, Patriotic still out shooting cargo in that upper hub, trying to score as many points as they can for their alliance. Warrior Robotics, they get to the traversal rung. We have 30 seconds left in the round. Can the Accelerators get to the traversal rung with the Blue Alliance? They do. There are 2 Blue Alliance robots on the traversal rung. Meanwhile, we have 1 robot on the traversal rung. 59-13, they join their teammate on the traversal rung. We have only 9 seconds left in this round. We have all 6 robots hanging successfully in 3, 2, 1.
We're going to get our 1v2 rematch.
Here are the scores for that last match. It goes to the Red Alliance.
I'd like to shout out 25-03. They played some very good defense in that match.
They are done for this day of competition. Let's hear it for 32-77 Prodigy out of Thief River Falls. 31-34 the...
I will definitely say that 1 versus 2 is going to get interesting.
It's a coin flip. Best 2 out of 3 too. So dead robots aren't. It's not like if red goes in and loses 1, they're done, right? The double elimination stops here.
Okay.
We go into 2 versus 3, best 2 out of 3, or sorry, 1 versus 2, best 2 out of 3. So it's a new ball game. Everyone's at 0-0.
All right. Well, it's going to be one heck of a championship round for this one, and I mean you can tell it's the championship round. You got people physically on top of the. You have told me what this thing is called.
Oh, the
50 times.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's people are wild right now. I think despite the long day, it's 6:20. We've been going at it since.
Oh yeah.
I got here at 6 a.m. roughly.
Oh yeah.
We go out 7 a.m. It's been a while. It's been a day, but energy is as high as ever. People are excited for the finals. Let's break it down a little bit. So we've seen them play each other one time, but I almost tossed that out because 59-13 was done. Right.
Oh, yeah, it was that close.
Yeah, well, 59-13 just
said
tied.
59-13, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they were done for 45 seconds in that match, and I don't recall the outcome, but I think they lost by like 30 or something like that. And I don't recall them hitting their traversal climb, so they left a lot of meat on the bone. They left a lot of points out there where if they don't die, it's a different game. And the other factor there, too, is if they don't die, the defender can't switch off of them onto their secondary scorer. Right. So the secondary scorer should definitely be more efficient when both of the scoring robots are out there functioning. I really think this is a coin flip. I think 56-53 and 31-02 are dang near a toss-up. as secondary scoring options. And 59-13, 876, both elite will both face defenders in 33-13 and 46-74. I don't see it playing out any differently than it did when they played each other in the double elimination bracket. Until one of them one of them is going to lose.
Yes.
And depending on how they lose, they could switch up the strategy, or if they lose and it's really close and they feel like they don't execute that well, more than likely they'll run it back. If they lose by, let's say, 20 to 30 points, they're going to switch it up. They're going to do something different, right? But if it's a close match and they feel like they could have gotten more points, they could have been more efficient, we're going to see the same strategy again.
Now, I'll say this: we already have teams on the field, and it looks like they're doing light switching out of the side paddings and everything else. So nothing too massive like to undergo, but I'm guessing at this point, they're not really talking about like, hey,
no, they know what they're doing.
This is what's up. It's in stone at this point.
They know what
goodness.
they're going in with. I do think it's interesting that the blue, now red alliance, the number 2 seed, is doing the bumpers on the field. I think that's a remnant from previous events where teams have been held off the field. So my theory here is, hey, if we're already on the field, they can't kick us off the field. So why not just switch the bumpers there? It could also be that it's just more convenient and they have nothing to do on their robot in the pit area. So why not just swap the bumpers, swap the battery, and get ready to go? We've got an 11. It was a 15-minute break between matches, which is a new standard for the new playoff structure. 15-minute minimum. Thank you.
Minimum.
Minimum.
Oh, my goodness.
And we have 11 minutes left on that. So I see 56-53. They've got their robot on right now. If that's me, I'm turning that thing off, and with about 3 minutes left on the clock, I'll walk back out there, turn it on, get the air charged, and try to conserve my battery a little bit.
Oh no, absolutely, and that's going to become huge.
They're ready, we're going to spin it up and go. But they have 2 minutes left on the clock to bring in an opening.
Okay, I just heard from your volunteer of the year,
yes, congratulations,
Corey Applegate, that what they're planning on doing is when all the teams are ready to go, we're just going to get rolling. And so if anybody needed to call a backup, they would be able to call a backup robot up until there are 2 minutes left on the clock. And so the way the teams are getting set up on the field, I don't see anybody frantically running hardware out there.
Right.
It seems like they're good to go.
Okay.
And so hopefully we'll see this match happen a little bit sooner than that 10-minute counter.
Okay. Well, with that being said, we're going to sneak one last ad break in here. Give us a second to regroup and get everything going. But
we got to get hyped for finals.
Oh, absolutely. So we will be right back with the final match right after these messages.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education. Where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Be the best 2 out of 3. Over here on the Red Alliance, we have our #1 ranked team, and over here on the Blue Alliance is going to be our #2 ranked team. Let's get ready to meet them. Starting us off on the red side, make some noise. It's 3102.
The Techno Tigers.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, make some noise. It's 876.
Thunder Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, make some noise. It's 3313.
It's Mechatronics.
Over here on the blue side of the field, make some noise. It's 5653.
The Iron Mosquitoes.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, it's going to be 59. 59? 59.
The Patriotics.
And rounding off this match, make some noise for 4674.
The Robojacks.
Well, it is time for the final match.
It's the finals, baby.
Yeah,
Here we go.
It's the finals, not the finals match, yes. It is the finals. Like you said before, it's best 2 out of 3.
Best 2 out of 3. We toss the double elimination out. It's a new ball game, just like the old. For those who are familiar with the old style tournament, it's best 2 out of 3. If you lose the first one, you're not out. It looks like we're nearly ready to go. I don't see any thumbs up yet, but we're minutes away or even seconds away from kicking off our first finals match.
Alrighty.
All right, teams, we're ready to go. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And 3313 starts for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance with 2 shots in the upper, 3 shots in the upper. 5913 with 1 in the upper for the blue. Corner shot from the Red Alliance for the upper hub. 5913 with upper shots. Ooh. 5913 with 2 upper shots. 3102 with 2 upper shots. Red Alliance with 2 upper. They have some fierce competition. Blue Alliance with 1 shot in the upper. We are at just over 1 minute left in the match, number 1. 2 for the Red Alliance. 1 for the blue. 46.74 for the blue. Up in the rung. Working on the middle rung. And 59.13 for the Blue Alliance with 2 shots on the upper rung, 3 shots on the upper rung. Got an upper rung shot with the Red Alliance. We are at 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds. Shot for the Red Alliance. 2. All 3 blue in the air. 876 in the air for the Red Alliance. 33.13 coming. And 31.02. 2, 1.
And I think you have one word to say.
Penalties.
Penalties.
Penalties. So we haven't talked about it a lot because it hasn't been used a lot, but there's a safe zone. There's a colored pad on the front of the hanger zone where if you're touching your colored pad and you get run into by an opponent robot, that's a penalty. That's 4 points every time they wave the flag.
Ooh.
And there were at least 3 of them. It could have been more. But that's a killer. That's a killer in these matches. And 56-53 has got to be aware of that in the next match. Either the Alliance has got to change up the strategy by keeping them on offense. It could be that they're broken. It could be that they don't have the ability to do offense, which is very viable. But whatever it is, they've got to be aware of that penalty so it doesn't happen again. And the referees appear to be talking about it now.
And I was saying, yep, they're back over on the for the viewers at home on the left-hand side of your screen right now. They are talking about it, so it does seem, which has been happening a lot lately, and throughout the entire day, Ryan seems to be right.
Out of auto, they were tied at 26.
Which
is, it's fun to watch those big autos hit, right? No, they both did great in auto. So, but my point is they were tied out of auto.
Yeah.
And then Red Alliance scored 6 more cargo in the high goal. They had 19 to the Blue Alliance's 13.
Mm-hmm.
That's only a differential of 12 points.
Yes.
Right? So if you think about that, how many climbed robots do we have on red? We've got 1 on traversal. We've got 2 on blue traversal. If you take the penalties out of it, blue wins by 3. Blue wins by 3. So, gosh, if I'm blue, I think if 56-53 can go back on offense, I take them off defense. I put 46-74 back on defense against Thunder because they did a great job in the first match that they played.
All right, teams, unfortunately, we have to give out a yellow card to Team 56-53 for contact with another bot.
So a yellow card, that is just like soccer rules.
And the
2
results
yellows
are
is a
in.
red.
Okay.
A red is a disqualification.
Okay.
1 of 2 is a Red Alliance.
Predictably, red takes the win.
97-78.
19-point differential. 28 foul points. That right there is your difference. And so, if you clean that up, blue doesn't even need to do anything differently other than just don't get 28 foul points.
My good. I was going to say, yeah, blue has it.
They have it. They can do this. They can come back and win. But let's not undersell Thunder Robotics balling out. They're absolutely killing it. 31-02, absolutely killing it. And 33-13, absolutely killing it. They're all performing their roles the way that they were drafted to perform. In the case of 33-13, they were shouting at the end of, or during the Alliance selection, hey, pick us, pick us. Well, you know what? It's a good thing that they did because they are executing to perfection on defense.
The best thing about this is that we get it again. At
I
least
love
one more time.
I love this. Yeah, no, I never root for 1 versus 2 in the finals.
No.
I'm an underdog guy. I wanted, 6 versus 5 in the finals. However, these are undisputed the 2 best teams or alliances at the tournament, and they're evenly matched. Despite the score, they are evenly matched. They just have to execute.
And just, I mean, it's been clean throughout the. I didn't even know there were yellow cards.
First yellow card of the event, and it's really a function of nobody has used the safe zone, the launch pad they call it. Nobody has used that because they haven't needed to.
So the launch pad, the safe zone, that is.
It's the colored pad in front of the hangar zone. So
okay.
On the red side, it's red. On the blue side, it's blue. If you are touching your own color, you can't be contacted by an opponent robot.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that's real interesting. So it is, as long as if you're red team and you're in the red, you're safe. You're safe. But if you're blue and red, I can go smash.
Correct.
Okay.
The other thing I would point out there is 876, they were hitting their launch pad shot. 5913 was not in that match, and I know they're capable of it. And so if they dial in that shot from the launch pad, from the safe zone, there's some point differential to be made up there too.
Right.
And it was primarily their turret tracking, the vision tape. I don't know if it's the lighting. The lighting has changed throughout the event slightly, but they have an opportunity to make up some points there.
Oh yeah. No, it is just, and again, wow. It seems like the blue squad is actually just still on. They're confident. They just need to clean it up.
I like to see it because it means nothing's significantly broken.
Right.
They're not running back to their pit to try to fix something that catastrophically failed. I hope that doesn't mean that the Red Alliance is...
Everybody is...
I think that's just a difference in Alliance strategy, right? Like Alliance logistics. They probably agreed coming into this, like, let's just stay on the field. Let's not worry about running back to the pit area.
Okay. Now, and it seems like we're getting another, now a 11-minute break.
Yeah, so it started at 15.
Okay.
It's been counting down. So I would expect the teams to use a good chunk of this time because typically between finals matches, it can get difficult to just reset your robot, make sure it's all good. I'm impressed by this Blue Alliance staying out here after the loss and not heading back to their pit and doing it that way.
It's the first big psychological thing. Also, I
Almost,
kind of seen, where I'm like,
it's like, hey, we're ready. Come back at us.
Come on.
Yep.
Get on out of here.
Yep,
I know we played hard. Yeah, 26 points. We spotted you 20 something.
28 points. Yeah. 7 4-point fouls. If they just clean it up, if they clean it up, they take that match. And you know, I always want to see it go to 3. It's getting late where it's 6:39. We're running the event a little later than intended, but you know what? This is the finals, and I want to see it go to 3. These are 2 evenly matched alliances, and I think that they can do it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, with that being said, we are actually going to take our last break. We are going to regroup and get ready for the final 2 matches, possibly the final.
Do or die.
It's do or die.
It's do or die
absolutely.
for the Blue Alliance, and we'll see if the Red Alliance can put it away or if we go to a 3rd tie-breaking match.
No, absolutely. So do me a favor, stay where you're at, keep tuned in. We'll be right back.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter. Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Great people, economic viability, a wonderful place to live. Pine River, Bacchus, and PRB Schools. PRB Schools is a small school district with large district opportunities, providing activities and classes that involve students, making sure every student has everything to be successful. PRB Schools also offers a variety of community ed programs, a great way to learn new skills hands-on with others within the community, making connections with families, being involved with the community, becoming a community family. PRBschools.org.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where thinkers and doers collide, where technology creates pathways for new opportunities and ideas. I want to ask questions and shape the answers that lead to real and meaningful advancements in this digital era. I'm going to innovate the world someday.
The PRB Boosters are happy to sponsor coverage of the Tigers. Like them on Facebook for events and fundraisers. The PRB Boosters could use your help. Be part of great events and fundraisers, all built to give back and present more opportunities for the students of Pine River Backus Schools. For information or to get started, email prboosterclub1.com. Meetings are the first Monday of every month at 6 p.m. at the school. Good luck, Tigers, from the PRB Boosters.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where everyone has the opportunity for education. Where classrooms are not only a place to learn, but to make an impact. I will help the next generation of game changers and difference makers. I am going to teach the world someday.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
I'm dreaming of a world where the crack of a bat is not just a hobby, but a lifestyle. Where I can build upon long traditions from the ground up. I want to work in an industry where all people can make their own field of dreams become reality. I'm going to elevate the world of sports someday.
Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
The Red Alliance will be our champions. Let's go ahead and reintroduce the teams. Starting us off on the red side, make some noise for 3102.
Let's welcome back from Nevis, Minnesota, it's Techno Tigers.
Joining them is going to be none other than 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, it's Thunder Robotics.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 3313.
From right here in Alexandria, Minnesota, it's Mechatronics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, make some noise, it's 5653.
Hailing from Babbitt, Minnesota, it's the Iron Mosquitoes.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance is going to be none other than 59.
From Pequot Lakes, it's the Patriotics.
And rounding out this match is going to be 4674.
From Bemidji, Minnesota, it's Robo-Jacks.
And with that, I think we're ready to go. All right, audience, I want you to count this one down with me. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to the finals match number 2. 876, 2 for 2. Patriotics, 2 for 2. Thunder Robotics going back to grab another one. They shoot it up, they make it in. That was autonomous period over and done with. Now we move into the real game of teleoperated, where human players control their robots to score points. Thunder Robotics, 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. 33-13 Mechatronics playing heavy defense on 59-13 Patriotics, trying to keep them from scoring as many points as they can. Meanwhile, Thunder Robotics traversing under the hangar, trying to gather cargo to shoot up into that upper hub. 31-02 gathering cargo as well. 59-13, Patriotic shoots 2, they make 1. Thunder Robotics parked by their launch pad. It comes just barely out of their launch mechanism. Nevis, 3102 Techno Tigers, they launch 1, they make 1. Thunder Robotics, 2 up, 1 in. It's a close match. It's 34-26 as of right now. Thunder Robotics getting defended heavily, trying to get to a place so they can shoot and get some more points for their alliance. Nevis Techno Tigers, 2 up, 2 in the upper hub. Thunder Robotics parks next to their launch pad, 2 in the air, 2 in the upper hub. We are under 1 minute left to play in match 2 of the finals here. It is 44-26. Thunder Robotics again launches 1 up into the upper hub. Thunder Robotics underneath the hangar. They are going to start. Oh, nope, they are just grabbing another piece of cargo that was trapped there. 46-74. They are traversing up to that traversal rung, trying to get 15 points for their alliance. That whistle signifies 30 seconds left in the round. Thunder Robotics, 1 last shot in that upper hub. They make it. Thunder Robotics going to begin their ascent in the Red Alliance hangar. They are on that middle rung, ready to travel to that high rung. They get there. Mechatronics has to watch out and not mess up their teammates. There are 3 Blue Robotics hanging on the hangar. We have Mechatronics in the air. We have Thunder Robotics in the air. 1 second left.
That's what we all waited around here for. That is a great finals match. I don't know who won. Red looked like they might be in the lead, but I think Blue has got the climb advantage. They do have the climb advantage. The math here is going to be close. I think Red may have taken it, but we will see.
Again, just like you said, this is why we stayed. If this is it, that's one heck of a match to go out on.
That's a heck of a display by both the Blue
Final
and Red
scores
Alliance.
incoming.
Okay, here we go.
It's the Red Alliance. They take it home at the NMRC 2022.
Close game.
Let's not forget about our number 2 alliance. So they
56-53 with the unfortunate.
Very well
they disconnected for a period of time.
Yes.
Iron Mosquitoes.
Great
and the
event by
Patriotics.
everybody involved.
Thank you, Alliance number 2,
all
for
6
putting up a
robots,
battle here in
all
the finals.
6 teams.
So
They
let's
balled out.
congratulate
They
our
did
number
great.
1 alliance of 3-3.
You've got your first and second place
3102
alliances at the
and
NMRC
876
Championship.
Thunder
Nothing
Robotics.
to be ashamed of.
I was gonna say you can't be upset. Can't be upset for the Blue squad here, or the Blue team, or the Blue Alliance. But man, oh man, yeah. And again, it honestly does feel like you take away. And we were talking about this before. You take away. You don't have to take away all of the fouls.
Right.
You take away 2.
Yep.
It's a different story.
Oh yeah.
You take away, and again, if you want to call it a freak accident, what have you, it's part of the game, which I've learned. But, like, you take away a 40-second nothing. 40
seconds of a robot doing nothing. And, yeah, it's a death sentence in a close match like that.
Oh, man, just brutal. Just brutal. But, I mean, and again, to come out and keep it that close.
Oh, yeah, no, 59-13
wow.
again. Fantastic performance by them to keep it close while their partner was recovering. And let's shout out Thunder Robotics. We've talked about them throughout the event. Have done insanely well the entire tournament, and that's why they're your champion.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, yeah,
everyone on that alliance, 3102 and
Yeah.
3313, they played their roles to perfection. And the thing is, they were just consistent. They just never did anything wrong. You saw, alliances 2 through 6 had something go wrong at some point.
Yes.
And they just never did. They just kept winning.
And you bring up the perfect thing, and you use the absolute perfect thing, the perfect saying. They played their roles perfectly.
Absolutely.
You didn't have to go crazy. You just didn't. They all played their roles absolutely perfectly.
We will now be clearing the field and preparing for another brief award ceremony, so please stick around for
We
that happening
actually
in just a
have
few short
Mac
minutes.
Robinson with a interview real quick here for you, and we're going to toss it over to Mac right now. Mac, it's all yours.
Jack, thank you very much. I'm with the Winning Alliance here today, and, guys, I got to ask you guys, I know it's such a quick turnaround, but it seemed like you guys really had that synergy right from the get-go. What allowed you guys to kind of have that communication? I know you drafted well, at least when it came to these other groups, but, for each of you guys, and again, congratulations on the championship here tonight, but, when it came to that synergy, how did you guys get on the same page so quickly? And I'll start with you.
I don't know, it just clicked.
All right, how about you guys?
I just stopped the troublemakers. That's what I was told.
I honestly think it's knowing what each other does that makes us so great together, honestly.
And then, for you especially, you guys are back-to-back champions here. So for you, how does it kind of feel to be able to get that championship under your belt again now, back-to-back years here?
This being my senior year makes it really good because this is probably the last one of these I'll ever attend as a member of the team. So it's a good way to end it for me personally.
It's a perfect way to just ride off into the sunset with it as a team member. And, for you as well, for you guys, the Mechatronics, you guys, last pick in the draft, seemed like you guys were the steal at that point with the way that it played out. Did you guys have that kind of chip on your shoulder with being able to go out there and join these great teams here?
No, this is my first championship, as a team. So, I don't know. I guess yelling worked.
When in doubt, go ahead and just be the loudest of all of them at that point. And then also for you guys as well, it really seemed like, to give a sports analogy here, felt like I was watching Steph Curry out there and just no matter what, either just turn around on a dime, you're draining shots at that point. It just felt like you guys were just locked in, throughout this entire tournament here.
Yeah, it was fun. We were focused.
That's what we love to hear.
I got to thank my team members for that part. I had nothing to do with being able to turn around and just make it anywhere. That was completely my team members.
And that's what we love to hear as well. And, from all three of you guys, again, congratulations. It's a long day that you guys had. And to cap it off with a championship from all of us here at your live event, congratulations to all of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. And, Jack, I'll send it back to you. I think they're going to Disney World.
Well, we are going to take a quick listen because I believe
we're getting into the awards.
We're getting into the awards.
Join me on the field.
Quickly, while they're getting set up for the awards, I can kind of talk about what's going to happen.
Perfect.
So they've got 4 major awards. They've got the Team Spirit Award, the Judges Award, the Engineering Inspiration Award, and the Chairman's Award for both the varsity and JV divisions. And they're going to announce them now.
First award is our Team Spirit Award. And again, teams, if your name is called, please have the whole team come onto the field, do some knuckles, and accept your plaque. So again, the Team Spirit Award is our first award. And this celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. Spirit is consistent both throughout the team and also throughout the contest in attitude, appearance, originality, and depth. The team displays obvious enthusiasm in supporting teams, appearances, interactions with both teams and judges at the competition. Spirit is part of this team and is apparent in all they do, including at their school, in their community, with sponsors and other teams. They demonstrate spirit as a unified team. Congratulations to Team 3102, the Techno Tigers.
Congrats to 3102 there with the first award of the night. We've got, I think, 4 more to go.
Our second award to give out is our Judges Award. During the course of the competition, the judging panel may decide a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition. The team keeps appearing for a consideration of other awards. Other judges have noticed and commented on the positive aspects of this team. And a unique happening or feature, often one that demonstrates the team has fully embraced the principles of FIRST, has caught the judges' attention. Congratulations to Team 3294 Backwoods Engineers. And we will send that award to them. So our third award for this evening is the Engineering Inspiration Award. And this celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within the team's school or organization and community. Extent and inventiveness of the team's efforts to recruit students to engineering with particular emphasis on the most recent year's efforts with measurable success of those efforts. Effectiveness of the team's community outreach efforts with particular emphasis on the most recent year's efforts, again, with measurable success of those efforts. They also have a commitment to science and technology education among the team, school, and within their community. Achievement of the first mission and ability to communicate that at competitions and also away from it. Efforts are ongoing, not strictly concentrated on the build and competition seasons. Please help me in congratulating the winner, Team 5653, the Iron Mosquitoes.
And that was for the engineering, correct? Yeah. All right. Awesome, awesome. So we've had the engineering, we've had, I believe, Team Spirit.
Yep, so far we've covered Team Spirit, the Judges
And our
Award,
last two
and Engineering
awards are
Inspiration.
the Chairman's
beautiful.
Awards. The Chairman Award honors the team that best represents a model for other NMRC teams to emulate and best embodies the mission of FIRST and the NMRC. Its goal is to shine lights on effort to transform our communities in ways that will inspire greater levels of respect and honor for STEM, all while encouraging the next generation of leaders. So for our Chairman's Award, we did have two different categories, a JV and a varsity. We will start by awarding the JV Award. Please put your hands together for Team 4674, the RoboJacks. And our last Judges Award for today will be the Varsity Chairman's Award. So this is a big award, so I want you all to put your hands together for the winner, Team 3313, Mechatronics.
Now, real quick, with this award, what is this award?
So the definition of this award is the Chairman's Award honors the team that best represents a model for other NMRC teams to emulate and best embodies the mission of FIRST and the NMRC.
And now we'll end with the awards for our first, second, and third place alliances for today's competition. And we will start with our third place alliance. And we will start with our team captain. Please welcome to the field Team 3134.
From Cass Lake, Minnesota, the Accelerators.
And their alliance partner, Team 2503.
From Brainerd, Minnesota, Warrior Robotics.
And rounding out our third place alliance is Team 3277.
From Thief River Falls, Prodigy.
Next, we'd like to bring on our second place alliance from today's competition. Again, we'll start with the team captain. Please welcome to the field, Team 5913.
From Pequot Lakes, the Patriotics.
And their alliance partner, Team 5653.
From Babbitt, Minnesota, the Iron Mosquitoes.
And the last team on this second place alliance, Team 4674.
From Bemidji, Minnesota, the Robojacks.
And now we'd like to invite our first place alliance onto the field. These are our NMRC championship champions. We'll start with our team captain, Team 876.
From Northwood, North Dakota, Thunder Robotics.
And now I'd like to invite their alliance partner, also on this first place alliance, Team 3102.
From Nevis, Minnesota, Techno Tigers.
And last but certainly not least on this first place alliance, Team 3313.
Our host from Alexandria, it's Mechatronics.
So that concludes our awards for tonight, but I want to end by thanking all of you. So starting with a big round of applause for all of our volunteers. And how about a round of applause for our mentors and coaches? And let's also take a minute to recognize our students. And lastly, I also want to thank Alexandria High School for hosting today's event as well. So with that, I hope everyone has safe travels, whether you're staying or going home tonight. And I hope to see you all back here again tomorrow for the NMRC Open. Have a good night.
And with that being said, tomorrow we are back. Make sure everybody that is tuned in today, I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want more action just like this, possibly even more action, make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Open Tournament for the Northern Minnesota Robotics Open. Same time, same place, same time. I want to say a very special thank you to Jeremy, to Mac Robinson, to Jake, and let us not forget Ryan. Ryan was a rock star throughout the entire day. He was the one that was on air the entire time, made us sound 1,000 times smarter, made me sound 1,000,000 times smarter, and that's a hard thing to do. I will give him that. But with that being said, this has been fantastic. Can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. Have a fantastic night. Have a good one.